Part 49. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 482. Catching the scumbag. It turned out that Ji Chang's was so attentive to He Chenchen's presence every day just to steal food, and the channel of love, hate, and hatred suddenly switched to conspiracy. I just said, "You can't even clock in as hard as him. Good morning on time in the morning and good night on time in the evening." It turns out that it was planned in advance. He Chen now doesn't worry about his best friend's emotional problems. Now she is only worried that she accidentally killed Ji Chang's and unfortunately ended up in jail at a young age. All she could think about was, "I get up early every day, water and fertilize the vegetables that have just matured, but before I can pick them, Ji Chang's gets there first." With a ferocious look on her face, she wanted to rush to the other party. When she suddenly thought of something, she counted it with her fingers, and she became even more angry. Is he there? It was exactly 2 weeks ago when I boosted Fidion's favorability. Okay. He started to take notice of my vegetables as soon as they were planted. I said, "Why is he so kind and comes to help me water and catch insects every day?" It turns out that he has already regarded my vegetables as his own. What a vicious thing. Yuan Yang looked at his best friend who looked like she was about to explode with anger. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare, so she could only pull her to comfort her. "Okay, just plant more when the vegetables are gone. Don't be so angry." He Chen got even more excited. "Is that a matter of planting again?" 2 weeks. I planted it for 2 weeks. Your boyfriend is real. He amazes me. Stop there. This man is toxic. He is very toxic. Yuan Yang helps the forehead. I think you should quit the idiom solitaire club first instead of being a dish. You can't even speak normally now. He Chen felt aggrieved as if the sky had fallen. Your boyfriend steals my food, and you actually help him? Are you saying that? Are you not a good best friend anymore? You really make me feel chilling to the bone, and causing osteoporosis. That's stealing vegetables. He stole my vegetables. Vegetables that were grown in 2 weeks. Yuan Yang whispered, "But didn't you set the alarm clock early in the morning and steal other people's food?" He Chen. This is true. She coughed dryly and tried to save herself. Although I stole food, it's true, but Ji Chang's behavior of gaining full favorability just to steal food is a typical conspiracy. Not a gentleman at all. Look at us serious vegetable thieves. Who doesn't wait for the door to open a small crack in the middle of the night and then sneak into other people's vegetable gardens? Sometimes. He was bitten by a dog and pecked by a chicken. Look at your boyfriend again. He has been quietly building up his favorability level for 2 weeks and then stole it in front of me. It's so shameless. Justice is filled with anger and his face is full of justice. Yuan Yang accurately pointed out. Didn't you hear before that my freshman girl grew the best tempura? I even found a special interface to add her Fidion. I stayed there for half a month and stole the food while she was letting her guard down. He Chen, okay. She was indignant. I knew you had a man and you forgot about your best friend. Didn't I just say? He said a few words to you to protect him. Yuan Yang was embarrassed. He smiled. Then he smiled and gave her a light hammer. How could I not? What I said. Isn't it true? He Chen rolled his eyes. After realizing it, he felt lucky again. Fortunately, I just told you, otherwise if others knew that I misunderstood that Ji Chang's flirted with me and it turned out that he was just trying to steal food, I wouldn't have been laughed at. Die. Yuan Yang felt a big stone in his heart, and his expression had long since relaxed, and he said sweetly, I told you a long time ago, Nagasawa is just a nice person, he just likes to help others, and he doesn't have any evil intentions. Although it was an own goal, He Chen, who was also relaxed, always felt that something was not right. I misunderstood this time, but Yang Yang, every time he helps others, they seem to be beautiful women. You really don't mind? Hey, why are you like Wu Bei? I've seen Nagasawa's cell phone before. His chat history with other people and so on were so generous that I could see them and talk to those girls. They all spoke normally, nothing happened at all. Of course, Yuan Yang doesn't really have any objection to her boyfriend's frequent contact with other beauties. But she felt safe enough. Her boyfriend never minded looking at her cell phone chat history. It seemed like she was from the same school, so it was normal to help her. In addition, Yuan Yang has come into contact with several of the girls, all of whom are excellent and will never interfere. If Ji Chang's only helps one person, she might be suspicious, but Ji Chang's helps so many people. Man, she never imagined that the other party would cheat on so many people. It's really not Yuan Yang's fault. My boyfriend has always said, I'm just doing you a favor, and if you get jealous, of course I'll put aside business to coax you. Nothing else is as important as you, even if people think my words don't count. He is frank, if she. Being too mindful naturally makes her look stingy. Therefore, although there was still jealousy in her heart, she still hid her jealousy in her heart under the influence of her boyfriend's calmness. Yuan Yang said, touching his abdomen. Nagase is just a nice person and willing to help others. Didn't I like his warm-heartedness when I fell in love with him before? He Chen thought that he had just wronged Ji Chang's, and now it was hard to say anything. He just muttered in a low voice. What's the use of being warm-hearted? He's actually done good things. If you don't let him do good things, it's like you're being too petty. Still single? Doggy He Chen intuitively felt that something was wrong with Ji Chang's spreading his kindness around like this. But after all, she had little experience, so I asked her to explain in detail, but she couldn't tell. The most important thing is that Ji Chang's is Yuan Yang's boyfriend. Even if she thinks something is wrong with the other person, she can bring it up but can't always say it, otherwise it will appear as if she has been actively trying to destroy the relationship between the two. Yuan Yang saw her look aggrieved and thought she was still thinking about those dishes, so she smiled and said, Okay, don't be angry. You are going to steal Nagasawa's food tonight. His food will mature at 1 o'clock in the morning tonight. He will definitely get it in. You take the opportunity to follow behind and steal from him. He Chen immediately forgot his worries for the time being, and his face was full of excitement. Okay. I'll set an alarm clock. I must take revenge tonight. The two of them lived in a quadruple room, and the other two roommates basically no longer lived at the school. They had a good relationship, and it was okay if the alarm clock went off in the middle of the night. Yuan Yang even accompanies her to steal food in order to comfort her best friend who suffered heavy losses. When the alarm time came, they sat excitedly on the bed, clicked on Fitian and watched the countdown to the ripening time above the vegetable garden. He Chen was very excited. 5 seconds left. Quick. Get ready. When the time came, the vegetable garden gate opened as expected. He Chen was so excited that he sneaked inside. Then, he was blocked from the door. Before she could wonder if her network was not good, she received a red prompt, You are not a friend of the vegetable garden owner and cannot enter. He Chen? She was in a daze, and quickly followed Ji Chang's into the vegetable garden. Yuan Yang, who had quick eyesight and quick hands, had almost finished picking up the vegetables. When she was in love, she was still thinking about her soft and sweet image in front of her boyfriend, so she restrained herself and only stole one of each. After stealing. Now, she looked at He Chen opposite with the excitement of having done something bad. Chen, I stole it, how about it, how much did you steal? I see that Nagasawa didn't collect the vegetables quickly. You must have grabbed a lot. He Chen, I can't get in at all, Are you in? Finding that she was no longer blocked from the vegetable garden door, she instantly cheered up and rushed in with great interest. As a result, what we faced were small pits where vegetables had been pulled out and seeds were replanted. He Chen. She quit without giving up, pulled up the Fidian contact page and found Ji Chang's. Sure enough, she saw 2 lines of prominent prompts in the message record. He Chen's hands began to tremble. Yuan Yang saw that her eyes were fixed on the phone, her hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease, and she looked like she was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Curiously, she came over and took a look. 59 minutes and 59 seconds, you and Ji Changs are no longer friends. 1 hour 1 minute and 32 seconds, you and Ji Changs are already friends, let's start chatting. Yuan Yang also said. In order to prevent her best friend from stealing the vegetables in revenge, Nagasawa deleted the person a second before the vegetables were ripe and then added the person back after picking the vegetables. Because Fidian has a function that allows you to add friends back if you regret deleting them within 2 minutes, he actually did this. She looked at He Chen cautiously. Chen, are you okay? Don't be angry. I will tell Nagasawa tomorrow that he must steal food for you, otherwise I will be angry with him. No. He Chen sneered, that's the food he gave me. I won't eat it. Ever since the food stealing game became popular, in our school alone, there have been countless students who have become greedy, fighting openly and secretly, and trying their best to steal food from each other. And He Chen, who always had a lot of time, always had the upper hand in this food stealing war. After all, not everyone can get up at 4 in the morning to steal food. And now, she failed. Still in the central air conditioning Ji Chang's place that she has always despised. In the middle of the night, He Chen's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and his eyes were burning with the blazing fire of revenge. Just watch. I promise. There will never be more than 1 vegetable seedling left in his vegetable garden. Then, she started to like Ji Chang's Fidian like crazy. Seeing the other person, after clicking likes, he went to the message board to leave various messages to increase his favorability. Yuan Yang. She glanced at her crazy best friend and clicked on Fidian. Send a message to your boyfriend. Why did you and Chen get into a fight? She was so angry. Ji Chang's, who was stealing a bunch of other people's food in the dormitory in the dark and windy night, saw the message and immediately replied. Trade secrets. Yuan Yang. Ji Chang's, I really can't say, do you have time on the weekend, shall we go have a big dinner? Yuan Yang over there saw that her boyfriend was mysterious and asked her out for dinner. She was a little surprised and started typing, okay. When they first fell in love, they often went out to play. Recently, probably because she had a baby in her belly, Nagasawa rarely asked her out to play. The two decided on a time, said good night to each other, and then ended the chat. After Ji Chang's put down his phone, he recalled the news page and began to read it carefully. After he returned to the dormitory, he read the subsequent memories. This world is really not ordinary. The first half is about an ordinary scumbag deceiving Bai Fumei into trusting him. The lower half directly mutates and becomes a doomsday survival. This doomsday did not come suddenly. Before it came, maybe it was the human survival gene that caused many people to develop supernatural powers one after another. And most of the abilities are not normal. At least that's what Ji Chang sees now in the news about these abilities. Look at what kind of abilities these are. Singing will 100% attract birds, and they all have yellow feathers. As long as you fall down, a small mound will appear in front of you. When you dance on a pole, water will come out of the pole. In short, as long as someone can't think of it, there is nothing that a superpower can't do. However, it is precisely because most of the superpowers are so weird that they are even weirder than they actually are. Ordinary people don't even realize that they are superpowers. Some people with superpowers think it's just a coincidence, some don't realize they have superpowers at all, some find out and just hide it quietly, and some happily spread the word about it. The country may have noticed, but who can pass it? When people get superpowers, they think of the end of the world. Life is just such an ordinary day. Suddenly one day, the end came, and it was a zombie apocalypse with hell difficulty. When stimulated by the zombies, a bunch of superpowers emerged. Logically speaking, at the end of the day, it's time for the superpowers to flourish. However, can change into slippers, have a chance to drop grass when taking a bath, and can float while sleeping and dreaming? A lot of people with superpowers came. It's just for people to take. Fight monsters with soap. Or the mini baby soap to defeat the tall monster. At that time, the original owner was obsessed with trying to win the favor of beautiful women. When the apocalypse came, he was completely frightened. He just happened to be hiding with the beauties. Because there was no food or drink, everyone had to risk their lives to go out to find food. The original owner did not dare to go out, so he pretended to be sick. The girls believed it. In addition, the original owner was a campus male idol. In the past, he didn't help them less, and he didn't say anything. They ventured out to find food and medicine, and fed the original owner for more than 10 days. More than 10 days later, the original owner could no longer pretend to be sick, so he had no choice but to go out to find food. At this time, the campus gate had been broken open, and the outside escapees broke in and happened to bump into him. The original owner captured him and wanted to use his blood to attract zombies. In order to save his life, the original owner hurriedly told the other party that he knew that a group of beauties were hidden somewhere. Those people who can use the blood of the same kind to attract zombies are naturally not good people. After being led away by the original owner, the girls who struggled to survive for more than 10 days escaped the zombies, but they could not escape humanity. The original owner escaped because he led the way. He staggered out and was almost caught by the zombies. Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone opened the door and let him in. It was Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang didn't know what he had done, and was overjoyed to reunite with her boyfriend who had been separated for more than 10 days. It turned out that they were in class when the incident occurred. When they saw that the situation was not good, they quickly closed the classroom door. Usually everyone used clothes to make ropes and looked for food from under the windows. You know, the original owner had just betrayed a group of girls who had raised him for more than 10 days, so he naturally had no affection for his girlfriend who was pregnant with his child. He also pretended to be overjoyed, but when he and Yuan Yang were looking for food together, he pushed her towards the zombies. Yuan Yang's best friend He Chen Chen sensed that something was wrong and tried to find out the truth about Yuan Yang's death. The original owner was afraid that she would expose him, so he just kept doing it and led her to the place where those outside the school were. The original owner didn't know what happened to He Chen Chen. He only knew that he left the school with a convoy and met He Chen Chen not long after entering the base. By that time, she had become a well-known captain with a bunch of female soldiers under her command. Without exception, these girls all had scratches on their faces. Their originally good-looking faces were filled with scars. People in the base quietly called them ugly women. Zhou Mang. The women were all brave enough to fight. When they met the original owner, they immediately caught him, poked countless holes in him, and threw him in the wild to watch him being eaten bit by zombies. This is all the memory of the original owner. An ugly and deserved life. The only thing that gave Ji Chang's comfort might be that the other party's end was tragic enough. So now, here comes the question. Ji Chang's looked at his roommate who was staring at him suspiciously on the lower bunk opposite him. Liu, what do you see me doing? This is the time when most people are mature. Coupled with the dark night and high wind, it is more suitable to steal food while the master is sleeping. The other roommates in the dormitory are not asleep yet, and all of them are looking very excitedly poking at the phone. Therefore, Ji Chang's did not need to lower his voice. Wu Bei didn't play with his phone, but just stared at Ji Chang's. When he saw him, he raised his chubby chin and asked, "I'm just curious, who are you chatting with so late at night?" Ji Chang's knew as soon as he heard that he was testing the military situation. This is also one of the reasons why the original owner always tries his best to pretend no matter how itchy his heart is. His roommate Wu Bei is Yuan Yang's cousin. The two grew up together and had a friendship that they had played with in the mud and caught fish together. Yuan Yang, a cousin with whom he has a good relationship, is like a living surveillance camera to the original owner. Once he makes the slightest move, the other party will immediately be alert. They originally had a good relationship. The original owner intended to have good relations with Yuan Yang's family, and Wu Bei also had good intentions towards his cousin's boyfriend. It wasn't until the original owner started to show his enthusiasm, spread love, and transformed into a central air conditioner that he didn't like Ji Chang's anymore. Although most men like having girls around them. But 100% of men don't like their sisters and boyfriends being surrounded by other girls. They are all men, and they understand men better. Compared with He Chenchen's intuitive suspicion, Wu Bei directly changed his attitude towards his cousin's boyfriend from kindness to hostility. He had just discovered that Ji Chang's had been playing with his mobile phone, tapping his fingers on the screen. The screen is not horizontal, which is definitely not stealing food. If you don't sleep or steal food at night, you must be chatting with others. He was fully prepared and immediately ran to his cousin's dialogue box to ask if he had slept. When he didn't get a response, he knew that his sister must be asleep. "Na Ji Chang's. Who are you chatting with?" Wu Bei's little eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes for a moment. Ji Chang's didn't fall for him and turned the phone over to show him, "I'll watch the news." Wu Bei. Hawkeye suddenly turned into an owl. He looked at Ji Chang suspiciously. It was late at night, watching the news. Ah. The other party has been flirting with women every day these days, the senior girl today, and this junior girl tomorrow. But every time he finds out and tells his sister always says that Ji Chang's has already dated her. Have you reported it? What a damn report. A real man should abide by male ethics after having a girlfriend. Keep a safe distance from other girls. Wu Bei himself is also a man, and he knows the nature of men very well. If it weren't for the Prophet, who would be running around helping every day? What's more, Ji Chang's gang is all pretty girls. But this guy is so scheming that he always puts on a frank look, causing him and his sister to report each other, but each time they are told that the other party has already reported it in advance. At first, his sister checked. As a result, Ji Chang's, a cunning man, didn't show any flaws at all. When he thought that his sister actually planned to marry this man who was always looking for women, Wu Bei became angry and itched his teeth. Ji Chang's was continuing to watch the news when he noticed that Wu Bei was gnashing his teeth under a little light from the street lights outside. He praised the other party in his heart as good brother and then watched the news. To be honest, even the original owner couldn't play around with Wu Bei. One is a young master who has been pampered since he was a child and has almost never received any favors. One is a person who has always consciously used his appearance to gain benefits, and even if he has no talent, he has become a cunning person who can make perfect with practice. After the original owner discovered that Wu Bei was on guard against him, he deliberately exposed the opponent's flaws, then produced prepared evidence to prove his innocence, and consciously lowered the accuracy of the information Wu Bei provided to Yuan Yang. When Yuan Yang got wrong information from his cousin again and again, and misunderstood her boyfriend again and again, in the end, even if Wu Bei really came up with the real information, Yuan Yang would not believe it. In addition, the original owner instilled in her intentionally or unintentionally that her brother was just reluctant to let his sister have a boyfriend, relied on his sister like a child, and was jealous of his sister's man. Yuan Yang would naturally feel that Wu Bei had done this. It's all just because I don't want anyone else to take my sister away. Sister. It's not the same rank. Ji Chang's crossed a shock. A man in XX area breathed fire after drinking alcohol. News, tut tisk and shake his head. Wu Bei raised his eyes keenly and found that Ji Chang's gesture seemed to be sliding the news page. Then he closed his eyes and slept peacefully. Today is still a day where no definite evidence has been found. But it does not matter. Don't abandon or give up. The most important thing for college students today is persistence. Ji Chang's got up early the next morning. When his alarm rang, although it only rang once, the roommates on the other beds also moved their arms in response. After living in the dormitory for a long time, they have long been accustomed to the alarm bell going off at all times. Most of the time, I just turn over and continue sleeping without opening my eyes. Ji Chang's quietly stepped down from the upper bunk, but there was still an inevitable sound when he landed. Wu Bei on the lower bunk opposite also turned over with his eyes closed. A few seconds later, he suddenly woke up. He quickly turned back and found that Ji Chang's was changing clothes. He immediately forced his eyes wide open and quietly glanced at the time. 6 o'clock in the morning. Who among contemporary college students gets up so early? There must be something fishy. He was huddled under the quilt, watching Ji Chang's change his clothes, wash up, wipe his face and go out. Then he sat up quickly and got down to put on his shoes. Just as I put on my shoes, the door opened from the outside. Hey, Wu Bei, are you up? Just about to quickly put on some clothes and then sneak up to follow the opponent? Wu Bei. He panicked for a second, then quickly straightened his back and came out with a look like I'm not guilty at all. Yeah, I'm up. I'm up, can't I? Okay, I just see that you always sleep until 12 o'clock before getting up, so I'm a little surprised to suddenly wake up so early. Ji Chang's put the white towel he took back from outside around his neck and asked casually, what are you doing up so early? Relying on the desire to protect his sister, he got up and planned to track the opponent's weapons. What are you doing up so early? Run. Ji Chang smiled naturally. Strengthen your body? Keep fit, do you want to join us? He was already handsome, but he became even more handsome today as soon as he dressed up. Coupled with such a sunny smile, Wu Bei immediately looked handsome. He even had the illusion that the whole room was brightened up by Ji Chang's smile. Sure enough, all scumbag men are handsome. I can't blame his sister for being blind. It's normal to be blinded by this face. But he is a man, and his judgment will not be affected by the appearance of someone of the same sex. Wu Bei cheered himself up in his heart and stood up suddenly. I'm running too. Ji Chang's looked a little surprised. Why are you running? Wu Bei quickly made an excuse for himself. I want to lose weight. I haven't been able to lose weight for so long, so I want to try running. Together. He looked at Ji Chang's provocatively. If the other party really wanted to do something bad, he would naturally not want to bring along such a sluggish person. However, Ji Chang's thought for a moment, then seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed, okay. You are Yan Jiang's younger brother, that is, my younger brother. I will definitely take you. Armed forces, bah. Pretending as always. Why don't we just go for a run together? It was as if he was sent directly to heaven. But while he was complaining, he suddenly saw Ji Chang's change the topic and looked troubled, and he immediately became energetic. Okay, let's show the fox's tail. But what? Ji Chang's looked at his girlfriend's brother up and down. You haven't done much morning exercise. It seems that you also took the 800-meter makeup test. Can you keep up with me? Wu Bei directly interpreted these words as "I just want to use this excuse to get rid of you." He immediately raised his chubby chin again. "Don't look down on others. Why can't I keep up? If you can run, I can run too. Is this so awesome? Okay, I'll take you running for an hour." Seeing that Ji Chang's agreed, Wu Bei was overjoyed. Fortunately, he was smart enough to force the other party to do it. He had no excuses to make. Even if he had to run all morning this morning, he would chase Ji Chang's to death and never give him the chance to cheat on his sister. Seeing Ji Chang's take out his phone and type something quickly after he followed, he became even more sure of his decision. "I must have made an appointment with the young lady, but now I am cancelling it, ha. Scumbag." At the moment when he went out, Wu Bei was filled with the sense of justice of sacrifice myself to save my sister. When he stood on the track, he was confident and full of energy. After 3 minutes, he started gasping for air. After 5 minutes, his legs began to give out. 8 minutes later, he felt like he was going to heaven. "Just stopped," the face next to me was full of comfort. Ji Chang's, who was running, was gently encouraging him from behind. "Don't stop, you can. Believe in yourself. If you can't persevere, just look at the fat on your body. Your facial features are so beautiful. You will look handsome if you lose weight. Put your legs up, go higher, think about your goddess, come on, go higher. If you run like this every day, you will definitely transform into a handsome guy soon. Yes, I knew before that you were a very persistent person, and it seems I was right. What I admire the most is a man like you." Wu Bei ran huffing and puffing. He originally wanted to give up, but the words the other party said made him tremble. Everyone is like this. Sometimes you can't hold on anymore, and someone else will give you a compliment or two, and suddenly you will feel like you can do it again. But, it turns out that in Ji Chang's heart, he is a perseverant person. Yes, after all, they were from the same dormitory and had a good relationship in the past. It was normal for Ji Chang's to know how hard he worked and how many shining points he had. I just didn't expect that Ji Chang's would still recognize him so deeply in his heart when he looked at the other person with a nose that was not a nose and a face that was not a face. Moreover, she encouraged him so gently. The voice was so patient, so gentle. I can't blame those people for saying that Ji Chang's is some kind of gentleman. Listening to the tiring encouragement in his ears, Wu Bei felt guilty in his heart. The other party was so kind to him, but he was only thinking about breaking up Ji Chang's and his sister. He himself felt it was unkind and righteous. After running for half an hour, Ji Chang's, who had been encouraging him from behind, finally called for an intermission. Wu Bei was sweating profusely and breathing hard. Looking back, he saw Ji Chang's playing with his cell phone, without a drop of sweat on his forehead. He knew in his heart that the run just now was nothing to the other party, but Ji Chang slowed down and ran with him. Don't. He thought twistedly in his heart. Actually, Ji Chang's is also a very nice person. Maybe he had misunderstood before. Wu Bei was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Thank you just now." "No thanks, I also thank you for helping me advertise." "It should be, what kind of advertisement?" Ji Chang's men beat wildly without raising their heads. "I'm busy replying, you go to the school forum and read it yourself." Wu Bei. He took out his mobile phone in a daze, opened the school forum, and the first. There is a post floating on the page. Apply for a weight loss encourager, one-on-one on-site encouragement. Are you still worried that you can't stick to losing weight? Are you still condemning yourself for not being determined enough to exercise? Are you still worried about the last step but failed? The weight loss encourager will encourage you every time you persist. The voice encouragement will be paid at 100 Rp per hour, and the on-site encouragement will be paid at 200 Rp per hour. He will patiently accompany you throughout the process, so that you will no longer be alone in your weight loss. Video example. Clicking on the video, you can see the back of Wu Bei running out of breath, and Ji Chang's infinite gentle and patient encouragement. Wu Bei. Wu Bei. He struggled to speak. Were you encouraging me so just to make a video? How could be? Ji Chang's raised his eyes in surprise. Why do you think so? Wu Bei felt relieved now. As soon as he felt relieved, he heard Ji Chang say, "Aren't you clamoring to lose weight every day? What should I say? He might be my future client. The one I just gave you is a trial class. Don't worry, you won't be charged for that half hour." Wu Bei was shocked. "Are you going to charge me money next?" Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. "Although I am very expensive, of course I will not treat you like I treat other people. After all, what is our relationship? Your cousin is my girlfriend, and you are my brother. Brother, I'll give you half the price." The author has something to say. Good night. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 483. Ji Chang still smiled gently and approachably. Wu Bei. Return his feeling and shame to him. Who wants you to help me lose weight? I can do it myself. He announced angrily and loudly, and moved slowly away with small steps. If you don't want to be armed, don't you want to strode with great momentum? Isn't this right? I just ran for half an hour and stopped to rest. My legs were so weak that they turned into noodles. He can straighten his spine and move in small steps, which is the maximum limit. Ji Chang stood there and watched Wu Bei walking away like a crab, laughed, and continued running. The end of the world is coming, and although this body has maintained a good figure, it is just a good-looking one. Ji Chang still has to improve his physical fitness in a short period of time. While running, you can also make some money. In the original timeline, except for the appearance of superpowers, everything else was without warning. People who become zombies are just like other people before that. There was no cold or fever, no rain, no sudden coma. This is an apocalypse that cannot be prevented in advance. Before it arrives, no one knows who around them will turn into a zombie. Ji Chang secretly invaded the national system last night, left some information, and wore the skin of a person with prophecy. He couldn't use his current identity to do these things. After doing it quickly and quietly, he immediately destroyed the evidence. Although there is no way to prevent it, it is always good to be prepared. Ji Chang's estimated that there were so many people with superpowers. Of course, it was impossible for the country to take such a big thing seriously without being able to verify it, but it wouldn't bet on one? Impossible. Especially now that there are only 2.5 days left before the end of the world. If the prophecies of the superpowers are indeed true, they don't have much time left. Therefore, some reminders will definitely be given. Sure enough, the country responded. In the middle of the afternoon, someone was forwarding a post on the campus forum. It says here that the original poster predicted that the end of the world is coming and gave him a complete set of survival strategies for the end of the world. I've finished reading. I don't know if the poster is a prophet, but he must be a survival expert. He actually covers his face and teaches people how to defend themselves. He's so handsome. Let's learn. The original poster is from the military. With his skills and stance, he is obviously a soldier. How many posts like this predict apocalyptic crises come out every few years, but this one? The post was particularly popular because it gave so detailed instructions on how to survive. What about when you need to escape? Jumping off a building can protect your body to the greatest extent. How to use clothes, curtains, etc. to make a strong rope. How to use the simplest appliance to make a simple water purifier. Commonly used items around you can be used as self-defense weapons at critical moments. To complete. Too complete. The office workers don't know what they think of the students after seeing it, but for young people who are full of energy and still a little bit of a middle school student at heart, the various self-defense moves in it are simply hard to put down. Because it clearly states the time for the end of the world, and there are only 2 days left anyway, many people have saved the contents with the idea that they would rather believe it or not. Weapons are also included. It's not that he believes in the end of the world, but he just finds the various survival methods taught in it quite interesting. What are the detailed roping methods, tutorials on drilling wood to make fire, what methods can be used to quickly cool down when you are sick and cannot find medicine, etc. It can be said that every piece of information here is solid information, and it is definitely not made up. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come, if you learn some of them, you may be able to use them in the future. Especially those sets of self-defense moves that he simply couldn't put down. The only problem is that he may not have any martial arts skills, and practicing blindly on videos will not produce any results. He really couldn't figure out why everyone's moves were so powerful, while his moves were like tigers and cats. Wu Bei lay on the bed and thought about it for a while, and planned to go to the school forum to ask everyone for advice. As a result, as soon as I clicked into the forum, I saw a post floating on the first page. Apply for post-apocalyptic survival poster self-defense instructor, on-site guidance, up to 5 people accepted. Go in and take a look. Are you still worried about trying to learn cool moves but not getting the essentials? Have you been learning for a long time and you are still weak at all? Are you unable to play powerfully and are puzzled? Self-defense move instructor, guiding you in every move, being patient throughout the process, and absolutely promising to treat you as God, with an hourly salary of 100 R, and full negotiability. Wu Bei. Why did he feel that this style of painting looked familiar? Look at the poster ID again. Grass. It is indeed Ji Chang's. He immediately raised his head and looked at the person on the upper bunk opposite who was clicking around on his mobile phone. Did you post that self-defense move instructor? Ji Chang's didn't even raise his eyes. Yes. Is he still right? Ah. How can this be done? You are so justified. Thinking that he had been deceived by this person before and still thought he was good, Wu Bei became furious. That post was posted in the afternoon. You said you could guide others at night. Isn't this misleading? You still have the nerve to charge someone 100 yuan an hour. How shameless. Ji Chang's raised his head with a smile and glanced at him. You don't believe it? Wu Bei snorted coldly, I don't believe it. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. You'll know if you try it. Ji Chang's got off the upper bunk directly, come on, let's try. Wu Bei didn't give in to him. Ever since he read that post in the afternoon, he has been practicing the self-defense moves in it. He thinks he is much better than Ji Chang's, who has been leaning on the bed and playing with his mobile phone. Deep down in his heart, he also wanted Ji Chang's to see what he was capable of and stop being a philanderer outside all the time trying to seduce his cousin. He immediately sat up from the bed with a provocative look on his face. Just try it. Most of the self-defense moves taught in that post were long weapons, so the two of them searched the dormitory and found 2 brooms. One good one, one bad one. Each of them took a handful, stood in the middle of the dormitory and started making gestures. The other roommates who were paralyzed saw that they were actually planning to compete. They instantly became energetic and raised their heads one after another to watch the fun. They also all know the love-hate relationship between Wu Bei and Ji Chang's. Regarding the fact that Ji Chang's hangs out with a bunch of pretty girls, some people look down on him and some are envious of him. They don't know what the girls say, but in the boys' dormitory, it can be said that everyone knows Ji Chang's scumbag nature. They are all men, no one knows who is who. He had a girlfriend and was always courteous to beauties. They didn't believe that Ji Chang's had nothing in mind. It's just that this matter has nothing to do with them. Even if they don't like their superiors in their hearts, they won't show it. Except for Wu Bei, who is related to Yuan Yang, others at least seem to get along peacefully with Ji Chang's. Now that Wu Bei's brother-in-law wants to beat up the scumbag, this drama cannot be missed. Come on, let me record it for you. In ancient times, there was a discussion about swords in Huashan Mountain, but now there is a discussion about broomsticks in dormitories. Okay. Wu Bei made the first move, but he was pierced. Ji Chang's blocked it? He blocked it? Okay. After he blocked it, he didn't defend, but started to attack in the next second. Beautiful. Armed quilt. Ji Chang's attack was caught off guard. While he was blocking it hurriedly, he got angry and shouted, "Xiao Lu, can you shut that mouth of yours?" The other side responded simply, "No." Compared with Wu Bei's panicked response, Ji Chang's, the campus male god, looked personable and very chic even if he was holding a broom in his hand. He moved quickly and used the self-defense moves taught in the video to accurately block the weapon's attacks, and he could also guide the opponent with ease. The move you made just now was unstable. As soon as I exerted my force, you were pushed back. This move is all about balance. You used the wrong force. It was good this time. Come again. I'm going to make a move. You try to defend the left side and the right side. After a competition among roommates, Ji Chang's was forced to become his master and disciple. Wu Bei failed to beat up the scumbag, but was educated by the scumbag instead. In his heart, he really wanted to ignore Ji Chang's, but his hands were so beaten that he had no ability to fight back. He had no intention of thinking at all and only subconsciously followed the other person's words. Not to mention, after following Ji Chang's words, the move that he couldn't get smooth no matter how hard he practiced actually became smooth. The two of them came up and down, and Wu Bei's movements were corrected little by little. He was almost exhausted, but Ji Chang's, who was facing him, was still breathless and without blushing, slashing at him with the broom in his hand. Wu Bei really had no strength, so he could only stop quickly. No fight, no fight. Ji Chang's broom stopped in front of Wu Bei. The man with the title of Mr. Lu took off the broom and looked at him with a smile. "How is it? Are all the things I said useful?" Wu Bei didn't want to admit it in his heart, but in the end he could only nod reluctantly. "I lost." Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. "I just practiced with you for a while and found out that you are very talented. As long as you say what I just taught you once, you will remember it. As long as you practice more every day, you will definitely be better than I am strong." After hearing his gentle words, Wu Bei's frustrated self-esteem felt a little better. He coughed dryly. "Really?" Ji Chang's looked at him very sincerely. "Really? Compared to being an idiot, of course it is easier for people to believe that he is a talented martial arts genius." Wu Bei has already determined that what Ji Chang said is true. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. Ji Chang's praised him, so of course he couldn't make sarcastic remarks. Moreover, Armed Forces also wants to know something. Road. That post was from this afternoon. I read it and have been practicing. You have been playing with your phone and haven't practiced at all. How can you still be so good? Ji Chang said with a smile, "Although I haven't practiced, haven't you been practicing in the dormitory? Seeing you practicing so diligently, bystanders can see clearly, and it is easier for me to see how these moves should be done. You have done them all. What's wrong?" "Oh. I see." Wu Bei suddenly realized it, and Ji Chang's, who admitted his diligence, looked more than a little bit better. Seeing his expression changing, Ji Chang smiled at him again and extended an invitation warmly. "Will you come back after a short break? You have made such great progress. Once we have finished practicing all the moves, you should be able to practice by yourself in the future." The war between heaven and man began again in Wu Bei's heart. In fact, Ji Chang's is really good. The moves and techniques taught are also really useful. Or would he agree? After learning it, if Ji Chang's bullies his cousin, he will use these moves to beat him up. Thinking of this, Wu Bei began to feel guilty again. Someone was teaching him well, so how could he think about beating Ji Chang's with the moves that the other party taught him? This is too immoral. Ji Chang's watched his expression change again, and finally nodded heavily with an expression on his face that said, I have made a huge decision. Okay, I'll learn from you later. The onlookers who were watching the roommates really didn't expect that the tit-for-tat confrontation would turn into apprenticeship, and they all started laughing. Xiao Lu even put away his cell phone and said, You two are having a good day and a bad day, just like those girls. The topic of boys' dormitory will never be without female classmates. In the past, they had many discussions about the sticky friendship between the girl who always quarreled but always made up immediately. Wu Bei still remembered that he was yelling at the side just now, which affected his performance like a live sports broadcast, and he immediately rushed forward fiercely. You have the nerve to open your mouth, but I'm going to beat you until you call me daddy today. Seeing that the protagonist of the battle was about to be replaced, Ji Chang's quickly retrieved the weapons and equipment with his quick eyesight. To be honest, it's a bit difficult. Wu Bei has loved eating since he was a child, and he ate himself into a fat little fat boy. Although he didn't look too bloated and was quite cute, the weight was real. Fortunately, Ji Chang's did a lot of sex-specific strength training, so he didn't get in trouble with his girlfriend. The car overturned on my friend's cousin. Regarding Wu Bei, whose face was filled with the expression how could you stop me, Ji Chang's reasons were very legitimate. Stop your strength, you'll have to continue practicing later. Seeing him speaking to Wu Bei in such a gentle educational tone, Xiao Lu, who was ready for a battle, shivered. Ji Chang's title of male god at Lu University relies on his face and achievements. Girls can appreciate the handsomeness of people of the opposite sex, but not those of the same sex. His educational tone will only make the boy think that he wants to be the other person's father. There was a good show to watch. Xiao Lu shivered after typing and immediately came up with this idea. Wu Bei was originally very unhappy with Ji Chang's, but now he was taught like a child by Ji Chang's, and he didn't just explode. He was thinking about whether to record another dormitory battle, when Wu Bei really thought about it, and then let Xiao Lu go with a look of regret. You're lucky, I'll teach you a lesson next time. Xiao Lu? Other roommates? Damn it, when did Wu Bei become so obedient? Wasn't he always unhappy with Ji Chang's attitude? Naturally, Wu Bei also saw their surprised sight, which looked like the sun emerging from the west. He was very disapproving in his heart, and even felt a little secretly happy that everyone was drunk and I was alone. What do they know? He had practiced all afternoon and still couldn't figure it out. What a trick. Ji Chang's first teaching was as good as Ren Du's 2 meridians. He learned it in one go. He shouldn't give up such a good learning opportunity. He gave up and moved closer to Xiao Lu's bed. Ji Chang stood over again and asked, Xiao Lu, can you send the video you recorded? Let me have a copy. In his heart, Xiao Lu didn't look down on people like Ji Chang's who had girlfriends and hung out with pretty girls, but he never showed it on his face. The protagonist of the video is Ji Chang's. If someone wants something, he will naturally not refuse. Okay, I'll send it to you now. Wu Bei, who was standing behind him, immediately became alert. Are you planning to use me to make a sample video again? Okay. The thorns all over his body suddenly stood up again. Ji Chang's really didn't plan to give him a free lunch, and was using him for advertising again. And him. He actually fell into the same pit twice, and he still praised Ji Chang's from the bottom of his heart for being a good person. Ji Chang's turned his head and saw that Wu Bei was almost mad to death. He lowered his head and looked at his phone, and immediately smiled on his face. Yeah, but don't worry, I thought about it carefully. I can't let you work for nothing, so. He took out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wu Bei. He caught it with a confused look on his face, and then said, "This is advertising money." Wu Bei looked at the 50 yuan in his hand and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized that he was not short of money, and his anger suddenly rose again. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm the one who's short of these $50? Oh." Xiao Lu became energetic again. Ji Chang's actually took out 50 yuan to give him weapons. You know, Wu Bei is a rich second generation. He had the nerve to use such a small amount of money as advertising fees. It would be strange if he didn't feel that he was humiliated. The two of them had a good time breaking up today. He immediately sat up cross-legged and picked up a bag of potato chips as if watching a show. When Ji Chang's faced Wu Bei's question, his expression remained calm. "Of course you are not lacking. Actually, I didn't want to pay for the advertising, but you just practiced very seriously and your movements were very standard. Even your eyes were so sharp. Others watched this video and started practicing self-defense moves. The probability is still very high." His words were gentle and firm, and Wu Bei gradually began to feel lighter. That's not true. When he was practicing, he imagined that he was an ancient hero. Unexpectedly, Ji Chang's could even see this and admire his sharp eyes so much. Ji Chang's continued. "So even though I know you are not short of the money, I still give it to you. If I don't give it to you, I feel sorry for your efforts just now." Wu Bei couldn't help but have a proud look on his face, and he was pleased with the 50 yuan in his hand. This is proof of his hard work. He didn't want it, but Ji Chang still wanted to give it to him because of his ability. Hey, there is no way, excellent people will always encounter this kind of problem. Fine. Wu Bei, who was praising himself crazily in his heart, put the 50 yuan on the table and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he spoke. "Since you insist on giving it, although I am not short of money, I still accept it reluctantly." Xiao Lu threw the potato chips into his mouth and was shocked beyond measure by the scene before chewing it. "No. Are you stupid, Wu Bei? The point is, Ji Chang's paid you the advertising fee because of your efforts. The point is, he only gave you 50 yuan. He complained crazily in his heart, but the person involved was fully prepared. He didn't realize that he was still so beautiful. He was so diligent and conscientious that Ji Chang's even gave him money. When the break time came, the two of them then start sparring. Ji Chang's tone was still gentle and precise. Right? You should also pay attention to your surroundings when you fight. If you can't block it and attack from above, if you attack it, you should immediately crouch down and dodge from the side. In fact, you can also use the surrounding environment when necessary, like this. Wu Bei's body was very tired, but his spirit was getting more and more exciting. The feeling of being taught by Ji Chang's was completely different from practicing it on his own. Only now did he fully understand why martial arts was so popular. Wu Bei excitedly waved his broom to face him, feeling that he could do it even if he practiced for another 3 days and 3 nights. Beep, beep. The alarm sounds. Ji Chang's, who was also holding a broom, immediately took a step back and made a stop motion. Wu Bei stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead with unfinished thoughts, looked at Ji Chang's who picked up his mobile phone and turned off the alarm clock, and asked curiously. "Do you have anything else to do at this late hour?" "It's all right." Ji Chang's put down his phone as if nothing had happened and replied naturally. "The hour I timed is up." Wu Bei. He hasn't reacted yet, because Ji Chang's has practiced with him for so long and affirmed his diligence. There was a hint of intimacy in his words unconsciously. "Timer? Are you stealing food? Are you stealing from He Chen Chen again? My sister said she is almost mad at you." Ji Chang's shook his head, it's time for your self-defense instruction. He took out his mobile phone and showed the other party the time, exactly 1 hour. Wu Bei. Wu Bei. The closeness of the painting took a turn for the worse, and he was completely confused. You charge me money again. How can you say it is again? Ji Chang's corrected him patiently, didn't you run away last time and take away the money? Then. I thought about it carefully, and it's also true that you didn't know that I was charged for running with you last time. So this time, I made sure that you knew that my instructor was charging a fee to teach you. Huh. After he finished speaking, he looked surprised. Why are you like this again? With this expression, you are not planning to run away again, are you? Everyone in the dormitory is here this time. They all know that you only started practicing with me after knowing that I charged for coaching. You can't default on your payment. Wu Bei. He was caught off guard by Ji Chang's righteousness and didn't know what to say. He did know that Ji Chang's mentor charged money. $100 is nothing. Ji Chang's was so close to him, so gentle, so patient. Wait a minute. Wu Bei finally reacted unconsciously. His eyes widened in surprise, as if he had discovered the Truman world. What did you just say? I have such a good attitude because you charge money. Ji Chang's readily admitted, of course, my post clearly stated that I treat you like God. How about that? Is your service attentive? Wu Bei. He spoke with difficulty, then, what about those words you just praised me for? Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder, this is also part of the service. If you like it, you can add money. I promise to praise you 100 times without repeating it. Wu Bei. You also said that you learned it because you watched me practice all afternoon. This. Are you just talking nonsense for the sake of service? No, I really watched you practice all afternoon, and it was really because I saw you practicing all afternoon that I got the idea to post it. As soon as Ji Chang said these words, Wu Bei's face finally looked better. Before he could get some comfort, he heard Ji Chang's analyze to him seriously. You couldn't learn such a simple movement all afternoon. I obviously understood it after just one look, but it seems like your hands and feet don't obey your orders. Seeing Wu Bei immediately looked at him fiercely, he quickly comforted him, of course, this is definitely not your problem, it's because I'm too smart. Wu Bei, who was not comforted at all. Why do you make such a judgment? It's all your own. Ji Chang's was surprised, am I not smart? Every time I take an exam, I excel every time, but you fail every time. Isn't this enough to make a judgment? Wu Bei. He felt as if countless knives had been stabbed in his heart, and he could still hear Ji Chang's talking incessantly. There are so many people in our school who are failing. I was thinking at the time, there must be a lot of people who are not flexible with their hands and feet like you. This is a business opportunity. Tell me, does what I say make sense? Wu Bei. His pride, his dream of being a hero, were shattered. He was unwilling to give in and picked up the 50 yuan on the table. You just said this? Money. I am because my serious practice and hard work can set an example to attract people. Right, you reminded me. Ji Chang's naturally took the money from Wu Bei's hand and put it in his pocket. Why did you forget? There are still 50 here. I'll take the 50 first. You still owe me 50. Give it to me quickly. You just said you were not short of the money. I remembered it. Don't even think about defaulting on your debt. The weapons in his hands were all empty. At this moment, he felt as if he had been deceived by the wild man outside, only to find out that the other party was totally the lady, who came for the golden wig, on his head. The whole person is not well. He rummaged around in his pocket, found out 100 yuan and threw it to Ji Chang's, his tone full of grievance of being deceived. Who wants to default on the bill? Here. You. However, the image of Ji Chang's lowering his head to pick up the money when the 100 yuan fell to the ground did not appear at all. The other party stretched out his hand and accurately received the money flying in front of him. Then he looked at the 100 yuan in surprise and asked him, "Why did you give me too much? Is the rest my tip? Isn't that too generous?" "Wu Bei, who wants to give you tip? Ask me for money. Give me back my 50 yuan? Me." Seeing that he really didn't seem to have any intention of tipping, Ji Chang's could only take out the 50 yuan and hand it over with great regret. Wu Bei almost grabbed it. He felt that his fragile heart had been hurt a lot, and even though he got his advertising money back, he still couldn't be happy. He glared at Ji Chang's fiercely, rushed to the bed and covered his head with the quilt, took out his mobile phone and started to complain. Yuan Yang, who was doing yoga in the dormitory, heard the Fidian message notification sound. He stopped to rest temporarily and picked up his phone to read. The cousin's accusatory message popped up. "Sister, Ji Chang's went too far. Do you know what he did to me?" He told his cousin what had just happened, fully expecting the other party to help him share his hatred. However, Yuan Yang wiped the thin layer of sweat on his head and replied strangely. "He's not wrong, he is a paid guide, isn't it normal to charge money? Arms." He finally remembered begrudgingly that his cousin was no longer the dashing single with a vision of 5.0 in her left eye and a vision of 5.1 in her right eye. Since falling in love, she has been blind. Yuan Yang really thinks there is nothing wrong with her boyfriend. Especially an hour ago, her boyfriend excitedly sent her a message, saying that he didn't expect Wu Bei to be so interesting. As soon as he posted that he would provide self-defense guidance, the other party signed up. At that time, Yuan Yang was still happy that her boyfriend had a good relationship with his cousin. Unexpectedly, Wu Bei had no intention of giving him any money. How can this work? Although she and Nagasawa were in a relationship and planned to get married soon, and Wu Bei was no outsider, Nagasawa had clearly marked the price, so Wu Bei still wanted to give the money? That would be too much. This is strange, Yuan Yang thought. Wu Bei is not this kind of person. Yuan Yang thought for a while and started typing, "Have you spent all your monthly pocket money and are short of money? Red envelope. I gave you 500, you spend it first. Don't be angry, Nagasawa Moto, you are here to coach people just to make money. If he knows you are angry, he will be embarrassed. If you are short of money, just ask me for it, I will give it to you, you can tell me." Wu Bei. Was he angry at Ji Chang's for accepting money? Was he angry that Ji Chang's had praised him like a flower before? But it turned out that he was just trying to make money from him. Not sincere at all. Totally insincere. Wu Beiban went to Yuan Yang because he was angry, but he didn't expect to be even more angry after the search. He couldn't figure out how to pair up with his sister, who was not said to be smart but had normal vision in the past. Kamiki Nagaze suddenly became half-blind. No. He can't give up. Wu Bei controlled himself to calm down and found that his focus had shifted unconsciously. Didn't he still want to follow Ji Chang's and reveal his true face in the morning? Thinking of this, armed forces became alert. I almost forgot about the real thing. Ji Chang's is so good at coaxing people that even a man like him has been coaxed. He usually hangs out with a group of beautiful girls every day and coaxes them all to treat him as a good person. He definitely has no agenda. The angrier he gets now, the more he has to stay calm. Hibernating, he grabbed Ji Chang's handle and gave it to his sister to save her eyesight. After confirming the correct direction again, Wu Bei revealed his head from under the quilt. I happened to see Ji Chang's changing clothes, revealing some looming abdominal muscles, and he immediately covered them up with jealousy. I really don't know what those girls like about Ji Chang's. Isn't it just that he's good looking and has a good mouth, and he usually pretends to be gentle and has a few abs on his belly? There's still a whole piece on his stomach. Did he say anything? Ji Chang's changed into his pajamas, ignored the almost materialized citric acid behind him, and went to bed as if nothing had happened. Seeing a roommate, as if he was going to sleep, he consciously turned down the volume on his phone and asked casually, "Did you go to bed so early today?" "Yeah, I have something to do tomorrow and I have to get up early." Ji Chang's answer made Wu Bei get out of bed again and look at the clothes hanging on the guardrail of the upper bunk opposite. He knew that Ji Chang's had a habit of sorting out and hanging up the clothes he would wear the next day the night before. After staring at it carefully for a few seconds, Wu Bei found that these clothes were very formal. He suddenly became energetic. Although he was very unhappy with Ji Chang's, at least he lived in the same dormitory and he still knew his dressing habits. Ji Chang's usually cares about his image, but rarely wears formal clothes. Generally speaking, if he wears formal attire, it means that he attaches great importance to the next day's schedule. Okay. Arms were invigorated. It seemed that Ji Chang's really had plans for tomorrow, so he went to bed pretending not to notice anything, and then waited for him to follow quietly tomorrow. Ji Chang's closed his eyes and rehearsed the self-defense moves given by the state in his mind, finding the weaknesses over and over again and cracking them himself. After practicing it for more than a dozen times and unable to find any weaknesses, I planned to sleep. As a result, I heard a low voice like talking in sleep, "Ji Chang's." Ji Chang's opened his eyes and looked down. "Oh, it's not like talking in sleep, that's just talking in sleep." Wu Bei was sleeping with his arms and legs spread out, showing a smug smile in his sleep. "Bully my sister, I'll punch you in the face." Ji Chang's closed his eyes and slept silently. Early the next morning, the alarm clock still woke him up. He quickly got up, washed and dressed, and after tidying himself up, he opened the door and went out. As soon as the door closed, Wu Bei immediately opened his eyes. He lay cautiously on the bed for 2 minutes to make sure Ji Chang's didn't kill him like he did yesterday, and then immediately got up and lay down by the window to look down. Seeing Ji Chang's leaving the dormitory building and walking towards the outside of the school, Wu Bei quickly changed his shoes and clothes and ran down. He watched all the way and carefully followed Ji Chang's outside the school, where he saw the other party sitting on a chair outside the coffee shop next to the school. "It's early in the morning. Come and drink coffee with me. Who believes it?" Wu Bei continued to hide himself and probed his head. He had also stared at Ji Chang's before, because he actually queued for several hours to buy tickets for a star-chasing schoolgirl. At that time, Armed Forces was very unhappy. Forget about being a junior, you were facing a pretty elementary school girl. You are so attentive and you think my sister is dead? Unfortunately, after he told his sister about this, her sister said that Ji Chang's was just selling tickets and had reported them in advance, and the schoolgirl also paid more than the normal price. Armed to the death. His cousin doesn't understand men so much. How could Ji Chang's be so diligent just to be a scalper? He said he wasn't doing it for beauty. Who would believe it if he wanted to be favored by a woman? Wu Bei was gnashing his teeth as he was lost in memories, when he suddenly noticed a petite girl walking towards him. He happened to see what the other person looked like. 2 words, beautiful. The girl sat across from Ji Chang's, smiled slightly, and opened her mouth to say something. Then she waved to the waiter and started taking orders. Wu Bei, damn, I am indeed having dinner with a beautiful girl. He first clicked a photo of Ji Chang's and the girl sitting face to face, and then quickly sent it to Ji Yuanyang. Yuanyang, who is applying a facial mask. Wu Bei, did he tell you that he went out to eat with the beautiful girl? Yuanyang. Not really. She made an appointment with Ji Chang's for breakfast last night, but Ji Chang said he had something else to do in the morning and made an appointment with her at noon instead. Wu Bei, I just saw that he was mysterious and sneaky last night. Someone in the dormitory asked him what he was doing today and he kept it a secret. I guarantee he didn't tell you. You see, I told you before what a human being he is. I am with a group of beauties every day. If I say that I have no intentions, only a ghost would believe it. Yuan Yang. He Chen was taking off the mask in front of the mirror when he saw his best friend looking at her phone with a blank look on her face. When she curiously went over to take a look, she was furious. Yang, why are you still standing there? Isn't this the store in front of the school? Let's go. Let's confront him face to face. The two girls were very excited, flipping off their masks and running out in slippers. Fortunately, the dormitory building they lived in was not that far from the school entrance, and the sparks and lightning all the way were within the sight of armed forces. Wu Bei hurriedly followed them, saying as he walked, "You came just in time. They have almost finished their coffee. I think they are leaving soon." He Chen sneered, "Last night I said I couldn't have breakfast with Yang because I had something to do in the morning. Today I'm here to drink coffee with a beautiful girl. What a good guy." Ji Chang's. When Wu Bei heard that there was still this problem, he immediately became angry. How shameless. I must teach him a lesson today. Yuan Yang grabbed them and said, "Don't rush in like that, just pretend we met by chance. Nagaze told me that he has been. The part-time job may be something related to his work. If it is really a part-time job, it would be too embarrassing for him if we make such a fuss." Wu Bei and He Chen were reluctant, but seeing Yuan Yang insisting, they could only slow down with a sullen face. Close enough to hear Ji Chang saying, "Did you bring the money?" The elementary school girl turned sideways, unable to see her face clearly, and said in a clear voice, "The agreed price is 1 penny. Good." Ji Chang seemed to laugh and slapped a piece of paper on the table. "You inspect the goods. If there is no problem, you can pay. 3 people. This scene? It really doesn't look like a date. It's quite like a second-hand goods trading site." Yuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief and finally smiled on his face. "I just said Nagasawa is not that kind of person." He Chen, who misunderstood Ji Chang's for the second time. She couldn't wait to find one? Dig into the ground. If you don't know this, you would think that seeing her often means that your best friend will not be happy. Ah! I misunderstood again. Fortunately, Yang, you just stopped us, otherwise you and Ji Chang's would have been so embarrassed. After He Chen was ashamed, he was thankful that Yuan Yang calmed down. She looked unkindly at Wu Bei, who had informed him of the false news. "Little Bei." Wu Bei, "No, you can't blame me." He was so mysterious and refused to say anything. He drank coffee with a beautiful woman so early in the morning. Anyone who saw him would misunderstand him. After misunderstanding Ji Chang's for the second time, He Chen felt surprisingly guilty and even forgot about the grudge of stealing food. What misunderstanding? They are openly talking about business, but you are blind. What? I ran out without even washing my mask. Ji Chang's is such a nice person, do we have to believe that he knows? But you yourself told me last night that Ji Chang's is a sinister, cunning, and scheming man who will do whatever it takes to steal your food. I was just being arrogant for a moment. Now who doesn't steal food? I will steal food too. What's wrong with stealing food? That's a normal communication between classmates. He Chen got excited and made a loud voice. Ji Chang's and another girl who were doing the transaction looked up one after another. The two sides exchanged glances. Ji Chang stood up in surprise. Yang? Are you here to drink coffee too? He Chen stared at the girl opposite him precisely. He acted even more surprised than Ji Chang's schoolgirl. This is exactly the victim of He Chen who was greedy for other people's food, tried every possible means and had his friends lurk for half a month and finally succeeded in stealing the food. The person, a primary school girl. He Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. She strode over and saw $500 and a piece of paper on the table. and on that piece of paper was a printed screenshot of the vegetable garden. It looks so familiar. This is basically He Chenchen's vegetable garden. Not to mention that there is a Fitian Kiwanzi prompt in the center of the screenshot. You have picked all the food from your friend He Chen. He Chen. She looked at the schoolgirl who sneered at her, then at Ji Chang's, then at the piece of paper, and finally at the 500 yuan on the table. He Chen instantly thought of Ji Chang's previous phone call. He was indeed saying at that time, take it at 7 o'clock. Then contact Ji Chang's, and he had a plan to like and leave comments to increase his favorability just to steal food. Suddenly, He Chen understood everything. You actually hired Ji Chang's to ambush me for 2 weeks to steal my food. Just to get revenge on me for stealing your food. Yuan Yang also looked at her boyfriend in shock, never expecting that the trade secret he told him actually meant this. Ji Chang's noticed his girlfriend's gaze and smiled gently at her. This is my part-time job. It's a work-study program, Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 484. He Chen was even more shocked when he heard Ji Chang's words. Your work-study program means stealing food. Before Ji Chang's could say anything, the elementary school girl continued proudly. That's better than making friends just to steal food. Obviously, she has deep resentment. He Chen. She could blame Ji Chang's with confidence, but she still felt guilty in her heart when facing the elementary school girl. Girls' friendship can come and go quickly. When He Chen took the initiative to make friends, for these freshman students, they didn't say that their seniors were willing to be friends with them, but they were a little flattered in their hearts. As a result, the other party actually wanted to steal food. You can imagine how the elementary school girl felt like a bolt from the blue when she discovered that her food had been stolen. Fixin vegetable garden is popular all over the country. As long as 80% of the young people are playing it, its importance has also become higher and higher in the hearts of young people today. Now seeing He Chenchen's expression of shock and confusion, she always wanted to take revenge on He Chen, but she couldn't steal the food from him. The schoolgirl raised her chin and was extremely glad that she agreed to hire Ji Chang's to steal the food. Therefore, when faced with He Chenchen's disbelieving inquiry, did you come up with this method? You were planning it 2 weeks ago. She snorted coldly. In order to show her wisdom, she did not say that Ji Chang's took the initiative to find her, but mocked. That's what I learned from someone like you who has been lying in wait for half a month. He Chen. Again. She can be confident with others. To the victim who has suffered losses at his own hands, that's really unreasonable. In the end, I could only laugh dryly. Yes. My fault, I didn't expect you to remember it until now. Seeing He Chen admitting his mistake, the schoolgirl felt completely relieved. She grabbed the printed screenshot on the table and didn't look at the other person at all. She only said to Ji Chang's, who was standing next to his girlfriend. Senior, you just ordered the money. If there is no problem, I will leave first. Ji Chang's nodded. Okay, junior sister, please remember to give me a good review. The elementary school girl made an okay gesture, glared at He Chen, and then left with the screenshot satisfied. He Chen, who was still a little unable to react, looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that she would actually do this. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Wu Bei also sighed along with him. What a waste of money. Sister Chen, how are you worth 500 yuan? He Chen, yes? Yes. Ah, what? Wu Bei, who accidentally blurted out his true thoughts, realized what he had said and quickly covered his mouth. I don't mean that, I just mean that $500 is enough to hire someone to steal food. Such a waste. This time it was Ji Chang's turn. What a waste. Do you think these 500 yuan are just the price of stealing vegetables? But I spent 2 full hours leaving likes and messages for He Chen Chen every day in order to reach 100% favorability before the vegetables are ripe. Good mornings and good nights never stop, and I often have to chat with her every day to keep things going. The price of 500 yuan is too little for me. As Wu Bei listened, he actually felt that what Ji Chang said made sense. Especially since he was looking at it from the perspective of a schoolgirl, he naturally felt that 500 was too little. But now from Ji Chang's point of view, if he chats with a fierce person like Sister Chen Chen every day, checks in, leaves comments and likes, even if he is given 1,000, that is what he should do. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes? Yes. Sister Chen Chen has a good-looking face for nothing, and her personality is even more boring than my dad's. 500 yuan is too little to chat with her for 2 weeks. He Chen Chen next to him. Wuobi, do you want to die? And you Ji Changs. I am your girlfriend's best friend after all, and you actually helped an outsider to harm me. Being yelled at, Wu Bei shrank his neck and hid behind Ji Chang's. He is only a few months younger than He Chen Chen and his cousin, but the three of them grew up together. Compared to his gentle cousin, He Chen Chen, a tomboy, was simply a devil when he was young. All the evil things she has done are too many to write down. For example, catching bugs to scare Wu Bei, climbing a tree to hide in a tree and suddenly jumping down to scare Wu Bei into tears, playing games and always making Wu Bei the bride, etc. are a series of operations. Wu Bei has always classified Sister Chen Chen as a shadow of childhood. If he had been yelled at before, maybe he would still be scared. But now. He looked at Ji Chang standing in front of him. Wu Bei and He Chen Chen often complained about Ji Chang's behavior every time. The sky was full of girls, and all of them were beauties. Because of this, he knew even more clearly that in He Chen Chen's heart, Ji Chang's favorability was definitely much lower than his military preparedness. Now that the two of them had offended He Chen Chen, he didn't panic at all. There is nothing to panic about. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. Now Ji Chang's is the tall man with the best weapons. Ji Chang's kept He Chen Chen's secret for 2 weeks. In order to make money, he helped a primary school girl steal her food. He not only stole it once, but also stole it several times. He even deliberately blocked He Chen Chen from stealing food. This crime is much more serious than armaments. Although Ji Chang's has the title of gentle male god in school, but so what, He Chen Chen might have been more tolerant of Ji Chang's when he was a freshman in college. But since he got together with Yuan Yang, He Chen Chen has been well aware of the principle of stay away from best friends and boyfriends. Apart from politely adding a Fitian friend, He Chen Chen has almost no communication at all. Not to mention that Ji Chang's is more handsome than a celebrity, even if he is extremely handsome, as long as he is Yuan Yang's boyfriend, she will never be soft-hearted because of her boyfriend's face. There is no portrait of a man, that is, a four-legged frog. Knowing He Chen Chen's temperament well, he was confident. Anyway, Yuki Nagaze blocked the fire in front of him, and when Sister Chen Chen vented her anger on the opponent, he would be able to escape naturally. Sure enough, Wu Bei guessed right, He Chen Chen directly targeted Ji Chang's. You betrayed me just for these 500 yuan. Shameless. Ji Chang's calmly pulled Yuan Yang's hand who wanted to speak. You misunderstood. In fact, even though I helped my junior classmate lie in wait for 2 weeks and stole your food, I also wanted to help you. He Chen Chen almost laughed out loud. Help me? Is this how you help people? You have to be moderate when telling lies. Ji Chang's tone was gentle. Of course I'm helping you. This matter was your fault from the beginning. You can't refute it, right? My schoolgirl happily made friends with you, and we fell in love with you from now on. But it turned out that you went there to steal vegetables. She trusted you and gave you permission to grow the vegetable garden. It would be better for you to just show her the best talent. The burrow was stolen cleanly. Afterwards, people were angry. Do you feel guilty? I dare not see you. I'm not wrong. He Chen. When the bad things she had done were revealed, her originally furious arrogance was extinguished. He even wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Facing Ji Chang's calm gaze, she felt extremely guilty and whispered. Actually, I regretted it later. We really hit it off. I didn't even plan to steal it at the time. But I woke up early that morning and went to my friend's vegetable garden. I was obsessed with stealing. I was confused and stole her vegetable garden. Although today's students can use 36 strategies to steal food. But after all, people's hearts are not made of iron, and He Chen really likes elementary school girls. As a result, she has such mean hands. Seeing He Chen's face of shame, Ji Chang's followed her words and continued. Think about it for yourself, how you felt when you found out that I had been lying in wait for 2 weeks to increase my friendship level like crazy, and all I did was to steal your food. My schoolgirl discovered you at that time. How I felt when I stole her food. He Chen recalled how he was so angry when he discovered that he wished he had to pick up a knife and fight Ji Chang's. She felt even more guilty. Ji Chang's continued to be tempting. Think about it again. If you want to forgive me, what have you done to make you not hate me so much for stealing your food? He Chen thought for a moment, then asked with uncertainty, am I stealing your food too? The moment she found out that Ji Chang's had stolen her food, she really wanted to take revenge personally. At that time, Yuan Yang asked Ji Chang's to open the vegetable garden and let her steal, but she didn't agree. What kind of revenge is it if the other party takes the initiative to send it? What she wanted was to plan the time and steal it in front of Ji Chang's without his knowledge. And it must be something she cherishes very much. The other party spent a lot of time and effort to grow the vegetables, and let her steal them herself, and then watch the other party feel heartbroken and scratch her heart. He Chen, who had just finished thinking this way, suddenly thought that it seemed like the elementary school girl was the one who instigated Ji Chang's to treat him this way. She suddenly said. Seeing the look of realization on her face, Ji Chang's laughed. You understand now. If someone pays her the wrong amount because of her true feelings, even if you serve all your dishes, you still won't be able to relieve the hatred in her heart. The only way to make her stop hating you and thinking about you is to let her retaliate in person. She must take this revenge so that she can feel comfortable in her heart. You only need to look at her to know that she is willing to pay someone to steal food. I hate you so much, so I took this part-time job. Otherwise, it was just a small matter of stealing food. If the schoolgirl gets upset, as time goes by, a small grudge turns into a big one, and then it will no longer be a matter of stealing food. And anyway, she wants to find someone to take revenge on you. It's better to find me than to find someone else. How can we say it? We have a bit of friendship. Didn't I still leave you a vegetable? If it were someone else, maybe the seeds would be dug for you. He Chen. She was a little confused. Why did Ji Chang say that she, the person whose food was stolen, should not only bear grudges to the other party, but also thank him? Naturally, she will not forget her original intention as soon as she is told something. At this moment, I can still ask clearly, but you are helping outsiders to anger me. Why don't you still? Don't understand. Ji Chang smiled helplessly, looking like he couldn't figure out why He Chen still couldn't figure it out. This matter was originally a win-win situation. You said it yourself, since you lied to the schoolgirl, do you feel guilty? No. How can you apologize to her? She won't even forgive you. He Chen nodded. She immediately woke up after discovering that she had stolen the food from her schoolmate, and quickly went to the other party to apologize. At first, the schoolgirl was very talkative, but when she found out that the green seeds she collected at that time were short of the best tempura, and it had been half a month since she had the best tempura. He immediately thought of the reason why He Chen suddenly approached him half a month ago, and suddenly became furious. Facing her questioning, He Chen felt guilty and didn't know how to explain it. He hid for a while. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it, and then he tried to come to sue for peace. You can see now that how many times she asked for peace, she failed several times. Even if she was willing to open her vegetable garden to the schoolgirl deleted her Fidion angrily and never approved her friend application. This is either a matter of gender mismatch, or a plot about a scumbag plotting to become rich and beautiful. The schoolgirl has a big vegetable garden with lots of vegetables. Ji Chang's. Look, the schoolgirl hired me to steal food, and I got 500 yuan as a part-time fee. The schoolgirl succeeded in her revenge. She is happy and happy. You were successfully retaliated by your junior sister. Will your junior sister never do it again in the future? With this matter still lingering in your mind, you can still return the food to her now. You don't have to feel guilty and want to pay her back. After finishing speaking, he spread his hands. Isn't this just a win-win-win situation? I just thought that doing this would be good for all of us, so I agreed to it. If you try to say nice things and apologize now, she will definitely agree to your friend application. He Chen was dubious, glanced at Ji Chang suspiciously, took out his phone, said something nice in the application information, apologized properly, and tried to apply as a friend. The next second, the other side seemed to have been waiting for her to join her, passing by at high speed. Real. He Chen instantly became happy. She added me. Ever since the incident of stealing food, the schoolgirl felt that she had been cheated of love and food. She has always had a hatred attitude towards He Chen and always rejected her application as a friend. This time it turned out to be what Ji Chang said. She vented her anger and gained the upper hand in this food-stealing battle. She could no longer shut He Chen out. Ji Chang's was also surprised. Originally, the elementary school girl didn't just hate He Chen for stealing food, but she hated her for adding her as a friend just to steal food. Girls' feelings are more delicate than men's. She has always hated He Chen because she still has feelings for He Chen. If He Chen had been stalking him and saying sweet words every day to make peace, the other party would still have met. Forgiven. It's a pity that He Chen is also a straight girl. She only knows that she feels guilty in her heart. She also thinks that if someone rejects her and adds her as a friend, she doesn't want to see her again, so she keeps avoiding her. Can you not be angry when a primary school girl saw her and gave up after adding her as a friend only a few times? Of course, the two got back together, and Ji Chang's had to add insurance to prevent them from telling the truth about this stealing during their chat. Facing He Chen who was a little at a loss, he knew what to say, so he encouraged. If you do this, you praise her for being smart, say that she is a conspiracy, say that you admire her so much, and you can't compare to her in stealing food. He Chen hesitated. Is this okay? Okay, of course. Ji Chang's tone was very confident, and coupled with his extremely handsome face, he looked very trustworthy. She broke up with you before because she thought you tricked her. Now that she's tricked her back, you still admire her, and she's upset. The knot in my heart was completely let go. Then you say that you don't regret it very much. You actually cherish your friendship very much. She must be soft-hearted. He Chen nodded and followed Ji Chang's words and sent a message to his schoolgirl. The schoolgirl over there almost laughed out loud when she saw the news. Just as Ji Chang's guessed, she had always felt that He Chen was playing tricks on her easily because he was a senior, 1 year older than her and with little experience. Later, I only asked her a few times and never came to see her again. Now I see He Chen admitting defeat and telling her that he really has feelings for her and cares about cherishing her as a friend. The elementary school girl couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She stared at it and said, "You are really amazing. I heard from Ji Chang's that this method of increasing your favorability and stealing food was something you came up with. It is much better than me." The more she looked, the happier she became. Nagasawa-senpai. That's great. He actually gave this title to her as agreed before? Moreover, he also helped her by saying nice things and praising her in front of He Chen. No wonder the forum said that Nagasawa-senpai is a part-time master. The 500 yuan spent is so worth it. And He Chen here, after receiving the obviously soft-spoken reply from the elementary school girl, felt that Ji Chang's was really a good person. Because Ji Chang said that he originally planned to hand the screenshots to the schoolgirl and make sure that the schoolgirl calmed down before giving He Chen a message to ask her to sue for peace. In this way, He Chen, who knew nothing about it, was pleasantly surprised to find that the schoolgirl was willing to forgive her. And the schoolgirl will also let go of her grudge because she secretly directed Ji Chang's to steal vegetables successfully. As for Ji Chang's himself, he smiled gently and indifferently. Anyway, I have nothing to do with you. If you hold a grudge against me, you will hold a grudge against me. At most, I will let you steal food a few times and this matter will be over. Oh my God. He Chen looked at Ji Chang's with admiration. She really didn't expect that her best friend's boyfriend, whom she had always had a problem with, would be such a considerate, gentle person who could do good deeds without leaving a name. If they had happened to bump into the transaction site this time, Sadaki Nagasawa would have been so unknown and misunderstood by her. For a moment, He Chen even doubted whether he had misunderstood Ji Chang's or not. After all, this place today, although it is a veritable part-time job. However, because the part-time job process needs to be kept confidential, the content of the part-time job cannot be told to others. In the eyes of others, such as Wu Bei, it is just Ji Nagasawa secretly meeting an elementary school girl. Naturally, He Chen also thought of other places. This time it's part-time. How many times did Ji Chang's get along with beauties before? When I think of beautiful women, I naturally think of myself misunderstanding Ji Chang's twice. People help her, but she thinks of them as scumbags in her heart. He Chen felt guilty and said, "I'm really sorry. I thought before, I didn't expect that you were doing it for my own good." Nothing. Ji Chang still held Yuan Yang's hand and raised their hands towards her to hold each other. "You are Yan Jiang's good sister, and of course I will help you if I can. Yang Yang has mentioned to me several times before that you have been feeling uncomfortable because of this matter, and you can't even think about it when you go to bed at night. Tossing and turning. Now that this matter has been resolved, you are happy, and Yang Yang can also have a good sleep. This is obviously a joke." Yuan Yang's cheeks flushed red at her boyfriend's words, and she patted him lightly in embarrassment. "What did you say?" "Oh. It turns out it's for Yan Jiang's happiness." After realizing this, He Chen was even happier than knowing that Ji Chang's had helped him. She also teased her best friend, "It seems that I really have to thank Yang Yang. Otherwise, if your boyfriend doesn't love you enough, he wouldn't do such a big favor for me." Yuan Yang's face turned redder. "Don't you hate it?" "I hate it. Stop talking now. There's nothing to be shy about. This is a sign that Ji Chang's loves you. I don't just want to tell you, I also want to tell others so that they all know." The two girls started laughing and joking. The completely forgotten weapon hiding behind Ji Chang's. "No. Yes. Wait. His face was full of confusion, and he had no idea how things would develop. From Ji Chang's actually stole He Chenchen's food for 500 yuan to Ji Chang's helped He Chen and his elementary school girl for Yuan Yang reconciled. Is this scientific? Isn't this outrageous? Seeing He Chen and Yuan Yang laughing and joking, they walked around behind him. Wu Bei subconsciously raised his head. Just in time to meet He Chenchen's eyes with a smile on his face. He Chen was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that Wu Bei, that brat, had said a lot of bad things about him before, and the smile on his face slowly fell. Next, a pair of eyes narrowed dangerously. Wu Bei. He realized that He Chen was thinking of him. Seeing He Chen striding over, he was so frightened that Bai Pang's body trembled, and he quickly walked around behind his cousin. Afraid of being doomed, he quickly imitated Ji Chang's. Me, Sister Chen, I too? To help you. He Chen sneered. Okay, tell me, you said I'm not worth 500 yuan, so why did you help me? Wu Bei. He Chen, you say, as long as you say it, I will thank you immediately. Wu Bei. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Realizing that he didn't know what to say, he was desperate. Wipe. How could Ji Chang's lie in wait for 2 weeks to steal food and have such a deep hatred that he could describe as helping? He just said that Sister Chen was not worth 500 yuan, and he was crucified. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He Chen lost his patience. Wu Bei tried to resist tenaciously at the beginning. However, although he practiced the self-defense moves well, he only practiced for 1 afternoon and was not as good as He Chen, who had been fighting frequently since he was a child. After resisting stubbornly for a while, he started to scream as he was being taught a lesson. Ji Chang's and Yuan Yang sat on chairs, admiring this beautiful view and discussing in a low voice what to eat for lunch. Yuan Yang suddenly thought of something and raised his eyes to look at her boyfriend. Are you short of money recently? It seems you have been working part-time. Isn't this? We are going to get married soon. Do I also want to make plans for our future? Ji Chang smiled and took out his mobile phone and showed her the apocalypse reminder post. Have you read this post? Yuan Yang took one look and nodded. I've read it, some of the contents are quite interesting. As for whether or not to believe her, I didn't say that. To be honest, many people just join in the fun of this post. If anyone really believes it, other people will think it is persecutory delusion. Ji Chang's also understands this truth. He knew that most of the countries that posted this post didn't believe it so much, and they would only take some measures just in case. But it's just a part of it. It would be outrageous to really treat a prophecy whose truth or falsehood cannot be determined as an important time. So he only said, there are many survival problems here. The guides and everything are very real. I asked around, and quite a few people believed this post and bought a lot of stuff back home. Some supermarkets in the city were sold out. Looking at the situation, I'm not sure whether this post is true or false, but it's certain that it won't be easy to buy things recently. Why don't we call our families and ask them to stock up on food and drinks? It's useful so that you won't be unable to buy anything. Yuan Yang thinks about it and thinks it makes sense. She still remembered that there was news that a certain item was out of production, so it would soon be unavailable on the market, causing many people to go shopping. Then, that certain item was really out of stock for a while. It's not that the output is not strong, but that people are afraid that they won't be able to buy it in the future, so they spend a lot of money to buy as much as they can, resulting in the products being sold out as soon as they are put on the shelves. Some people who don't believe the rumors have no choice but to join in the panic buying when they see the situation. Ji Chang's had already called home last night. His family lives in a small county town. In addition to his parents, he also has an older brother and a sister-in-law. The sister-in-law also has a child in her belly. The original owner has been good-looking since he was a child and has been praised by people. It was precisely because of this that he was flattered, and he never thought highly of his parents who came from the countryside. His honest brother and sister-in-law who came from the countryside were also secretly looked down upon by him. But he has always been good at showing off, and because being admitted to Lu University is the pride of his parents. When he called back last night, what his son, who has been promising since he was a child, said was obviously in the eyes of the old couple. It was very important, and I immediately said I would go shopping today. In the memory of the original owner, the small county in his hometown was an early safe zone, because the army happened to be stationed there, and in addition, most of the young people in that small county went out to go to school, work, and zombies. They were calmed down without causing much trouble. It's just that this is a worldwide disaster, and the local army can only barely maintain the safety there, and the outside world is helpless. In the memory of the original owner, many people were envious of his hometown. The original owner also thought about going back to join his parents, but he was recognized by He Chen Chen and the others as soon as he stopped at a base for repairs. Kill him. Ji Chang's also thought about going back to his hometown before the end of the world was over. It's just that in the memory of the original owner, there were some accidents 2 days before the end of the world. A plane crashed and a train derailed. It was just that at that time, no one connected these accidents together, and it was not until after the apocalypse broke out that anyone at the base suggested that those accidents might also be the impact of the apocalypse. Ji Chang's didn't know the specific time at all. If such a small probability event happened to him, he had better not believe in his luck. The original owner didn't even remember clearly when the accident happened to which plane and which train. Ji Chang's could only mention it in his prophecy to the country. Yuan Yang has always been convinced by her boyfriend. This kind of conviction comes not only from the other party's radiant appearance, but also from his status as one of the top academics. Seeing that Wu Bei and the others couldn't calm down for a while, she simply sat next to Ji Chang's and called her father. What? Are you afraid that everything will be robbed and you want me to stock up? Dad Yuan's loud laughter reached Ji Chang's ears without turning on the speakerphone. Snatch it all, grab it all, if you run out of rice, grain, and other things, I will take your mother to the restaurant. Yuan Yang. She thinks what her father said makes sense. She turned her face to look at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's typed a message on his mobile phone for her to read. Yuan Yang, is this really okay? She looked at her boyfriend hesitantly. Ji Chang's nodded decisively towards her. Fine. Yuan Yang still trusts her boyfriend. She coughed dryly and said, based on what Ji Chang's typed, Dad, even if you don't cook at home, you can still stock up on some rice and the like. Then everyone in the community will grab it. When the time comes, if you go to the community and pay the original price, everyone will say you are a nice person. Dad Yuan smiled. He is also starting from scratch, because he looks extremely fierce, and he is always looked at with weird and frightening eyes when he goes out. If he goes out in the middle of the night and meets someone else, no matter if the other person is a man or a girl, women will quickly move away. Yuan Yang once complained to her boyfriend about this, in order to make her boyfriend believe that although her father looks fierce, he is really a good person, and she doesn't need to be too scared when he comes to her door. This shows how much Father Yuan resents being misunderstood by others. Now that he heard his daughter's idea, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was right. Moreover, they live in a villa area, and many people open fires in their own homes. This is not a question of whether they have money or not. After all, many bosses' mothers and fathers have been taken over to live in the garden. Plant vegetables inside. If he does it well this time, he might be able to form some good relationships. Even if the information given by his daughter is not accurate, it is just a matter of spending money to buy some rice. This thing can be put away. Even if it doesn't stay put, he can still give it to the employees' relatives. Father Yuan thought about it and decided that it was good. He had already decided to buy groceries in his heart, but he still didn't make any move. Did you come up with this on your own? You couldn't, right? He still knows about his daughter. He suffered a lot when he was a child, and after having a daughter, he couldn't help but pamper her. Yuan Yang has never suffered anything since he was a child, and he is totally careless. How could she possibly come up with such a way to persuade him? He lowered his voice, yes? No. Your boyfriend. Hearing that her father had guessed it, Yuan Yang looked sweetly at her boyfriend who was looking at her gently. Yes, it's Nagasawa. Nagasawa also called his parents. Dad Yuan, haha. Don't think that he doesn't have anything at home. You know, how can he and his wife, Chen Chen, have such a small ear to repay God? Since they knew that their daughter was in love, the two people who originally wanted to inquire about her stopped thinking when they saw her looking like she was immersed in love and unable to extricate herself, and only looked for the girl they looked at. The elder He Chen Chen inquired. He Chen Chen really didn't have much objection to Ji Chang's at first. When she found out that her uncle and aunt were looking for her, she was very wary and told Yuan Yang, but Yuan Yang herself, although she couldn't laugh or cry, her parents went through such a big detour to find her, and even her best friends were not willing to do so. She said, but she also felt that her boyfriend was flawless and was not afraid to inquire. After getting Yuan Yang's permission, He Chen Chen told her parents the truth when they came to ask. She didn't give up until she discovered that something was wrong with Ji Chang's. It's a pity that Yuan Yang is good at everything, but he can't listen to persuasion after falling in love. And Yuan's father has suffered a lot since he was a child, so he doesn't persuade his daughter when he sees that he is so focused on it. He knew very well that young people at this age dislike persuasion. After all, part of the reason why he was able to marry a young and beautiful wife was that the other party originally just liked him to talk powerfully and give it a try. As a result, her parents did not agree, so she developed a rebellious mentality. In the process of fighting with her parents, her relationship with Yuan's father became deeper and deeper. Dad Yuan has received such benefits himself, so he certainly has experience. He didn't want to be a bad person in front of his daughter and push the daughter he had worked hard to cherish for more than 20 years into the arms of a scumbag. Anyway, since she means to bring someone to the door, when they meet, even if Ji Chang's pretends to be a Buddha, he can pull off the gold foil on the other person's body, revealing the layer of real skin underneath. Thinking about how he would lead Ji Chang's to reveal his true colors when he met him, Yuan's father still said with a smile. That's right, then he's really as smart as you said. Pooh. So glib and scheming. He couldn't complain that he had to hang out with beautiful women every day and still be able to coax his daughter into thinking that she didn't do anything. He smiled and asked about the situation in his daughter's school. After making sure that the other party was not wronged, he hung up the phone and called his daughter 2,000 yuan, and then ran to his wife to complain. Yuan's mother is also very unhappy that her daughter's boyfriend is attracting attention. When they fell in love, they not only said they would avoid people of the opposite sex, but they simply regarded helping beautiful women as a career. She didn't believe it if the other party had nothing in mind. We, Yang, are just too young. If it were me, would you dare to queue for an hour for a beautiful woman? I would kick you out. Father Yuan hurriedly beat her leg attentively. How could I do it? I'm not one of those men who have girlfriends and still flirt around. The two of them criticized their daughter's boyfriend's unreliability and daughter's blindness again, and then they were satisfied and relaxed a little. Yuan's mother took out her mobile phone. It's almost time for lunch. Let me ask Chen Chen. Ever since that brat named Ji Chang stole her food, she has been particularly disgusted with him. Who knows? Wait, is there something big happening over there? At school, Wu Biatongshan was taught a lesson? A refreshed He Chen Chen was eating chicken drumsticks when he received a notification sound from Fitian. He opened it and took a look while eating. Hey, the aunt asked her how she handled the matter of Ji Chang stealing her food. Thinking that he had said bad things about Xiao Ji Chang's to his uncle and aunt before, He Chen Chen felt guilty again. She quickly make amends. UN family. When the Fitian alert sounded, Yuan's mother picked up the phone and looked at it with her husband. Auntie, it turns out that I misunderstood Ji Chang's. He lurked for 2 weeks to steal my food for my own good. I misjudged him before. He is really a good person. Yuan's mother and Yuan's father. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Strangeness. Chen Chen is. What the hell? The author has something to say. Good night tweet. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 485. Another early morning. When Ji Chang's opened his eyes, he immediately looked at the other people in the dormitory. All of them are doing well. One of them must have stayed up all night. He has 2 big dark circles under his eyes and is tapping his phone crazily across the screen. Very good, none of them turned into zombies. Looking at the lower bunk again, he was lying on the bed. He was as armed as a turtle with its shell removed, and he jumped out of the lower bunk neatly. This move startled the big brother who was swimming in the game world. He raised his eyes and glanced at Ji Chang's. Are you a great cosplayer? Where's the orangutan? Ji Chang stood on the spot and moved his hands and feet. He ignored the buddy's teasing and slapped Wu Bei on the exposed shoulder. Wu Bei, who was sleeping soundly, shook violently, raised his head and opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. Huh? What's wrong? Ji Chang stretched out his hand and grabbed it like a chicken. Get up and run. Wu Bei. He didn't have any time to react. He was like a little chicken being easily pulled up to a sitting position by his arm. Then 2 pieces of clothing flew into his face, and his sneakers were kicked to the edge of the bed. By the time Wu Bei took off the clothes covering his face in confusion, Ji Chang's had already gone into the bathroom to wash up. What the hell? Even though Wu Bei's mind was clear, he still couldn't understand what the situation was like now. Ji Chang's went for a morning jog on his own, so why did he drag him along? It's just getting bright outside. He finished mumbling, yawned, and lay back down again. As a result, Ji Chang's, who came out of the bathroom the next second, threw a cold wet towel on his face. Wu Bei's whole body felt bad. He suddenly took off the wet towel and sat up. Ji Chang's, don't think you are my sister's boyfriend and you have seduced Sister Chen Chen. You can do whatever you want to me. I tell you that I can't. Not to be trifled with. Before he could finish speaking, a mobile phone screen was blocked in front of him. Wu Biana? He was forced to hold back his breath and almost lost his breath. What? Ji Chang shook his phone and said, look at the amount of money collected on it. Wu Bei, I don't care how much money you have, huh? Why did Sister Chen Chen transfer so much money to you? Ji Chang's threw the phone into his arms, and when he saw him catching it hurriedly, he bent down to put on his shoes and said, your sister Chen Chen was chatting with me yesterday. When you were a child, you swore to the sky that you would protect them both when you grew up, but as a result, you grew up. She is out of breath after just a few steps. In order for you to fulfill her oath, she paid out of her own pocket and hired me to take you running and practicing martial arts every day. Wu Bei. He looked at the transfer on his phone in disbelief, and then at Ji Chang's. Impossible? Is it possible? Are you lying to me? Sister Chen Chen, hasn't she spent all her pocket money this month? Ji Chang's put on his shoes, straightened up and thought for a while. It is said that it is because of you, my younger brother, that she shamelessly bows to her biological father. As they talked, the only campus male idol among the four who was not a rich second-generation man sighed with envy. What an enviable sibling relationship. Wu Bei. Bullshit brother-sister relationship. It was clear that Sister Chen Chen still hated those few words he said and was deliberately spending money to punish him. Get up quickly. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. It's so bright in the morning. Why should we run 5 laps to warm up? If Ji Chang's surging works, then Wu Bei will no longer be Wu Bei. He turned a deaf ear and lay down on the bed. I won't go, whoever wants to go can go. You accepted the money anyway. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how will she know? After hearing what Wu Bei said, Ji Chang smiled gently. Yes, what you said makes sense. Before the other party could relax, he said again, unfortunately, I am very professional, get up. In the end, Wu Bei was carried to the playground. It's not an adjective, it's true. After being put down and his feet finally landed, the look he looked at Ji Chang's could be described as horror. How did you do it? I am so much heavier than you. How could you lift me up? Ji Chang's had no intention of answering him at all, he just said, we'll chat after we finish a lap. Wu Bei really wanted to refuse. But he can't beat the opponent at all. In the end, he could only run around pitifully under this guy's power. As he ran, the soft white flesh on his body swayed. It does look like he needs to lose weight. Wu Bei lowered his head and looked at his thighs, and ran a little more seriously. It's just that this idea didn't last very long. After one lap, he was so exhausted that he no longer wanted to lose weight. What kind of weight loss? Why should he reduce the meat he eats based on his ability? And what's wrong with having too much meat? It looks so healthy. There were complaints in his heart, but Wu Bei didn't dare to say anything to Ji Chang's, who had a higher force value than him. He only thought of the previous question and asked another one. All over? This time Ji Chang's answered. Keep it secret. Okay, enough rest, let's continue running. Wu Bei. He looked at the back of the figure running slowly and evenly in front of him, and he almost wanted to rush up and strangle Ji Chang's to death. No more running. No matter what, he won't run away. There are so many skinny people in the world, and he is not the only one missing. Wu Bei, who had made up his mind and refused to run away even if Ji Chang's really picked him up, sat down and looked up, and saw Ji Chang stopped in front of him. Talking to a girl? Arms. He suddenly jumped up, and rushed all the way to the other party's side almost as fast as he could. As I got closer, I realized that the girl was pretty, had a perfect figure, and was a real beauty. She was smiling at Ji Chang's. Thank you, Junior. The price of these baseball bats is too cheap. If it weren't for your relationship, we definitely wouldn't be able to buy them. It's nothing, just a quick connection. Ji Chang's was smiling and being polite to the other party when he saw Wu Bei running over like a rabbit that found someone snatching food. He was not embarrassed and just patted him on the shoulder and introduced to his senior sister. This is Wu Bei, my girlfriend's brother, we live in the same dormitory. Wu Bei, this is senior sister Rong Shu, a junior. Seeing Ji Chang's frank look, Wu Bei lowered his guard slightly and acted obediently. Hello, senior. Hello. Rong Shu didn't think too much. After nodding to Wu Bei and saying hello, she returned to the previous topic. When will the batch of baseballs arrive? It will be delivered around 9 o'clock this morning. If senior sister is in a hurry, I will call to hurry up. Don't worry, 9 o'clock is already quite early. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Rong Shu left. As soon as the person left, the smile on Wu Bei's face immediately turned vigilant. This senior is the one you queued up to buy tickets for, right? I was wondering why the name sounds so familiar. Ji Chang's looked like he didn't understand his underlying lines at all, and his attitude was as natural as possible. It's senior sister Rongshu. Why did you stop? Then keep running. Wu Bei remembered the name Rongshu in his heart. Don't blame him for being a soldier. In fact, it's Ji Chang's who has a lot of criminal records. A normal person with a girlfriend? Who would hang out with such beautiful women? He ran and thought. I just listened to the chat between Ji Chang's and Rongshu. Does it mean that Rongshu asked the other party to buy a batch of baseball bats? And the price seems to be very cheap. When did Ji Chang's have this business? I had never heard of him having this part-time job before. Isn't he just a running encourager, a training instructor, a learning counselor, an early-to-bed and early-riser supervisor, a games coach, and a master? After thinking about it, Wu Bei, it seems that there are already so many part-time jobs, so it's normal to add another one. Ji Chang's didn't pay attention to his brother-in-law's muttering. He and his men finished running, stretching, and sparring for a while. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. This time is the main time for morning jogging. Yuan Yang, who was dragging the sleepy He Chen out, saw the two people walking this way at a glance, and was immediately pleasantly surprised. You guys got up so early too? Yeah, didn't He Chen hire me to help him lose weight last night? I took him out for a walk. Ji Chang smiled as soon as he saw Yuan Yang, pushed Wu Bei forward, and asked for credit. Look at him, he has been running all morning. Isn't he more energetic? Yuan Yang immediately nodded and cheered, so energetic. Nagasawa, are you still good at teaching? The head is sweating profusely, the whole body is embarrassed, and the eyes are dull. Is there any weapons left? Right want on the left eye and die on the right eye. Love really makes people blind. Yuan Yang, who had originally planned to go for a morning jog, immediately forgot his original intention when he saw the color, and went to the cafeteria with Ji Chang's and others to eat. Although most college students sleep in, there are also many self-disciplined students. The cafeteria is still very lively, and there are also morning joggers in 2s and 3s on the playground. Ji Chang's was eating steamed buns while looking at the tranquil scenes outside, knowing that the whole school was about to change. Wu Bei next to him didn't know anything. He was still there? While eating, he complained to He Chen and Ji Chang's. He was so crazy about money that he actually printed out a bunch of content from that apocalyptic post and planned to sell it for 5 yuan a copy. I'm not stupid. Even if he really wanted a printed version, just spend money to print it at the school gate, or just walk a few steps. He Chen now seems to have completely sided with Ji Chang's. After hearing this, he not only disagreed, but also said, "You are stupid. Do you think everyone is willing to spend that time to print at the school gate? Take you for example, are you willing to walk so many miles just to save a few bucks?" Wu Bei. He really doesn't want to. But deep down, I was still unconvinced. Originally, what's the use of printing this thing? It was created by a person with delusion in the first place. There won't be a few similar posts every year. The time for the end of the world that people predicted was today, but didn't nothing happen today? Ji Chang's actually wanted to make money through that post. After today, once the popularity of the post has passed, even if the various survival methods in it are quite interesting, it is estimated that no one will buy it. Anyway, I think this is a waste of printing money, and he only printed it and posted a post on the internet to sell it, and didn't even go door to door to sell it. I'm confused. Just as he was talking, Wu Bei suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around blankly and met Ji Chang's smiling gaze. Wu Bei, what do you want to do? Ji Chang shook his head, looking like I'm harmless. Why are you looking at me like this? I'm not a bad person. I was just thinking, what you just said makes sense. How can I just post a post without promoting it? Some people don't use school forums. How many potential customers will I miss? Hearing that, Ji Chang's looked at him because he thought his idea was a good one. Wu Bei relaxed and looked proud. Of course, my dad started from scratch with my uncle, so of course I inherited his business talent. Hearing what he said, Ji Chang's had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Do you have business talent? We have known each other for such a long time, but I have never seen you succeed in doing business. Being looked down upon by Xiao, Wu Bei angrily said, that's because I have never done business. I'm just not short of money and too lazy to bother. If I do it, ha. Ji Chang's nodded. Who doesn't know how to brag? How can I say that if I did business now, I would immediately build a business empire? Wu Bei was originally unhappy with Ji Chang's title of male god, but now he saw him calling him bragging in front of his two sisters, and he immediately exploded. Why do you call me bragging? Have you ever seen me fail in business? A smile appeared on Ji Chang's face. The military preparedness was worse than he imagined, and he could not bear to be provoked. Okay, how about we compete? As expected, Wu Bei, who was just above, agreed immediately. Okay. What's the comparison? Ji Chang's clicked on the posts on his phone. At once. Compared with the one you just mentioned, I printed 500 copies, and the cost price is 80 cents per copy. I will give you a purchase price of 1 yuan, and you have to sell it for 5 yuan. I bet on how many you can sell in this morning. Wu Bei wanted to agree at first, but then he suddenly woke up and looked at him suspiciously. Are you trying to trick me into helping you sell this apocalyptic survival strategy? Ji Chang suddenly looked surprised. Why do you think so? How much can you help me sell in one morning, and what's the benefit to me if I lie to you about selling? Wu Bei thought about it carefully. It seems so. This morning, no matter how powerful he was, how many could he sell? Ji Chang's wouldn't take advantage of this to let him help sell those survival strategies, but they wouldn't make much money. Okay. It's a deal. How much do you think the blockage will be? Ji Chang's pretended to think for a while. If it lasts all morning, now. Between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, even if you have 4 hours, if you sell more than 30 copies, you will be considered to have business talent. How about it? Wu Bei thought about it carefully. 30 copies sounded like a lot. But there are so many people in the school. There are 4 people in one dormitory alone. He only needs to sell it around, and he can show off its contents to boys, and he can lose weight by practicing its self-defense training with girls. Isn't the problem still big? The most important thing is that Ji Chang's looks down on him. Only when he does something big in one go can he impress the other party. From now on, he will no longer rely on him to do anything. Okay. 30 is 30. You put those in the printing room, right? I'll get them right away. He went there with high spirits. Ji Chang's looked at his back and took a sip of porridge. Although Wu Bei has always been very useless, he is really a little clever. In order to win this bet, he will definitely try his best to sell these. When the apocalypse comes, these apocalypses are just a fun way to survive, and they are a good thing for the survivors in the school to save their lives. Facing Yuan Yang and He Chen Chen, who were watching the bet, Ji Chang smiled slightly. Aren't you asking him to lose weight? Running around for 4 hours is enough for him to sweat. The two of them suddenly understood. It turns out that Ji Chang's mobilized his weapons to make him run more. He Chen Chen immediately admired Ji Chang's professionalism. I can't blame others. They all say that you are the well-deserved strongest part-timer in the school. This attitude is really strong. Come on, I'll serve you some porridge instead of wine. Bowl. Ji Chang smiled and clinked the bowls with He Chen Chen, then looked at Yuan Yang next to him. What are your plans this afternoon? I have a class in the afternoon. It's a big classroom on the first floor. Are you coming? Ji Chang's nodded, I'll go with you in the afternoon. He Chen showed an expression that was sour in love next to him. I find that you two are getting tired of each other. You have to go to class together. You are an old couple and you are getting married. You are still the same as when you first fell in love. Yuan Yang hit her and said with a smile, you are envious. I'm so envious. I'm pretty, why do I want to find a man? I want to be my mirror for the rest of my life. As he Chen said this, he took out a small mirror from nowhere and took a serious look at it. His face suddenly became horrified. Oh my God, why do I have a pimple on my forehead? No, 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 I have to go back to the dormitory to get acne. It was just a small pimple, but in her eyes it was as if the sky had fallen. She stopped eating, stood up and ran away. You two can continue your affectionate relationship. I'll withdraw first. Ji Chang's looked at her back as she ran away in a hurry. It was a little hard to imagine what he Chen had gone through in the original timeline to be so determined to destroy his appearance. He glanced at Yuan Yang, who was accustomed to continuing to eat. What? I will pick you up from your dormitory in the afternoon. How far is the distance between the dormitory and the university classroom? Ji Chang's has to answer everything, which makes Yuan Yang's eyes full of sweetness. Okay, then. We have an appointment in the afternoon. After finishing the meal, Ji Chang separated from Yuan Yang and then lowered his head to look at the time on his phone. 8 in the morning. In the original timeline, a sudden change occurred in the afternoon, and he still had a few hours to prepare. Ji Chang's bought a bunch of food and drinks and put them in the dormitory. He borrowed a cart from the print shop to push back the remaining apocalyptic survival printed books, and brought back 4 baseball bats from the baseball club. The 2 roommates in the dormitory came over as if they were looking at each other. How did you get so many baseball bats back? I helped the baseball club do the shopping, and the senior sisters gave it to me as a thank you. They all raised the money for the baseball club's equipment themselves, and Ji Chang's helped them save a lot of money. He said he wanted to take some baseball bats back to his roommates, and they naturally agreed. He clicked the baseball bats and said, there are exactly 4, 1 for each of us. Then we can all practice baseball together. Good. Ah, okay, you are so funny, you still remember to tell us apart. The roommate, who had just finished an all-nighter and had no presents, came over and took one with a happy face. Although he has never played baseball, he is still very happy to receive free baseball bats. Another roommate, Xiao Lu, was a little embarrassed. He didn't quite like Ji Chang's behavior of flirting with women after having a girlfriend, but strictly speaking, Ji Chang's didn't do anything. He was not a fool. He was not related to Jiawen Yang. If he said it, in his inner thoughts, others may not necessarily think what he wants to do. So all this time, he had maintained a superficial peace with Ji Chang's. Things had been maintained well before. After all, although Ji Chang seemed gentle and kind-hearted on the outside, he actually had very little contact with his roommates, and even Wu Bei turned against him. Unexpectedly, Ji Chang's would give them baseball bats today. Although he got it for free, Xiao Lu felt embarrassed that he had taken advantage of the person he had spoken ill of. He waved his hand, I'd better forget it, I'm not interested in baseball. Then I'll put it here first. Ji Chang's didn't know what the ending of the original timeline of the 2 roommates would be. He placed the baseball bat against the wall and made sure that the other party had seen it before returning to his bed. At around 12 o'clock, Wu Bei rushed into the dormitory excitedly. I'm sold. Sold. Xiao Lu, who was reading a book on the bed, said, have you finally sold yourself? How much is 1 tael? You. Wu Bei scolded him angrily and didn't look at him again. He rushed to Ji Chang's bedside and waved the banknotes in his hand, see? No, it's so much money, I sold 50 copies. Ji Chang's looked at the money, then at the sweaty weapon, and asked in surprise, "Then, aren't you 205? "Yeah, 205, a full 250 yuan, after deducting the capital of 40 yuan, the net profit is 210 yuan. After calculating, Wu Bei suddenly realized something was wrong. You are only 250. Your whole family is 250. He stamped Ji Chang's 205 theory as this person. He was jealous of himself when he lost the bet. He quickly gave up on finding a sense of identity in the other person and ran to Xiao Lu's bedside instead. "Xiao Lu, look, I went to sell printed copies of Apocalypse Survival for 80 cents a piece in the morning, and I sold 50 copies for 5 yuan a piece. I made 200 in just one morning. A whole day? That's 402, 1. A month is 12,006. Xiao Lu looked at the money in his hand and spit out 2 words, "Profiteer." Being a profiteer is better than not being a profiteer. Wu Bei smiled and took this word as a compliment. He was so excited that he succeeded in making money for the first time, but it was not so easy. He turned around and went to another roommate to brag. "Old Zheng, look, I made 211 in these 4 hours. Xiao Lu leaned back and said, "Stop disturbing him. He played games all night last night. He just said he was sleepy and needed to catch up on his sleep." Wu Bei was a little disappointed after losing someone to show off to, but he soon cheered up again. He returned to his bed and took out his cell phone, intending to show off to Yuan Yang and He Chen. As I was typing away, I suddenly noticed a figure sitting up on the right out of the corner of my eye. He immediately brightened up and repeated his previous words without raising his head while typing. "Old Zheng, are you awake? I told you that I am selling the Apocalypse to Survive today." Ji Chang's, who was on the upper bunk opposite, suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the figure who was staggering towards Xiao Lu. "Is Wu Bei still there? Baba, 201, do you know what this means? It means that as long as I want to, even if I haven't graduated yet, I can still earn 10,000 yuan a month." Just as he was talking enthusiastically, Ji Chang's jumped down from the upper bunk. He shouted and picked up one of the baseball bats leaning against the wall. He kicked it with a bang and stood beside his bed. Lao Zheng was kicked out. This kick was like turning on special effects. Lao Zheng flew out and hit the door with a clang. "Damn it!" Wu Bei and Xiao Lu were both stunned by this sudden kick. Especially Wu Bei. When Ji Chang's and his cousin were getting along, he had investigated the person up and down, but he didn't find out that Ji Chang's had violent tendencies. "Ji Chang's. Why did you hit someone? Lao Zheng, are you okay?" Stunned for a moment, Wu Bei quickly got up and put on his shoes, intending to help his future brother-in-law who suddenly acted violently and hurt others. Even if Lao Zheng uses your shampoo, shower gel, and laundry detergent, you don't have to hit him. Just curse him. If you really regret that he didn't flush the toilet last time, you can talk to him," he said. "As long as you talk well, we will still be good brothers." Xiao Lu, who was also coming down to put on his shoes, almost put his shoes on crookedly. "Is there anyone who can break up a fight like this? Is this simply pointing at someone?" Old Zheng's nose said that Ji Chang's hit him because he didn't want to make him thousands of. "Don't worry about it. Sure enough, there are no normal people in this dormitory. Abnormal person." Ji Chang's used a baseball bat against the real abnormal person. While pushing the opponent hard against the door so that he could not rush over, he scolded Wu Bei without looking back. "You are so busy playing with your mobile phone that you are blind. You didn't even look at him when he was bleeding all over the floor. If I hadn't kicked him so fast just now, Lao Zheng would have directly aimed at your neck with his mouth." Wu Bei. "Halazi. What halazi?" He took a closer look, and sure enough he saw Lao Zheng rolling his eyes and opening his mouth wide, baring his teeth and claws at Ji Chang's who was leaning against him, while letting out an inhuman roar in his throat. "Mom!" Wu Bei was stunned. He has rabies." Xiao Lu walked past him. "Can you be a little educated? That's not the case with rabies." The two little ones cautiously walked to Ji Chang's, perhaps because they saw more prey, and Lao Zheng struggled more vigorously, grinning like he wanted to kill them all immediately. Xiao Lu picked up a baseball bat and poked him. "Did he smoke?" "No, he's usually quite normal." Wu Bei followed suit and picked up a baseball bat and poked it tentatively. "Old Zheng? Old Zheng." Looking at the two people and the primary school student, Ji Chang's came over to study with curiosity like a long-legged tadpole. He really admired the big-heartedness of these two people. It's just that the end of the world has exceeded his expectations in advance, and now he can only use troops to cover up the water and the earth. "You guys are still playing. There are so many screams outside, why don't you hurry up and see what's going on?" Oh. Wu Bei hurriedly leaned to the window with a baseball bat. When he saw it, he was dumbfounded. Eat people. Ji Chang's. Someone is eating people outside. When Xiao Lu heard this, he quickly ran over to take a look. Sure enough, I saw several students running below. Some of them who couldn't run were caught by the people chasing behind them. They pounced on them and bit them. His face turned pale immediately. Where are the survival strategies for the end of the world? Where are those strategies? He stood up and looked around, and found a stack of survival strategies stacked beside Ji Chang's bed. Xiao Lu quickly picked them up and read them. Some people turn into zombies without warning. They have no reason and no signs of life. They only catch and bite living people after being caught and bitten. A living person will quickly die within an hour. If you die quickly, you will also become a zombie. The way to kill zombies is to hit them head on. The zombies can run at the speed equivalent to a human jogging in the early stage. After a month, the speed will be the same as that of normal people. Zombies cannot climb high and are sensitive to sounds and smells. When hiding, you can hide in a high place or make no sound. Depend on. Even though he had always been weak, he couldn't help but swear when he saw the description of zombies. This doomsday prophecy is actually true. The next second, the situation below changed a little. One of the students who was almost caught up accidentally fell to the ground, but this fall caused a skateboard to fall out. The student quickly stood on the skateboard and ran away quickly. There was also a student who saw his companion falling behind and about to be overtaken. In desperation, he waved his hand, and several pans fell out of the sky and hit the zombies. His companion hurried up quickly. Running. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded. What is this? A superpower. Wu Bei was also dumbfounded. Although zombies have appeared, it is not surprising that superpowers appear again. But, isn't this too sudden? Fortunately, Ji Chang's woke them up gently in time. You two idiots. What are you standing there looking at? Help. The two of them suddenly woke up from a dream, and hurriedly came over to hold baseball bats against the zombies. 3 people. Standing in a row, you look at me and I look at you. Now. What should I do? Ji Chang's exhaled. Get him out first. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang outside, then a scream, and then 2 more bangs, and the door of their dormitory made a loud noise. The door to the dormitory was unlocked. If the 3 of them hadn't happened to be there to resist the zombies, the door would have been knocked open from the outside. Wu Bei, it seems to be more dangerous outside. Ji Chang's looked at the banging door, relaxed his hold on the zombies, and slowly backed away. He said to the 2 of them, you two, get out of the way. 2 people. They looked at the struggling zombies hesitantly, not daring to let go. If we let go, he will definitely pounce on us. Don't worry, I'm confident I can win. Ji Chang's ordered them, I will count to 123 in a moment, and you will get out of the way at the same time, and then run towards the window, as fast as you can. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu actually didn't want to let go. The zombies are irrational. If they let him go, he will definitely go on a killing spree. Ji Changs, we can't keep him here 24 hours a day. If we don't solve it, he will die sooner or later. Do not worry. He said with awe-inspiring righteousness, you can run directly to the window in a moment, and I will stop him. Neither of them expected that Ji Changs would be willing to stand in the front at the critical moment. Especially for Wu Bei, he was afraid, worried, weak in his legs, and his eyes were red. No. I can't let you block it alone, we will fight with you. Xiao Lu was also moved. It turned out to be true love in times of need. Who would have thought that Ji Changs, who he had always felt was so illusory and beautiful, could be so loyal? The wind rustles and the water becomes cold, and the strong man will never return once he is gone. He is dead. I also want to fight and die side by side with my dormitory brothers. Me too. Call us to help you. Ji Chang's tone was speechless. The dormitory is so big, I can still use it one-on-one, but you guys can't even swing a baseball bat. I was immersed in the thought of Ji Chang sacrificing himself to protect the two of them. They agreed dryly, that's it, then. You count. Ji Chang's found the correct position and stood up holding the baseball bat. 1 2 3. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu retreated at the same time, holding baseball bats and running towards the window. Boom. Without their support, not only were the zombies in the room free again, but the two zombies outside who had been banging on the door finally managed to open the door and rushed in with their mouths wide open. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu never expected that there were two zombies outside. At this moment, there are only two words left in their hearts, it's cold. 3 against 3. Just based on the ferocious appearance of the zombies below that they just saw, it would be difficult for the three of them to fight today. Wu Bei burst into tears, thinking that the world was ending and he should clear his browsing history and collect websites before he died. Xiao Lu's mind rang again. The wind is rustling. Bang bang bang. 3 heavy sounds interrupted the theater in their minds. I saw 3 wonderful arcs that seemed to be thrown in mid-air. 3 zombies were piled together and fell heavily on the walkway outside. Ji Changs, who had just beaten the zombies out with a baseball bat, immediately went over to close and lock the door. Turning around, he patted his chest. It scares me to death. It's too dangerous. 2 people. You, this, you just that. Wu Bei was stunned. He knew that Ji Changs was very strong, and he also knew that Ji Changs was good at fighting. But no matter how strong he is, no matter how good he is at fighting, he can't knock zombies weighing 3 adults away with 3 sticks, right? Ji Changs waved his hand, stop talking about this and that. This is my power, but I don't have time to talk about it now. Let's pack up the things in the dormitory and let's go. Wu Bei was still in a state of confusion. Go? Where to go? Of course I'm looking for your sister. The world is coming to an end now, and there are dangers everywhere. We have to return early. Wu Bei was reminded and nodded frantically. That's right. My sister and Sister Chen Chen are still waiting for us to rescue them. Then he woke up again. Now there are zombies everywhere outside and there are dangers everywhere. It is not that easy to get out. But there are dangers everywhere outside, and there are only 3 of us. So let's discuss a safe one first. Squeak. There was a tooth-aching sound of metal twisting. Wu Bei subconsciously followed the sound and looked over, just in time to see Ji Changs twisting the barbed wire next to the window into a twist. Wu Bei. He swallowed hard. A safe way, after all, our only weapons are baseball bats. Ji Changs twisted the wire into the shape of a slingshot, then turned around and quickly pulled off the elastic pants he had put on the side of the bed to use as a rope. He held it in his hand and pulled it several times. Xiao Lu, the weapon he is referring to should be the kind that can really kill zombies. Ji Chang's picked up the stone pen holder on the table, placed it in the middle of his elastic pants, and pulled the elastic pants tightly downwards. Boom! The zombie at the bottom who couldn't find his target and was wandering around had a pen holder on his head. He suddenly knelt down and became silent. Wu Bei. Xiao Lu. Seeing that the improvised slingshot was usable, Ji Chang's took it in his hand and turned to look at the two people who had been talking. What did you just say? I didn't listen carefully. Wu Bei wiped his face. I said. You're right, Bei he free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 486. After hearing this, Ji Chang's glanced at Wu Bei in surprise. It's rare for you to be so discerning. He inserted his homemade slingshot into his waist and walked to the stacks of apocalyptic survival strategies. Under normal circumstances, what we should do is to ensure our own safety first, strengthen the surrounding environment, and ensure sufficient food and water sources. But we haven't had a round with Yang Yang and the others yet, so we need to increase our force value first to ensure that we will not be attacked after we go out. Zombies caught. After confirming that we want to increase the force value, we first plan the route, then make weapons and prepare strategies. Time is urgent. If we go there later, Yang Yang and the others may be in more danger, so we can complete the above within an hour. Do you have any questions? Xiao Lu. Wu Bei. Both of them looked confused and seemed completely unresponsive. After a few seconds, Wu Bei said, You reacted too quickly, right? There are so many people outside turning into zombies, it's the end of the world, and you actually entered the state so quickly. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened in shock. You are not reborn, are you? Just like the one in the novel. The expression on Ji Chang's face turned visibly speechless. Didn't the End of the World Survival Guide teach us what to do? Wu Bei was even more confused. Did you teach it in the survival guide? Ji Chang's picked up a copy and said, the fourth line from the bottom of the fifth page. Is this so accurate? Wu Bei turned to the fifth page with a confused look on his face, and actually saw recommendations on what people should do in various situations after the end of the world in the fourth to last line. Damn it, is there really one? To be honest, this is really impossible. I blame Wu Bei for not paying attention. Before the end of the world, who believed that this survival guide was real? It spread widely not because everyone believed that the end of the world would come, but because of what was inside. The various ways of survival are very interesting. For example, I practiced self-defense moves and weapons very vigorously. Who would have thought that the doomsday prophecy in this guide is actually true? After reading this, Wu Bei looked up and met Ji Chang's gaze. This look was so familiar to him. That's the standard way a top student looks at a poor student. There is no pride, no arrogance, only the confusion of why can't you know such a simple question. Wu Bei. He tried to explain himself. Ordinary people wouldn't read so many pages carefully. Ji Chang's was surprised, are you an ordinary person? Wu Bei was even more surprised than him, am I not? Of course not. The strongest part-time student on campus in front of him patted the pile of apocalyptic survival strategies. You just sold 50 copies of the guide this morning, at least this morning. Selling guides is your part-time job. How could you sell the guides without understanding them? Ji Chang's looked him up and down and clicked his tongue. You still say that you are a business wizard? If you have a talent for business, how can you do business without understanding the product itself? Wu Bei. When he was selling strategies, he always went directly to other dormitories, and then boasted that the self-defense training was particularly effective. In order to show that he was not lying, he did not know how many times he repeated the training throughout the morning. Result: the end of the world is actually coming. He only focuses on self-defense training and knows nothing about survival in the apocalypse. Ji Changs, who worked part-time and carefully understood the entire survival strategy, quickly adapted to the apocalypse. I had always felt that Ji Changs had no ability, he was just a bit handsome, good at talking, and in shape, and his academic performance was better. Wu Bei suddenly discovered that the other party had always been serious. I am very serious about my studies, my fitness, my part-time job, and I am especially serious about helping my girls. At least, he couldn't understand the entire strategy for a part-time job selling survival strategies. But Ji Changs can. Wu Bei fell into self-doubt when he thought that every time he spoke ill of Ji Changs to his cousin, the other party would act like you don't understand Ji Changs at all. He had always thought that his cousin became a love brain after falling in love and was blindly unable to see the facts. But now, when the apocalypse came, he and Xiao Lu were so frightened that they almost cried in each other's arms, Xiao Lu, but Ji Changs dealt with the zombies in an orderly manner. Before he could recover, the other party had already offered to pick up his cousin and the others. Weapons have even been made at extremely fast speeds. Obviously deep down in his heart, Ji Changs has always been unreliable. Now the other party's change didn't make him feel a little strange. After all, if you think about it carefully, Ji Chang's biggest unreliability is his womanizing. He has always been highly praised for his academic performance, getting along with others, and handling style. So is it his cousin who is blind, or is it him? Did I misunderstand Ji Changs too much? Seeing Ji Changs squatting down after talking to Wu Bei, turning over the pile of survival strategies, wondering what he was thinking, Xiao Lu poked Wu Bei, let's take a closer look at the strategies. Wu Bei came to his senses, quickly put his thoughts back, and picked up a survival guide to read. Nowadays, this survival guide is no longer just a few pieces of paper, but a life-saving tool. The two of them read it very seriously, and they really wanted to remember every word in their hearts. Until Ji Changs stood up to remind them that it was time to leave, they only read 2 pages carefully. What should I do? Wu Bei almost burst into tears. I can't finish it at all. Xiao Lu, who was affected by this tense atmosphere, also looked anxious. Yeah, my mind is blank now. Even if I read it again, I can't remember anything. This. How can it be good? The end of the world has really come, but they can't remember anything. How can they survive? At this moment, the two people's brain waves were in agreement, and they both regretted why they didn't take this prophecy seriously before the end of the world, and didn't read the survival guide carefully at all. Ji Changs looked at them like fools. Why do you have to memorize it? Why don't you just bring the strategy with you? The two have already thought about their roommates who died tragically because they couldn't remember the content of the guide. Yes, I was confused. Just thinking about Ji Changs carrying the guide on his back, why didn't he think that they didn't need to carry it on his back? Then I'll get a few more copies and bring them over to my cousin. After Wu Bei was annoyed, he quickly found his skull bag and put 5 guides in it. Xiao Lu also followed suit and took a few more copies. Ji Changs, the man who had memorized the strategy, commanded condescendingly from the side. Water, food, at least. Bring enough for 5 days. Bring an alarm on your cell phone. You can throw it out to attract the zombies' attention when necessary. Take this small fruit knife too. Of course I know that it is useless for fighting zombies. You don't live except for killing zombies. Do you usually cut things with your hands when you need to? Bring a pen and paper as well. This kind of thing doesn't take up a lot of space, and you can't help but make something by yourself. You can just bring it with you, just in case you need it. Ji Changs was talking loudly, and the two of them pretended to be obedient. After putting on a bunch of straps, I picked up the bag and heard the first cum shot on campus. The professional man sighed with emotion. It's a pity that I won't be able to work part-time in the future. Otherwise, I might be able to be a guide for apocalyptic survival packers. Ji Chang's eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke, and he looked eagerly at the two people who were standing up with their bags. I just coached you, does this count as you hiring me as your instructor? When Wu Bei heard this, he almost stumbled and sat back down when he got up. How obsessed is Ji Chang's with his part-time job? This? How long has it been and you are still thinking about working part-time? I really don't know. Are you prudent or ambitious? He complained, but when he saw the other party still looking at him expectantly, he was speechless for a second, took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Okay, even if we hire you, this is the guidance fee. Ji Chang suddenly smiled. Glad to serve you. He took the money quickly and turned to look at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. This is the end of the world, and I'm still working part-time. Although I really want to say directly, how long has this been? Can you two stop doing this like playing house? But looking at the baseball bats next to me, I thought of Ji Chang's hitting each one. Magnificent scenes of zombies. He swallowed, took out a crumpled pile of money from his pocket, and stuffed it all in. Give you all. Ji Chang's carefully unfolded the pile of money, took out 100, and returned the rest with a very kind attitude. I am professional. If I say 100 an hour, I will get 100. I won't ask for more. After saying that, he happily put the $100 into his pocket. It's a pleasure to serve you. Xiao Lu. He really doesn't know? Should he complain, it's the end of the world and Ji Chang's is still thinking about working part-time, or whether he should complain, it's the end of the world, you not only work part-time, but you also charge only 100. Could it be that Ji Chang's was driven crazy by the coming of the apocalypse? I heard that some people behave like normal people when they are crazy, but others can only tell through the details. Ji Chang's didn't mind what the two thought of him. He tore off a piece of paper, took a pen and quickly drew a map on the table. The plan is like this. This is the boys' dormitory, and this is the girls' dormitory. What we have to do is to get out of the boys' dormitory, run to the girls' dormitory, and meet up with Yang Yang and the others. Before we complete this plan, we have to find a way to test the maximum level of the zombies. The door cannot be opened due to the speed of running. Fortunately, we are only on the 3rd floor. We can use a bed sheet to make a safety rope to get down. Use the sound to lure away the zombies before the afternoon, and then run together. That's the plan. Speaking of this, he did not forget to raise his head and say to Xiao Lu, Wu Bei and I went to the girls' dormitory because my girlfriend, his sister, was there. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to go with us, if so, you don't have to go. Xiao Lu immediately nodded crazily, I want to go with you. Although he was scared, his mind was still somewhat clear. If he stayed in the dormitory, he would definitely not be able to break out on his own. Ji Chang's had memorized a complete set of survival strategies. He was a top student, and he had such a plan. His force value was so high, and his military equipment was also so high. I have practiced self-defense training for a long time. Why not say more about what these two people were like before the apocalypse? They are more reliable than themselves after the apocalypse. The ropes for survival were all handed to me. He's not that stupid not to catch him. As for the option of waiting in the dormitory for military rescue, Xiao Lu didn't consider it at all. There are so many people living in the entire dormitory, and zombies can transform humans into the same kind. As far as their school's shoddy project is concerned, it's thankful that this door can last more than 3 days. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu suddenly realized. He finally understood why Ji Chang's was urging him to leave as soon as he got the zombies out. You considered that the dormitory door wouldn't be able to resist for long, So you thought passive defense would be worse than active attack, right? He is truly a top student. Although he is a little carefree and lustful, his mind works faster than ordinary people. Xiao Lu's eyes gradually showed admiration. Ji Chang's, no, I'm just worried about my girlfriend. She's still pregnant with the baby. It's no joke if she gets frightened. Xiao Lu. The emotion of admiration was suppressed before it emerged. Wu Bei was shocked. What? My sister is pregnant. How come I don't know? Why didn't anyone tell me? When was she pregnant? How many months has it been? Why is she still running in the morning when she is pregnant? No. This is the end of the world. How can she be pregnant with a child? Do it? My sister has been weak since she was a child and has never even argued with others. Now that there are zombies everywhere, isn't she scared to death? Ji Chang's also looked worried. Yeah, so we have to get there quickly, the sooner the better. Yes, yes, you have to hurry up. After learning that his cousin actually had a child in her belly, Wu Bei felt like he was being wound up and wanted to rush to his two sisters immediately. Is this map accurate? If there is no problem, let's leave quickly. Rest assured. Ji Chang's was confident. There was a project outside that planned to contract the road construction of our school. I took over their job and measured the distances of the roads inside the school part-time. The data is still in my mind. There is absolutely no question. Wu Bei. Xiao Lu. It turns out there is such a part-time job. I can't blame people for saying that experience is everything. Look at Ji Chang's, he has a lot of part-time jobs and is more prepared than others when the apocalypse comes. After confirming that the route was okay, Ji Chang's dug under the bed and took out a loudspeaker. Yes, it's the kind used by vendors on the street. It has a loud sound, repeats automatically, and is long enough to withstand beatings and falls. When the two of them had expressions of "Why is there a speaker under your bed?" he cherished and touched the shabby appearance of the speaker. This? I spent 10 yuan to collect them from the flea market. I originally planned to wait until the freshman year started to set up a stall to sell the collected used books. I didn't expect, those used books cost me a lot of money. Although, I didn't plan to make money from the beginning. Take, your part-time business is really extensive. I can't help it, I'm just so helpful. Ji Chang's reluctantly put down the speaker. Xiao Lu, then let's record the speaker now and throw it away. No, throw this horn when it is actually used. Let's throw it down normally and test how fast those zombies can run. Ji Chang's eyes swept around the dormitory and focused on the alarm clock beside Wu Bei's bed. It's said to be an alarm clock, but I haven't actually used it a few times. After all, an alarm clock is not as convenient as a mobile phone alarm. Wu Bei only bought it because it looks handsome and has a sense of ceremony when placed in the dormitory. That's it? Let's throw it down first to see how fast the zombies run. After determining their speed, we throw the speaker down. While the zombies are running over, we follow the sheets. Get off the safety rope and run in this direction. Do you have any questions? Wu Bei and Xiao Lu both shook their heads quickly. Ji Chang's nodded, then checked the supplies again. Don't run out of the dormitory and find out you left important items behind. The two of them gave instructions one by one, then lowered their heads to check. I still don't have enough instant noodles. These pens and papers are too much. We are escaping for our lives, not taking a test. It's useless to bring so many pens and papers, right? Xiao Lu took out the notebook and pen he had packed before from his school bag, intending to make some space for snacks. Weapons and his thoughts are similar. It's the end of the world, and we don't have much chance to write, so don't bring notebooks and pens. Regarding the paper and pen that Ji Chang specially asked them to bring, they all felt that bringing such things took up space. Why is it useless? Do you think? There is no need to do math problems in the last days. 2 people. Could it be that it's the end of the world? Do we still have to do math problems? Ah. Ji Chang sneered coldly like a top student. It's as if you don't count coupons during shopping festivals. Under the confusion of the 2 faces opposite him, he tore off a page of paper and picked up a pen. He looked as if he was holding not a pen and paper, but a sky full of stars. Take what we are going to do next as an example. I know my own strength. I can probably throw the alarm clock under the second tree from the left over there. That tree, the distance to the ground below us is this number, and it will take us approximately this number of minutes to slide down from the 3rd floor. We only need to focus on 123 zombies, and based on their distance from the big tree and the time it takes them to run past, we can calculate how far they can run with an accuracy of 1 second. Then, as long as we time it right and leave enough zombies to reach the point where they can't catch up with us at the fastest speed, at least from this section to this section, we will be absolutely safe. After he finished speaking, he put down his pen and looked at his 2 roommates with dull faces. Now you still think it's useless to bring paper and pen? Wu Bei Xiaolu. Can you still escape like this? Facing the academic smile on Ji Chang's face, the 2 of them stuffed their notebooks and pens back in unison. Wu Bei also took out a copy of Thread Generation from under the pillow and mattress, and carefully placed it on the mezzanine of his schoolbag as if he were placing some rare treasure. For the first time, he hated himself for why he started paddling after entering college. It turns out that mathematics can not only save coupons, but also be used in the apocalypse. Everything. After packing up and adding an extra copy of Line Generation, the 3 of them started planning. They first rummaged through all the sheets, woven them into safety ropes according to the survival guide, and carefully tied one end to the 2 upper and lower beds. Ji Chang's took the safety rope and tried it a few times to feel the grip. Okay, put it down? Go ahead. I have the fastest reaction. I will try first, and you will help me time it. When I come up, you will take turns trying again. 2 safety ropes were put down, one was for grabbing, and the other was tied around Ji Chang's waist to prevent people from falling if something went wrong with the one he was grabbing. He tied the baseball bat horizontally around his waist, and held the safety rope neatly and pulled it down. Although it is a bed sheet, these many pieces are mixed and intertwined using special techniques, and they are definitely much stronger than ordinary ropes. Ji Chang's didn't give up at all. According to the method in the survival guide, Wu Bei and Xiaolu tied his legs with tape and cardboard from the express box and kicked hard, and his feet were pressed against the wall. He stepped down with his feet first, and after going down for a while, his hands immediately followed him. When he reached the 2nd floor, there were 2 zombies wandering in the dormitory downstairs. When he saw Ji Chang's delivering takeout to his door, he immediately pounced over. Unfortunately, their windows were closed, and there was a security net outside. They couldn't get in touch with this human being dangling in front of them, so they could only watch him go on. This location on the 1st floor is the water room, but there are no zombies around. At this moment, there are already zombies around. They have discovered Ji Chang's, a cutie who actively feeds him, and rushed over with howling. Ji Chang stayed at a height that was just out of reach of them and where people could jump down. He freed up a hand and shook it upward. The 2 people above who were using their mobile phones to time the clock immediately pressed stop, and Ji Chang's crawled back again and again. As soon as he came back, Wu Bei said quickly, 2 copies for 40 seconds. Okay, I just drew a line where I stopped. You can stop when you climb there to prevent zombies from touching you. Next, Xiaolu and Wu Bei took turns going down to test the climbing time. Because of Yuki Nagasawa's reminder, they could barely maintain their mentality when they saw the zombies on the 2nd floor and a bunch of zombies below who were waiting for food and wanted to jump up and bite their butts. The timing results came out quickly. Ji Chang's had the shortest time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, arms preparation 3 minutes, and Xiao Lu 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 3 people add up to 9 points. It's time. This is not a good time. However, it was the first time for them to use safety ropes to climb stairs, so the slow speed was normal. The 3 of them practiced a few more times, and the effect was remarkable. Both Wu Bei and Xiao Lu could get down within a minute and a half, but Ji Chang's moved faster. At a height of 3 stories, he could get down to the red line in 1 minute. After compressing the time and getting familiar with the safety rope, it was time to test the running distance of the zombies. Ji Chang set the alarm clock and threw it towards the second tree he was interested in. A minute later, the sharp sound of the alarm clock sounded, and the zombies hanging around immediately ran in that direction like tigers descending the mountain without hesitation. Ji Chang's took the opportunity to grab the safety rope and go down. He stopped after the last zombie had passed a safe distance, and successfully failed to attract the attention of other zombies. In this case, the zombies would come and go, and the 3 of them would have a lot of extra time. Ji Chang's climbed up again and wrote calculations about the time Xiao Lu and the others had planned. Under the eyes of the 2 people reading the book, Ji Chang's filled a book with numbers and announced the final result. The current speed of zombies is about 300 meters per minute. I have a part-time job as a sports shoe reviewer. The fastest speed for ordinary girls can be about 350 meters, and the fastest speed for boys is about 400 meters. So as long as humans use the fastest speed, the zombies can't catch up. However, they are not originally competing for speed, but for endurance and quantity. This data can only be used during short-term sprints. The minimum time they have to go over and come back is 5 minutes. Our fastest landing time is 4 minutes, so although it looks dangerous, as long as we perform normally, they can't catch up with us. Wu Bei raised his hand, but we will always be exhausted, and these are just zombies in our area. Once we run out of this corner, we are likely to encounter zombies on the opposite side. At that time, they will intercept us. We're probably going to get caught. Ji Chang's had already prepared, so we can't take the usual path. After a while, everyone ran to this position together. It looks like a wall here, but in fact there are several bricks that are movable. Take them down and step on them. We can go up to the wall, which is 4 meters high, and they can't touch us. The other side of this wall is outside the school, and it goes around the school in a circle. I remember that there is also this wall behind the girls' dormitory. We can walk all the way through the wall, and by the way, we can also see what is outside the school. What's the situation? After hearing Ji Chang's new plan, both of them were overjoyed. You are so amazing. You even know which bricks on the wall are moving. Ji Chang's waved his hand. Since the school had a curfew and closed the school gate at night, many people tried to find a way to get out over the wall. People climbed on that wall almost every night. I found it strange, so I went over to study it. Before Wu Bei could say, "Then you really have a research spirit," Ji Chang's continued, "Didn't the dormitory ant say that there will be prizes for reporting students who circumvent the firewall? I originally planned to arrest a few people to receive the prize." Wu Bei. Xiao Lu. Never mind. This is not the point. The point is, they are about to embark on a thrilling life-threatening escape. Ji Chang's recorded the sound for the speaker, and when it was set, he threw it towards the second tree. A minute later, all the students still alive in the dormitory heard the loud sound of the speakers turning on. Dang! 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 Students, please note that we are from 301 and are about to escape from the dormitory building. Before escaping, we will sprinkle a large number of apocalyptic survival strategies downstairs. Zombies are dangerous and are sensitive to sound. The speed is 300 meters per minute. No humans can be seen. The safe distance not to attack is, scratches and bites will lead to immediate death, so please be careful when taking care of yourself. Students, please note. What is the survival strategy? Many students who had saved their lives for various reasons carefully followed the sound and opened their windows and looked outside. They saw countless white printing papers flying in the sky and fluttering on the ground. Ji Chang's used a lot of force when he threw it, and he threw it very high. Coupled with the influence of the wind, although the printing papers fell fast, they did not fall in just one direction. Some students actually opened the window and reached the survival guide, so they quickly and carefully brought it in. And under this white sky, there are many zombies running towards the horn. A student on the 5th floor stretched out his head to look down, and happened to see Ji Chang slithering down from the safety rope thrown down from the window on the right. As soon as he came down, the other two people watching from the window also came down in turn. It's not that they don't want to get off together, it's mainly because after all, this safety rope is a fake. To be on the safe side, let it only bear the weight of one person. The three of them did not run separately, but waited until they were all gathered together before running away together with their bags on their backs. The sound of running footsteps and the sound of moving attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The zombies around him noticed that there was prey. They immediately gave up the inedible horn and tried their best to chase the three of them. Ji Chang's ran at the front, and his task was to lead Luya to the place and get the bricks. Wu Bei was at the back, looking back from time to time to make sure the zombies were still some distance away from them. In the boys' dormitory, many surviving students bravely came to the window and witnessed the scene of three people running away and being chased by many zombies. Seeing that the zombies really couldn't keep up with the three of them, many people felt relieved and no longer felt so desperate. Others are wondering what they need to do to obtain the following post-apocalyptic survival guide. Some people noticed the safety rope and immediately started to remove the sheets. Under their nervous gaze, several people had already reached the wall. Ji Chang's quickly took down the movable bricks according to his memory, and immediately, there were several more holes on the wall for people to step on. He looked back at the zombies rushing towards them, and quickly climbed up. Hurry up! The other two people quickly followed suit. With the experience of safety ropes, they moved much faster this time. In addition, Ji Chang's was on top, and in less than 2 minutes, the three of them were able to move. They all stood on a wall 4 meters high. The zombie army rushed over as hard as they could, stretching out their arms to reach it. But no matter how hard they try, they can't reach the height of 4 meters. Ji Chang's and the others won this battle to escape. Wu Bei breathed a sigh of relief, stood carefully, and wiped the sweat that almost flowed into his eyes. Call. Not only Wu Bei breathed a sigh of relief, but the other students who had been craning their necks to pay attention to them also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw a few people climbing up the wall. Some students escaped successfully, which gave many students confidence who could not sustain themselves for long by eating and drinking. Instead of sitting in the house waiting to die, they quickly planned how to escape. On Ji Chang's side, the thrilling dormitory escape came to an end, and a new stage of high-altitude walking came. Just now, Wu Bei and Xiaolu were running for their lives without paying attention. When Xin Mingwu had the time to pay attention to other things, they discovered that the width of the wall was only as wide as a brick. In fact, this width is definitely enough for walking. The problem is, there are so many zombies under the wall waiting to eat them. If one's foot accidentally slips, it will not be as simple as just falling. Just because they climbed up doesn't mean it's over. Rather, it represents the beginning of a period in which they will have to walk on a 4-meter high wall. The width of this wall is only about 10 centimeters. Ji Chang's calmly interjected, the national brick standard is 241/1553. This width is not just 10 centimeters, but 11.5 centimeters. 2 people. So is there a big difference between 10 and 11.5? If they were placed before the end of the world, they would definitely not be able to imagine themselves walking on a 4-meter high wall, but with zombies chasing them underneath, the two of them could really walk quite steadily. Not safe? Okay. If you fall down? It's a direct matter of death. Xiaolu looked worriedly at the zombies below. Apart from the ferocious expressions on their faces and their mouths that are opening and closing in an attempt to eat them from the air, at first glance, one would think that the three of them were holding a concert on the wall, with crazy fans underneath. Woolen cloth. He said worriedly, we can't always let them follow us, otherwise how will we get out when we get to the place? That's true. Wu Bei, who had been walking cautiously, was reminded and became worried. The zombies are following us, so they can't be trapped on the wall. Ji Chang's walked at the front. Don't worry, we are going to walk through a section of land with a wall soon, and they will be blocked by the wall. Although a new wall is being built over there, it is almost completed. As long as we walk through that section, these zombies will not be able to follow us. Wu Bei and Xiaolu were relieved. The next second, I felt complicated again. They used to look down on Ji Chang so much, thinking he was too good at dancing, running around the school and being active among girls. Unexpectedly, when danger comes, how can he be so reliable? But actually thinking about it, Ji Chang's is already very reliable. The two of them hate him just because he messes with other girls when he has a girlfriend. The three of them walked in silence for a while. Ji Chang's reminded, we are about to reach the wall. The remaining two people were refreshed. It can be said that we can take care of these zombies below. He couldn't eat anything, but he kept following them with salivation. Just by lowering your head, you can see a group of zombies waiting for dinner. It's very stressful, okay. Because of the expectation, the pace of several people was faster. As a result, when they arrived, they were confused. Two zombies in worker uniforms were walking staggeringly on the wall, aimlessly. When they looked up and saw three students, they immediately accelerated and rushed over. The three of them were stunned, and then quickly retreat. While retreating, ghosts and wolves howled. Uncle, do you want this? Jingyi has already taken a lunch break and is still working. Even Ji Chang's howled. I'm not that dedicated. After retreating for a while, they realized that this was not possible. The two zombie workers were not afraid of falling at all. They were in a straight line with them and ran very steadily. They were not as fast as them at all. The problem is that this is on a 4-meter-high wall. Even if they hold a baseball bat in their hands, it is difficult to exert force. Once they exert force, they are likely to be taken down. Ji Chang stopped first and said, armed. Wu Bei, who was retreating, turned around when he heard it. You stopped? What are you doing? Run. Ji Chang's ignored him and just shouted, come here, I will teach you how to clap part-time. Wu Bei. He went back to tease people, you are crazy if you don't want this. Leave quickly. Xiaolu was also anxious, how about we resist him? I think he is crazy. What a ghost, there's no way you can work hard here. The three of them were deadlocked because Ji Chang suddenly went crazy. Ji Chang's put the baseball bat directly into Wu Bei's hand and clapped his hands quickly. Did you see that? To clap is to stretch out your left and right hands and then clap them together violently. Wu Bei felt that he was going crazy. Grandpa. Ancestor. You should leave quickly. But it's too late to leave now. The two worker zombies had already run up to them, and they came over excitedly with their mouths wide open. The first one to bear the brunt was Ji Chang's, who was at the front. Ji Chang's didn't panic. He just grabbed the baseball bat he had just given to Wu Bei with one hand and stood there. I'm very happy for you. As he spoke, he took a baseball bat and swung it hard at the two zombies. The last two words were accented because of his strength. Serve. Logically speaking, it should be difficult for him to exert force while standing on the wall. Right. But with this swing, Ji Chang's feet didn't even move. It was obvious that he didn't borrow too much power, but this baseball bat directly swept the two zombies and fell off the wall. Ji Chang's, who should have been taken down by Gulideo, still stood calmly. After all, they are also two college students. They know that this is unscientific behavior. Xiao Lu said. After a few seconds, Wu Bei said weakly, "This is your superpower." "Right." Ji Chang's readily admitted, "My superpower. You should have guessed that my main power is. After successful part-time job, the force value will be increased by 100%. Lily free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 487. The two people who didn't guess. Wu Bei, are you sure this is the name of a superpower? Ji Chang's acted even more surprised than them. It's so obvious to me, why haven't you guessed it yet? The two said again. With such a weird power, you can guess that there is a ghost, right? Lunch break is over. The melodious ringing of bells rang in the campus, trying to wake up the students who were still napping as usual, although usually most students turned over and went back to sleep. The campus loudspeakers that had not been responded to before the end of the world have received unprecedented popularity this time. Countless zombies were running wildly in the direction of the bell. Ji Chang's and the other three stood on the high wall and witnessed this grand occasion that was comparable to a school sports meeting. Great, most of the zombies were attracted to the playground. Xiao Lu was very excited. Others can take advantage of this. The zombies are running out. Because there were fewer zombies nearby visible to the naked eye, the three of them were in a much better mood. While walking on the wall more and more skillfully, while chatting. Mainly talking about Ji Chang's superpowers. You had this superpower before the end of the world? I can't blame you for being so active in working part-time. The weaponry still feels like something in a dream. The end of the world is coming, and Ji Chang's has superpowers. This ability means that after a successful part-time job, the force value will be increased by 100%. I would never write something so outrageous. This superpower could only strengthen the body before the end of the world, but didn't expect it to be really useful after the end of the world. Ji Chang's looked outside the school as he walked. The area near a university is generally not very desolate. Even if it is desolate at first, as the school is built and students move in, shops will follow suit. After all, so many students are customers. There used to be a street outside the wall they were walking on now. Zombies were wandering on the street at the moment, and some not so pretty scenes could be seen on the ground. The good news is that there are trees planted on both sides of the street. The trees just blocked the four people in a square shape, and the zombies didn't notice that there were three more people on the wall. Xiao Lu felt sad. It seems that there was an explosion outside in an instant. He saw a zombie walking around with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, because it only had a shoe on 1 foot. There is also a tag hanging on the side of the shoe. It had no wounds on its body and was obviously trying on shoes when it suddenly turned into a zombie. Bei also felt melancholy. I don't know how my parents are doing. Although they are obsessed with healthcare and fitness are two different things. They will definitely not be able to defeat these zombies. Xiao Lu was also emotionally affected. I don't know about my parents. Oh no, I don't have parents. His parents were both scum, and after the divorce, everyone treated him like a scumbag, giving him some money every month and dragging him around. But the grandma who brought him up did not do anything to him when he just turned 18. Died. They are parents after all, and he had his share of injustices when he was a child. When I grow up, I find out that my parents divorced because both parties had cheating partners, which makes it even more unfair. Therefore, he especially hates those people who are still ambiguous with others when they have a partner. That is Ji Chang's. But this time, Ji Chang's behavior and the fact that he immediately went to the girls' dormitory to find his girlfriend Yuan Yang made Xiao Lu change his view of him. If he was really a scumbag, how could he find a girlfriend as soon as the apocalypse came? My parents are okay. There are only a few people in our small county town, and there are troops stationed there. My parents, brothers, and sister-in-law are on vacation today. In addition, I accepted an interview with a small town last time. It will be broadcast in the afternoon. They are sure I have to wait at home for that interview. Ji Chang's words made the two people who were thinking about their parents stunned. Interview? What interview? Ji Chang's, college students earn tens of thousands a month doing interviews while studying part-time. Two people, why? Why is it not surprising at all? The idea of military preparations went directly to another direction. Ah, did Ji Chang say before? The main ability is the one with the ability. Since there is a primary one, there should be a secondary one, right? As soon as he opened his mouth to ask, he heard a hint of joy in Ji Chang's voice. About to arrive. Arrive. Wu Bei immediately became excited, and all major and minor issues were forgotten by him. I got excited and then started to worry. I hope my sister and the others are okay. Ji Chang's was also a little worried. The end of the world has been brought forward. Yuan Yang and He Chen, who were supposed to be trapped in the classroom, now appear in the dormitory. He is not sure whether the two of them will really be out of danger. The three of them tiptoed to the wall behind the girls' dormitory. This area belongs to the back of the dormitory. Although there are some empty spots, almost no one will take this road, so there are not a single zombie. But the roads are connected. After going down, around the corner is the main entrance of the dormitory. From their direction, they couldn't see if there were any zombies over there, and how many of them there were. In other words, after the three of them go down, they will either be safe or they may encounter an army of zombies. The latter is more likely. The three of them sat on the wall, confused for a moment. What should we do, Ji Chang's, can't we get down? Wu Bei asked in a low voice, fearing that his voice would be louder and attract zombies. Ji Chang's thought for a moment, if we don't go down, we'll just do the same thing and use the safety rope. Take the safety rope? Before, when they were at a high place by themselves, they could use sheets as safety ropes and then tie them down. Now that they are down there, how can they go about this? Facing the two people who were full of doubts, Ji Chang's pointed to the left direction above. The two subconsciously looked up, and sure enough they saw two girls looking down on the 5th floor. Seeing the three of them looking over, they were startled and quickly backed away. Wu Bei was confused, but my sister and the others live on the 6th floor. Ji Chang's, are you stupid? Let's climb up to the 5th floor first and then go up to the 6th floor from the 5th floor. Wu Bei Xiao Lu. Just hit it up. There is one level going out from the 5th floor, and another level going up to the 6th floor. You have to be careful about the zombies coming up from the 4th floor. This is the 3rd level of zombies. Just 3 of us, playing on the 3rd floor. As if he didn't see the disbelief on their faces, Ji Chang's counted on his fingers. We can't hide in their dormitory since we found Yang Yang and the others. We still have to come down. Even if we come down and walk on the wall to bypass the school zombies, there will still be so many zombies when we get out. Oh, I see. Xiao Lu suddenly realized. What do you mean? It's so dangerous to go out. Why don't we clear out all the zombies in the women's dormitory, layer by layer? If there is danger, we can hide in the dormitory. After clearing out, we can close the door. It will be safe. No. Ji Chang's. I mean, since we're going to face each other sooner or later, Why not take advantage of the fact that we're in school and take the time to practice? Xiaolu. The most important thing is that my girlfriend is pregnant. She has a gentle personality and a baby in her belly. She may not be able to run fast. If I miss a second, she will be in more danger. We must get to her as quickly as possible. Xiaolu. This is inexplicable. How does it feel to be shown off? When Wu Bei heard this reason, he immediately responded, yes, yes, pregnant women cannot be frightened. My sister is so timid. She must be very scared without our protection. Ji Chang's. You're right. Then we will go to the 5th floor first, and then from the 5th floor to the 6th floor. He clenched the baseball bat in his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I'm ready. Very good. Ji Chang's patted his shoulder happily. I'm ready too. Xiaolu. I'm so damn not ready. There are so many zombies up there. So dangerous. Don't you two act like you're just going to have a match. Okay. Have you eaten all the fear, nervousness, and timidity after the end of the world? Seeing that the two of them had finished encouraging each other and turned to look at him, Xiaolu said. I'm probably, maybe, ready, right. They were whispering and discussing downstairs, while the two girls on the 5th floor looked over cautiously. That's a human, right? They should be people. They still have sticks in their hands. These two girls were twins. When the apocalypse came, they were lucky. They just planned to change clothes and record a dancing video, so they locked the door. As a result, just after changing clothes, a sudden change occurred, and screams and various inhuman roars were heard outside, as well as the sound of banging on the door. The two of them were more cautious and noticed that there were screams outside, so they went to the window to look, and saw zombies chasing and biting people on the street outside the school. They didn't dare to open the door now. They worked together to move a bunk bed to the door and blocked it. They huddled in the dormitory and looked outside, trying to wait for the army to rescue them. As a result, the army did not wait, but 3 male classmates arrived first. Why did they run up the wall? How did they get up so high? It's good to be on the wall, at least the zombies can't reach it. It was only the beginning of the apocalypse, and everyone was classmates. The two of them didn't think of the 3 people below as bad guys, and they were happy to finally see a few live people jumping around. They waved at us. Do they have something to say? The two of them looked curiously and watched as one of the 3 male classmates carrying large bags took out a stack of paper from the bag, wrote something on it, and then rolled it into a ball. Is that a slingshot? Seems to be. I see the most well-proportioned figure and the most handsome appearance. The boys wrapped the wad of paper with a stone. Why could they take out the stone from their bag, and put it on the slingshot towards the direction of the two of them? The other 2 boys also waved at them, beckoning them to leave the window, and the 2 of them carefully moved out of the way. He's going to use a slingshot to hit that paper ball in. We don't need to get out of the way. There is a security net outside, so it's not certain whether we can get in. The 2 sisters stood on both sides and discussed in a low voice. Just talking. Boom. A paper ball flew into the house in front of them. 2 people. There is an anti-theft net outside. How did this big thing get in? They looked at the anti-theft net with confused faces. But there was an extra hole in the anti-theft net made of iron wire. It's still a standard round shape. 2 people. Are there really people out there? Although they once suspected that there were 3 mutated zombies outside, just like the aliens in the movie, but fortunately after unwrapping the paper, the elegant handwriting written on the back of the printing paper dispelled this idea. No matter how mutated the zombies are, they still can't write. The 2 of them read what was written above carefully. Let's use the sheets to make a safety rope and lower it from the dormitory. Is there a tutorial in the apocalyptic survival guide? They quickly looked at the front of the printing paper, and it turned out to be a complete set of survival strategies for the apocalypse. Many people had discussed this guide before, and they naturally knew about it, but they didn't download it because they had no interest in the content. Now that the end of the world has really come, the importance of this strategy is different. Just because those male classmates on the wall used apocalyptic survival strategies as a thank you fee, they also wanted to help. And if the safety rope can really allow them to come up, then maybe they can also go down through the safety rope. Downstairs, Ji Chang's and the others waited patiently. Sure enough, after a while, a safety rope made of sheets hung down from the 5th floor window. The two female classmates were also making okay gestures from above. I'll try it first. It may be a little difficult to go up the 4-meter-high wall, but it's easy to come down. Ji Chang slid down, first grabbed the wall and dropped his body vertically, then let go and landed easily. He walked gently downstairs to the dormitory, grabbed the safety rope and started climbing up in the old way. The two girls were very reliable in doing things, and Ji Chang's climbed to their dormitory window smoothly. Looking at the gods, the two people twisted the anti-theft net with their bare hands to create a large hole for one person to enter and exit, and then turned over and came in. Classmate, you are too strong, this anti-theft net is made of wire. Your hand was not pricked. Ji Chang smiled at the dumbfounded two people. It's okay, it's okay. Two people. Isn't this really a mutant zombie? Ji Chang's didn't care what his two classmates thought about him. He waved toward the window and motioned for the two of them to come up. Wu Bei and Xiaolu were overjoyed when they saw success. They quickly imitated Ji Chang's appearance, first hanging their bodies on the wall like a salted fish, and then landing on the ground. But after all, the two of them didn't have Ji Chang's skills. They couldn't make a sound, and they didn't know whose foot stepped on the branch. Crack! They both froze at the same time. They didn't chat all the time along the way, and they often did various experiments on zombies. Although most of these experiments ended in 1 or 2 minutes, they also gave several people a thorough understanding of zombies. For example, the sound of stepping on leaves just now will attract zombies within 3 meters. It doesn't matter if it comes within 3 meters. What matters is that it came running. The sound of running is much louder than the sound of leaves. Seeing a zombie running around the corner, the two of them looked at each other and ignored the tiptoeing. They quickly came to the safety rope and climbed up one after the other. Fortunately, Ji Chang's was on top, so they had confidence that the safety rope wouldn't collapse. After going up as fast as possible, the two of them sat down on the ground as soon as they landed, breathing heavily. I was scared to death. I thought I was cold. You're okay. You're in the front, and I'm in the back. I feel like the zombie almost bit me on the butt. Ji Chang's looked at them and they were almost lying on the ground. Liang said. That's pretty good. You can activate superpowers at times of life and death. When they heard about the supernatural power, the eyes of the two sisters who stood nearby and carefully observed them flashed. Wu Bei collapsed directly on the ground. There's going to be a big show in a while, why don't you let me take a break? That. One of the girls said in her heart, are you people with superpowers? Ji Chang's turned back to look at her, I am a superpower, they are not yet. What's wrong? The girl hesitated for a moment, ignoring the sister next to her. Pulling up his sleeves, he asked, are there many people with supernatural powers outside? More. Anyway, out of the 5 living people I meet, 2 out of 5 have superpowers. This is not a lie. Since the end of the world, they have only met those few people. The half-dead weapon struggled. Come to life. Can you believe there is a person with superpowers who can drop a skateboard out of thin air? So even though Ji Chang's powers were outrageous, he and Xiaolu still accepted them well. All of them have superpowers that come from a skateboard out of thin air. It seems normal to have a 100% increase in force value after a successful part-time job. The two sisters looked at each other after hearing his words, with a firm look in their eyes. I just saw that you wrote in the survival guide that you are going to rescue people on the 6th floor. Can you take us with you? Wait. The three responded, and they quickly threw out their own values. Although we are not as capable as you, we are also psychics and can help. Ability. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu both raised their heads. After witnessing Ji Chang's, whose name was unreliable but was really powerful when played, they had a natural yearning for superpowers. Both people have special powers. So envious. I can't blame these two for surviving. It must be a very powerful power. 5 minutes later, Ji Chang's hit a zombie with a baseball bat, and Xiao Lu and Wu Bei followed behind him. A zombie with a bloody mouth rushed in front of Xiao Lu. He did not dodge, and was not afraid of danger. He just hit it with a baseball bat. At this moment, the distance between him and the zombie was only 1 centimeter. The next second, the zombie was beaten away with a baseball bat. Xiao Lu was not proud at all after completing such a handsome move. He simply collapsed and shouted at the two sisters at the door of the dormitory. Zombies are rushing towards me, so I'm going too far if I don't move out of the way. The two sisters were wearing beautiful little skirts, holding hands and dancing in circles. While spinning in circles, the delicate little fans in their hands were gently fanning. Hearing this is called injustice. It's not our fault. Our ability is to dance and designate someone to copy the force value of teammates. Senior G, when he encounters a zombie, he doesn't dodge and just hits hard. When you meet a zombie, you just copy it and don't dodge and hit hard. Xiao Lu. Take, what should I do? My legs are weak and my hands are sore, but I'm still slapping. Ji Chang's knocked down a zombie running up from the 4th floor with a stick. Be patient, it's better to be able to fight than not to be able to fight. The two sisters dancing crazily gradually became dizzy. Our heads are spinning so fast, have you finished the fight? This layer is almost clear. Let's rest for 10 minutes and then go up in 10 minutes. Ji Chang's knocked down another zombie with a stick and hit his sore neck. He felt that he had to quickly practice a move with wider lethality. His so-called superpower is, of course, nonsense. Focusing on this situation, Ji Chang's carefully selected a set of Buddhist practices in his mind. Although the name is very noble, its practice method can also be described as a 100% increase in force value after successfully helping people. By helping others, you get force points. However, although the force value is strong enough, it is still quite tiring to fight one by one. After returning to the dormitory, Ji Chang's twisted his wrists and beat his arms. As for Xiao Lu and Wu Bei, without the two sisters dancing and controlling them remotely, they were completely paralyzed on the ground. I can't do it anymore, I can't do it anymore, I'm so weak, I really can't fight anymore. Wu Bei had never been so tired in his life. He simply couldn't imagine how Ji Chang's did those inhuman actions. The key is, he copied it 100% perfectly. Ji Chang's had already rested. He stood up and picked up the baseball bat. Let's go, let's do it again. The expressions of Xiao Lu and Wu Bei changed drastically. It can't be done, it can't be done, we really can't fight anymore. My legs are so weak that I can't even stand up. Look, it's just like noodles. Ji Chang's, it doesn't matter. You will stand up as soon as they dance. The two sisters who were also exhausted from dancing said. Fortunately, the two of them were professionals. Although they were very tired, they still stood up strongly. Okay. We can. Xiao Lu Wu Bei. They can't. Facts have proved that they can still do it, no matter how weak their legs and hands are. As soon as the two schoolgirls started dancing, they were as uncontrollable as being driven away. Then fight like Ji Chang's. One Ji Chang's was almost invincible, but three of them together? Their movements were flawless and crisp. In addition, they know very well that if they can win, they will pursue the victory, and if they can't, they will retreat into the house. After taking a rest and returning to full health, mainly Ji Chang's, they can open the door and continue the battle. It only took 40 minutes to fight all the way to the stairs to the 6th floor. As for the zombies that were wandering around in the corridor on the 5th floor, they were all cleared out. Those students who were lucky enough to escape and hide in the dormitories. The little one carefully watched the battle in the corridor through the toilet window, and some people who had the courage to come out also followed and tried to beat the zombies. The fight was in full swing downstairs, and the people upstairs also noticed the movement downstairs. Two girls who lived upstairs and downstairs tried to communicate with each other with their heads raised and their heads lowered. What happened on the 5th floor? I saw zombies being thrown out of the bathroom all the time. The girl on the 5th floor tried her best to raise her head. There are several boys' girlfriends in this building. They have just cleared away the zombies on the 5th floor and plan to go to the 6th floor. Empty. The girl on the 6th floor was shocked. Have all the zombies been killed on the 5th floor? Yes, everything has been cleaned. After they finished cleaning the corridor, they knocked on the door one by one and removed the zombies locked in the room. The stairs from the 4th floor to the 5th floor are also sealed. The zombies from downstairs can't get up, so our floor is temporarily safe. Damn it! The girl on the 6th floor was shocked. In just a short time, those fierce men were able to clear an entire floor. Is he a sports boss? She got the news and quickly sat on the ground. As soon as I closed my eyes, I felt like I was in a pure black space. In the darkness, a voice asked, "How's it going? Has anyone heard what's going on downstairs?" Zombies have been being thrown out of the windows on the 5th floor, and the survivors on the 6th floor naturally did not miss the dong 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 sound of zombies landing on the ground. The girl who had just inquired about the news quickly relayed what she heard. Immediately, there was a lot of discussion in the darkness. Who has such an awesome boyfriend? With so many zombies standing in his way? He can still sweep through a whole floor to find his girlfriend. They are going to come up and sweep the 6th floor soon. Can we beg them to take them with them? Let's come together. Why don't I have such a good boyfriend? Is it too late to find one now? After everyone discussed it for several minutes, a voice emerged from the middle of the conversation. We can't be trapped in the dormitory forever, otherwise we will end up in vain sooner or later. Those boys downstairs have high martial arts, so of course we can go with them. It's best to go. But we can't just ask for protection. We also have to show off our capabilities so that they don't think we are holding them back. After all, no one has the obligation to protect us. Everyone else listened quietly and stopped talking. It's not that they don't want to speak out, it's that they have been silenced. This dark space is in A. The girl who appeared a few hours ago and is still alive on the 6th floor can come in with her consciousness as long as she closes her eyes. This was verified by someone holding a cell phone video. According to the owner of the space, she has just gained this ability, and the space is equivalent to a group chat. As the group leader, she can drag people on this level into the group chat, ban them, and kick them. But this thing seems to have no use other than to allow scared people to gather in the dark and talk. The group leader said, after finishing speaking, the ban was lifted. Others immediately started talking, but how do we show our abilities? I haven't even run 800 meters, let alone fought zombies. There are no weapons either. The group leader spoke again, the clothes drying pole can be used as a weapon, but if it doesn't work, the bed frame can also be used as a weapon if it is dismantled. Everyone has read the survival guide so many times before. You should know that the most important thing in the last days is to increase your own strength. We have to rely on everyone to run. Let's show that we can fight zombies first and show that we can help. Only then can those boys on the 5th floor take us with them. And while they are here, there won't be too many zombies to fight and we won't be in a hurry, so we can also practice our skills. In the darkness, a voice came out. Don't be alarmist. We are all from the same school. We should help each other. If we don't fight zombies, will they not take us with them? Can you please stop thinking that people are so bad? If we really listen to you and go to fight zombies, and we are caught and bitten to death, will you be responsible? As soon as she finished speaking, the 5-minute group chat time was up and everyone was forced out of the group chat space. Hey, I have such a bad temper. In dormitory 608, Chen threw a pillow on the bed, his face full of anger. Who is that person? If you don't want to fight zombies, just say so. Who is not afraid of death? Everyone is afraid of death, but it is because of fear of death that we have to think of ways to save our lives. There was a thin layer of sweat on Yuan Yang's forehead and he wiped it with a towel. It's only human to be afraid, don't argue with her. She is the group leader in the group chat space. However, because she had just awakened her powers not long ago, she could only maintain a group chat for 5 minutes each time. She could only start the group chat again after taking a rest for about an hour. Seeing that her face was a little pale, Chen quickly handed over a bottle of water. Drink some water first, and stop chatting in the group for a while. I think most people still don't want to. Really? It's useless for us to persuade them to fight zombies. Yuan Yang nodded, not too surprised. After all, fighting zombies will be life-threatening, and you will die if you catch them. Except for a few who are very rational and know that they will fight if they don't fight now, most people still prefer to huddle in the dormitory. It's just that they have been looking outside through the window for a long time. Not only the streets outside the school, but also places further away are occupied by zombies. Everyone faces not only zombies, but also the dilemma of being unable to find food and water because the zombies are blocked outside. Now I'm stuck here. I have no one to help me. If I don't fight my way out, I'll have to die in the dormitory. If someone can help me, if I don't seize the opportunity to adapt to the end of the world while everything is in the initial stage, I can't be rescued by others and have to rely on others to support me, right? Not relatives, not friends, why? Especially when there are only 3 people on the other side, there are at least 8 survivors on their level. After all, if they don't show that they can fight zombies or look for food, even if they are taken by a school student at first, conflicts will still arise when the food is not enough. Yuan Yang rubbed his eyebrows. Those people should come up from the stairs in a while. If the zombies notice, they will rush over later. We take the opportunity to kill the zombies from behind. If the zombies turn around and bite us, we run back to the dormitory and close the door. Chen nodded, okay. I think this method is okay. She looked at Yuan Yang's belly worriedly, but you are still pregnant. Yuan Yang shook his head, don't worry about it. We have no one to rely on now, so we can only fight on our own. The zombies won't stop biting me just because I have a baby in my belly. Speaking of the baby, she touched her belly and her eyes were slightly red. Her parents, boyfriend, cousin, and the people she cared about didn't know what was happening to her at the moment. In the morning, I made an appointment with Nagasawa to attend class in the large classroom together in the afternoon, but something happened to my roommate at noon. If she and Chen hadn't reacted quickly and worked together to cover its head with a quilt and push it out, they might have died. After they came to their senses, they found the printed version of the survival guide given by Ji Chang's, and saw the tragic situation outside the school. They could only believe that the end of the world was really coming. The two had a clear goal from the beginning. They could not stay trapped in the dormitory. The door to the dormitory was open, and the number of zombies would only increase. But food and water are limited. If you just don't get out, you will either starve to death or suffer from hunger. If you can't try to break through, but your physical fitness can't keep up, you will most likely end up on the street. Since gaining the power, Yuan Yang has also tried to convince the students on this floor to kill the zombies one by one and slowly eliminate the zombies. Unfortunately, including her and He Chen Chen, there were only 4 people who were determined to try to fight the zombies. I don't know what happened to Nagasawa and Take. Yuan Yang looked outside with some worry, and there was unspeakable worry in his eyes. He Chen Chen was dismantling the bed, picked up a long iron pipe and gestured twice. Let's call out first and wait until we get out of the dormitory to see if we can think of a way to go to the boys' dormitory. The two had the same idea. After dismantling the iron pipe, they began to think of ways to protect the parts that were easily bitten. It's a pity I stopped you when you were planning to buy a small e-mule. Otherwise, we would at least have a helmet now. He Chen Chen was very sad. She shouldn't think that it was not good for Yang Yang to buy a small e-donkey to pick up Ji Chang's. At that time, he was stopped by his life and death, and now he is being blinded. What did she think at that time? Ji Chang's was a pretty good person. Hard-working, all kinds of part-time jobs, gentle, and reasonable. Although he is a little disabled, for such an old man, Yang Yang has to pick him up when he goes to work part-time in a distant place. But apart from being a little weak, Ji Chang's really doesn't have many shortcomings. He Chen Chen regretted that, but Yuan Yang didn't think so. It's not convenient to check the situation even if you have a helmet. If you don't have one, then you don't have one. The two of them wrapped themselves tightly to ensure that no zombie could bite them through, then they started to wait while holding the steel pipe. Ji Chang's and the others took a break and finally stood in the corridor on the 6th floor. Xiao Lu's hands were crisp and clean, and his face was masked with pain. Brother. Ancestor. If you fight zombies, fight zombies. Don't do the splits. My hamstring is about to break. Ji Chang's raised his leg high and kicked out a zombie that pounced on him. I'm trying to hide from the zombies attacking from above. Can you escape if you don't do the splits? Xiao Lu was about to cry, but I haven't pressed my tendons in 800 years, and my tendons can't handle this split. Wu Bei was already crying. It hurts so much, it hurts so much, hum, hum, hum. You raised your legs so high and used such force, have you considered my height? Shit, hum, it hurts me so much. Ji Chang's is still easy to talk to his brother-in-law. Be strong, be strong. Because there were 2 more replicas next to him, Ji Chang's was able to fight with greater ease. Think. Think. Your sister is still waiting for you to save her. She still has a baby in her belly, and her character is so timid. She usually doesn't talk loudly to others. What will Yang Yang do if we are no longer stronger? Wu Bei, yes. What do you think? That's right. My sister can't even feed a flower. She will definitely be scared to the point of weakness when she encounters this scene. I have to fight her. At least I have the strength to carry her. Ji Chang's corrected him, my daughter, my friend, I should carry it myself, you carry He Chen Chen. Wu Bei thought for a moment and thought it would work. Okay, you carry my sister, and I will carry Sister Chen Chen. Xiao Lu, who no one can carry. Why? Why does it hurt him every time the two of them chat? Huh. He suddenly raised his head, there seems to be someone fighting zombies in the back. Damn it, I thought Ji Chang's was brave enough, but I didn't expect that there are girls who are so brave. When Wu Bei heard this, he followed him to take a look. Anyway, Ji Chang's force value was quite abnormal, to the point where his body automatically reacted to danger. Both replicas watched, and Ji Chang's naturally watched while fighting. Behind the zombies, there were 2 girls holding steel pipes with both hands and cardboard tied to their bodies. They also knew that they were not strong enough, so to beat the zombies, instead of wielding sticks like Ji Chang's and others, they directly stabbed the throats with steel pipes. Poke one by one, and then push harder, the picture is quite bloody. So cruel. More cruel than Ji Chang's. After hearing these two words from Wu Bei, Ji Chang's did the splits neatly. Xiao Lu screamed and did the splits while dumbfounded. Well, that one with a stick and a zombie, looks a bit familiar. Ji Chang's eyes lit up. Yang Yang, it's Yang Yang. Wu Bei was also excited. Cousin. It's my cousin. Is Sister Chen Chen next to me? That's great. Xiao Lu. It just seems like you two said that Yuan Yang is weak and timid, right? Where did this female warrior, who fought bloody battles and was full of ferocity, come from? Looking at the roommate next to him who was playing harder than the other one, Xiao Lu finally understood. Really? I am the only one who has not adapted to the end of the world. Bei free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 488. Not only did Ji Chang's and the others notice Yuan Yang and the others, Yuan Yang and the others also noticed that the person fighting zombies looked familiar. Nagasawa and Arm. Are they them? Yuan Yang forcefully pulled the steel pipe out of a zombie's neck. When several zombies around the zombie turned around and rushed towards them, he quickly pulled He Chen Chen around and ran away. When we got to the dormitory and closed the door, the zombies beat them a few times and saw that there was no movement inside. After all, the active food in front, Ji Chang's and 3 people, were more attractive, so they ran back and continued to squeeze towards the stairs. Seeing this, Yuan Yang and the others opened the dormitory door again and came out, then stabbed them in the back. They are well versed in the principle of retreating when the enemy advances, and advancing when the enemy retreats. Although the speed of fighting zombies is slower than that of Ji Chang's and others, because the zombies are irrational, the fight is quite smooth. He Chen Chen was also very excited. It's them. It turns out it's them who are talking about them downstairs. Very good. She and Yang Yang were both ready to fight all the way to the boys' dormitory. Unexpectedly, they haven't gone yet, but they came first. Because they saw that the people close to them were fine, the two of them became more popular and poked harder. There was so much commotion outside, so the other female classmates naturally observed carefully and found that Yuan Yang and He Chen Chen's tactics were quite safe. As long as the zombies diverted their attention, they would just run back to the dormitory. The previous ones had originally planned to do so. The girl who followed the fight out became bolder and imitated Yuan Yang and the others by dismantling the steel pipe and going out to poke the zombies. The feeling of fighting with a baseball bat and a steel pipe is still different. Ji Nagaze and the others relied on violence to fight zombies. They used a stick to attack them. Because of the superpowers of Yuki Nagaze and the twin sisters, they could directly knock the zombies away and lose their fighting power. Female students are different. They are born with less strength than men. This method of hitting them with a stick is not suitable for them, after all, their skulls are so hard. Even Ji Chang's and the others, if he hadn't been so much stronger than ordinary people, the 3 of them wouldn't have been able to get a headshot with just one stick. The girls, who were weak and had no powers, chose the easier option in order to kill the zombies. Stab the throat. The consequence of this is that blood splatters everywhere and the ground is covered with mosaics. Yuan Yang and He Chen Chen were just ordinary girls before the end of the world. Even though they both liked watching zombie movies, they often lay in the same bed drinking Coke and eating instant noodles while watching this type of movie. TV dramas are still different from reality. When they first came out to poke zombies, they always retched after poking them several times. I poked it too much, I'm not used to it either. Especially when they had just recovered, a few more girls ran out carrying steel pipes. They did a good job in ideological construction and rushed over bravely. Then when I saw the mosaics all over the floor, I vomited in the middle of the rush. Yuan yang he chen chen. Retching can be contagious. Originally they had suppressed it, but now that they heard various retching sounds behind them, they couldn't help it anymore. So the picture becomes like this. You guys first, you. First. Find a few, you, empty rooms that are suitable to hide in, and check the locks, you. Those girls were holding steel pipes, okay, you. While suppressing the urge to retching, the girls followed what Yuan Yang and the others said and found an escape route first. After checking that there was no problem with the lock and that they could run over, they took a deep breath again, raised the steel pipe, and rushed over with determination on their faces. One poke. You. This girl was also strong. While retching, she stubbornly pulled out the steel pipe. When the weapon was back in her hand, she turned around and ran towards the dormitory she had previously favored. I'll go first, you. Although she didn't finish her words, everyone else got what she meant. Because they all finished the fight and ran back to the dormitory. It's not that I don't want to fight, it's that I can't bear the retching at all, so I can only press it first. The trio of boys who had no intention of vomiting said. What to do, retching is really contagious. They're a little grossed out too. The twin sisters didn't pay attention to what happened next, but they were also dizzy and very sick. In the end, I had to shout, we can't do it. Let's go to midfield. Wu Bei forced himself to hold back the retching. I agree, you. Xiao Lu also looked like he was trying hard to restrain himself. If Ji Chang's hadn't been as reliable as ever, leading the two clones to do the splits and raise the legs without fail, they would have given up. Except for himself, all his teammates looked like they wanted to hug the toilet and you madly. Ji Chang's also announced the halftime. 10 minutes of rest. They fought on the stairs, so they naturally had to retreat down the stairs. Before leaving, I didn't forget to shout to Yuan Yang and the others, 10 minutes before halftime, you guys hide in the dormitory first. Yuan Yang her. They immediately responded, okay. The joint battle between the upper and lower floors on the 5th and 6th floors ended due to infected retching. Seeing the girls running back to the dormitory and closing the door, the 5 people at the stairs began to move down while fighting. Oh, no, to be precise, it was 3 playing and 2 dancing. Fortunately, these sisters have been dancing since elementary school and have rich dance experience. Even if they are dizzy, they can still dance and move forward. Walking to the corridor on the 5th floor, as soon as they reached the ground, the 5 of them stopped fighting and ran towards the dormitory. As soon as I entered the dormitory, there were 4 salted fish cakes on the floor. Wu Bei Xiao Lu, I can't fight anymore, I really can't fight anymore. Twin sisters, I can't dance anymore, I really can't dance. Ji Chang's, the only one standing, cheered them on while checking his baseball bat. You can do it. Persistence is victory. There is no bottom line to human potential. Grit your teeth and hold on, endure it, and you can rest after you clear the 6th floor. Xiao Lu's eyes were straightened and his tone was erratic. Why do I feel that these words sound familiar? Wu Bei also looked like he was in a state of confusion. Does it sound familiar to you? These are the words of his part-time running encouragement teacher. He practiced in the dormitory all afternoon. Is Ji Chang sorry? He smiled and said, although the words are the same, the names have to be changed. From now on, these words will be used for zombie fighting encouragement teachers. Okay. I'm done with my encouragement. It's time for you to pay me. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, just thank you. 4 people. Wu Bei Xiao Lu managed to say 3 words with some skill, thank you. You're welcome, it's an honor to serve you. After finishing his daily lines, Ji Chang's looked at the 2 sisters expectantly, it's your turn. 2 sisters. What happened? How long has it been? You are still working part-time. They were very worried and suspicious. Isn't he crazy? Fine. Wu Bei waved his hand with difficulty. This is his special ability. He can increase his force value through part-time work. Just thank him and that's it. Twin sisters, and this kind of superpower. Weapons are weak. You can use dancing to make us copy Ji Chang's skills. What else is there in this world? What is impossible? 2 people, that's true. They said thank you dubiously. Ji Chang still said, it's an honor to serve you. Hey, it's a pity. It's still too hard for me to fight zombies with my superpower. His blood was visibly full and turned blue. It's just a pity written all over his eyes. It would be great if my secondary ability could be used. Secondary ability? What? What? Arms, who was already curious about secondary abilities, suddenly became energetic. His legs were no longer twitching, his arms were no longer sore, and even his trembling lips were calm. Quick, quick, tell us now while you're resting. Ji Chang's refused. I don't even understand it myself, so how can I explain it to you? I'll tell you when I can use this ability. Wu Bei, you are so appetizing and you don't want to talk about it. Hey, he wasn't too angry, mainly because he didn't have the energy. He just said sourly, then you have 2 powers. I really envy you people with powers. Ji Chang's comforted him. Don't be too disappointed. Didn't we see someone with a life or death power suddenly appear on the road? Maybe this power was triggered at the life or death moment. You still have a chance. I don't have a chance. After hearing this, Wu Bei became even more dejected. I have always felt that from the end of the world to now, I have been in a critical situation of life and death, and I have not seen any special powers. Although your powers are all weird, and the one we met before didn't look very reliable, I still want to have it, just in case it works. Xiao Lu comforted casually, don't think too much, maybe even if you have superpowers, you are still weird. Wu Bei, yes, I have always thought that if I had a special power, I would be the kind that could restore my own physical strength by listening to other people's gossip, and could restore other people's physical strength by telling jokes to others. Hey, do I have a big brain? The 2 sisters who were resting silently on the ground heard this and suddenly looked up at Wu Bei. Seeing them like this, Ji Chang's pondered for a second and then looked at Wu Bei silently. Wu Bei was suddenly stared at by 3 eyes. What are you doing? One of the twins, when we had superpowers before, we suddenly felt that we could make others copy the abilities of our teammates through dance copying. Wu Bei. He looked at Ji Chang's tremblingly. Ji Chang's nodded silently to him. Wu Bei. He was completely stunned. You mean, I have superpowers? The 3 people nodded in unison. Wu Bei, my superpower is. Ji Chang's answered, can you tell a joke? Restore the physical strength of your teammates. Twin sisters, listening to gossip can restore your physical strength. Xiao Lu suddenly realized, so you are a wet nurse. Wu Bei. Logically speaking, he should be happy to have superpowers. But why do I feel so weird now? Just be a wet nurse. Why? Why do you need to tell jokes to display your abilities? Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder, that's a good thing. You can try it now. Wu Bei carefully sat up against the bed. Then let me give it a try, do you know, it's only a moment and a half. I have been fighting for so long. Where can I find a joke? Xiao Lu was envious and looking forward to it. He prepared himself as if the house was on fire. Why can't I remember it? Don't you usually claim that you have the best sense of humor? You have the energy to be silly and silly every day. If you squeeze it out, you will definitely be able to squeeze it out. Wu Bei said for a long time, no, my mind is blank. I can't think of anything right now. Xiao Lu, if you can't remember it, just think about it. I feel like I'm going to die now. I'm just waiting for you to save me. Hurry up. Ji Chang's reminded him, if you really can't remember, just think about whether there are any jokes in your life. This is somewhat useful. Wu Bei looked at Xiao Lu, who was still lying on the ground. Xiao Lu, who was looking forward to it, suddenly had a bad premonition. What do you see me doing? Wu Bei coughed dryly. I heard that you went to the water room to fetch water last week and fell down. Xiao Lu, I was just careless. The two sisters lying on the ground, It's somewhat useful. My hands are not so sore anymore. My legs are feeling better. I seem to have more strength, but I'm still a little weak. But this joke doesn't seem very funny. Ji Chang's also moved his hands and feet. Have you not finished yet? Why do I feel that my physical strength has only recovered a little? When he saw it was effective, Wu Bei's eyes lit up and he continued. I haven't finished yet. He fell down because he was bragging to others that he could walk with a thermos on his head. Xiao Lu, wait. Wu Bei did not wait, but said everything in a loud voice. As a result, the thermos fell as soon as he put it on his head. He slipped and fell while he was in a hurry. The river crab was there at the time, and he didn't know how he did it. Xiao Lu's whole head fell on the crab, and he even ate a piece of hair, which scared the crab so much that he screamed and ran away. River crab, a big yellow dog, Colonel Lu. His face was covered with crab hair. It was hot in the summer and he sweated. The sweat stuck to the hair on his mouth and he couldn't wipe it off. So he went back to the dormitory and planned to take a shower. The result was just right. There were school leaders checking us. In the dormitory, I just said that students of our age are all dishonest, and he came back with a hairy mouth. The scene was ha 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 ha. The scene was silent for a few seconds. Then, ha 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 ha. The twin sisters and Ji Chang's laughed so hard that their bodies twitched. Smiling and laughing, the two sisters stood up. It really works. I feel like I am full of energy now. This ability is so powerful. God, milk, I think I can beat a cow after doing this. Ji Chang's also felt comfortable all over and could even play a few more waves. He rarely praised Wu Bei. The effect of your superpower is really good, it's amazing. Wu Bei was immediately excited. How could he perform so well in a temporary situation? It seems that I really have a talent for humor. Thinking like this, he turned to look at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, how are you? Are you not tired? Do you feel better? Much more. Xiao Lu, I am indeed not tired anymore. But my heart has been broken into pieces. Thanks to the blessing of Wu Bei's joke god, the five of them recovered in less than 10 minutes, completely forgetting the fear of being manipulated by you, and opened the dormitory door again with fighting intent in their eyes. But this time, in addition to two crazy dancing girls, the auxiliary team also has the weapon of a joke goddess. Wu Bei was very excited. Then can I don't have to do the splits to copy the force value. Can he finally join the auxiliary team? Of course not. Why do you think so? Ji Chang's looked at him in surprise. The two girls are assisting me in the back because their special abilities require dancing, so they can't spare any time. Your superpower is just using your mouth. You can do it. You can tell jokes while fighting zombies. Wu Bei. His heart was also broken into pieces. But thinking that he is so useful, both the combat team and the auxiliary team cannot lack him, and his temporary performance just now was so effective. After a while, if he performs normally, he will search and tell all the funny jokes you like. Wouldn't it have a huge impact? Hey, what if the joke he tells is so good that everyone just laughs and the fight becomes boring? With such sweet troubles in mind, Wu Bei began to seriously prepare various jokes in his heart. After the intermission, the 5th floor launched another charge towards the 6th floor. The girls who were hiding in various dormitories to calm down also mustered up the courage to carry steel pipes. When there was a sound outside, the zombies were all attracted by the three people at the stairs, and they rushed out again. As the saying goes, there are only three things that can happen. So, of course, they couldn't hold back the retching when they charged for the second time. I'm trying to kill zombies over there while forcibly suppressing them. Suddenly I heard a loud voice from ahead. There was a match that felt itchy on its head, so it scratched, and it died in the fire. Do you know why? Because matches create fire through friction, ha 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 ha. Yuan Yang was pulling out a steel pipe from a zombie. Is this a good joke? It's cold. He Chen poked hard. It's Wu Bei. My god, why did he, the king of cold jokes, start it again? The other girls who were fighting and trying to suppress retching said, what? What is this? The armament continues. A polar bear went to the iceberg, but it froze to death because it took the wrong way to Antarctica. Ha ha ha, isn't it great? Laughing ha 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 ha. And there's more. The more he spoke, the more energetic he became, and the more he spoke, the more energetic he became. He was completely unaware of the strange and complicated expressions on other people's faces. Later, two girls worked together to kill a zombie, creating another mosaic. Strange, I don't want to vomit now. Me too. The girl who said this raised her eyes and looked at Wu Bei, who was beating zombies and kept telling one cool joke after another. How am I doing? I want to hit him. +1. While they were enduring retching, facing a mosaic, and trying desperately to kill zombies, there was a person next to them who kept telling extremely cold jokes and laughing so loudly as if no one was watching. They can hold back the desire to beat people and turn their grief and anger into strength to beat zombies harder. They are already very restrained. Ji Chang's is okay. After all, he is a very strong person. You won't be depressed by just one or two cold jokes. Of course, the main reason was that after Wu Bei told his first cold joke, he cleverly began to selectively block what the other party said. He still has this ability. Even so, he couldn't help but think in his heart. If what Wu Bei always said about using a sense of humor to pursue girls is the sense of humor, then you can't blame him for being single till now. Wu Bei was completely unaware of what his normal performance had brought. He seemed to have returned to his youth, when he was so keen on telling jokes. It's a pity that Sister Chen doesn't have any sense of humor. Every time he tells a joke, she takes him to boxing practice. After many interruptions, Wu Bei's plan of telling jokes every day goes bankrupt and fails. Today, he can not only bring happiness to everyone with his jokes, but also restore their strength. Everyone must be very grateful to him. Wu Bei, then this little old mouse, ouch. Ji Chang's, could you please remind me before you do the splits? In this seemingly orderly battle, with the 5th floor's combat power attracting firepower in the front, the 6th floor's combat power in the back, the auxiliary twins dancing, and the wet nurse replenishing physical strength, in fact, the number of zombies gradually decreased in the chaotic battle. It wasn't until the last zombie fell that everyone gasped and stopped waving their weapons. The twins sat down directly. Seeing this, Wu Bei's eyes lit up. Are you tired? Let me tell you a joke. The twin sisters stood up immediately. They are really not too tired, to be precise, they are not too physically tired. After all, Wu Bei, who couldn't hold back a joke in the room, when he started to fight, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he didn't even stop opening his mouth. As soon as the physical strength was used, it was replenished in the blink of an eye. It's just that after all, we are all students in a peaceful era. We have just had such a mosaic battle, and everyone feels psychologically uncomfortable. A girl was leaning against the wall, her eyes wandering to the sky. Suddenly her eyes fell to the corner of the mosaic on the ground. She couldn't help but cover her chest and was about to retching. As soon as Wu Bei saw that he had a place to perform, he immediately rushed over. "How are you, classmate? Are you feeling unwell? How about I tell you a joke to restore your health?" The girl, who had already learned that Wu Bei's special ability was to tell jokes and act as a nanny, immediately kept rocking the joystick, and her desire to vomit was immediately suppressed by the cold joke that had just dominated their entire battle. "No thank you, I'm very okay, plenty of blood." Wu Bei sighed. "My teammates are all very awesome." I also felt sorry for him for telling jokes, but as soon as the battle was over, I was so considerate that I stopped telling him jokes. He Chen saw Wu Bei's intoxicated face, showing a horrible expression. She recalled the painful history of being harmed by Wu Bei's cold jokes when she was a young girl. It became quiet outside. The two female classmates hiding in the room may have discovered that they had cleaned up the zombies on the 6th floor and opened the door and walked out. Seeing the mosaics outside, the two of them looked a little ugly. They covered their mouths and noses in disgust, carefully tiptoed around the larger mosaics, and came to Ji Chang's and the others with a clear purpose. Among the two, the girl with the prettiest face showed a hint of surprise when she saw Ji Chang's face, and then her expression gradually became soft and grateful. "Classmate, thank you. How are you? It's amazing. I've killed so many zombies. If it weren't for you, we don't know how long we would have been trapped." Seeing that the other party behaved like this as soon as he came out, and even showed courtesy to his best friend's boyfriend, He Chenchen's expression suddenly changed. "Fu Qingli, just keep talking. Why are you so close?" "What?" She had known Fu Qingli before. She was a young lady with a bad temper. She was usually arrogant and squeamish. But now that she was acting like this, she probably knew what she wanted to do. The girl seemed to be frightened and shrank. "I'm just afraid." He Chen rolled his eyes. "Can you please stop holding your voice and speak?" "Okay. Okay. Can you speak?" Ji Chang's also stretched out his elbow and carefully pushed the other party to a safe distance. "Classmate, don't come so close to me. I just finished beating a zombie. If you come so close, I'm afraid I might accidentally beat you like a zombie." "Fu Qingli." She thought for a moment about the scene she saw in the dormitory where Ji Chang's hit a zombie with a stick, and stood back silently. "Classmate, I heard that you are here to find your girlfriend. Whose girlfriend is in our building? I know many people, maybe I can help you." Ji Chang's nodded. "It's me, but I don't need your help." When she heard that the person she was hooking up with actually had a girlfriend, Fu Qingli's face changed. She laughed dryly, and quickly lost interest in Ji Chang's. "Is she not willing to be a mistress? Ah, that's it, then I hope you find your girlfriend soon. Friend." She looked at Wu Bei and Xiaolu, who were standing next to them. After thinking for a second, he moved closer to Wu Bei, and his voice was still weak and weak. "Classmate, I just saw you fighting zombies, how good. So majestic." He Chen. "No, is it possible to change the target so quickly?" She rolled her eyes, but didn't choke this time. After all, she grew up with Wu Bei, so she knew very well what this boy would do. Sure enough, when Wu Bei heard Fu Qingli's words, his eyes lit up and his face was filled with excitement. "Really? Do you also think I'm awesome? Classmate, you are really discerning. Was it coaxed so easily?" Fu Qingli's eyes showed joy and she nodded quickly. Yes, you really stunned me with that move just now. Classmate, I'm hungry. It's been a few hours. I can't stand up. Can you help me?" Seeing that she was weak and about to fall on Wu Bei held her up. His eyes were full of love for saving lives and healing the wounded. "Classmate, don't be afraid. I will tell you a joke. I guarantee that you will be strong enough to beat a cow in no time." Fu Qingli, who had been in the room but had listened to the whole joke, had a stiff expression on her face. "Those jokes just now, weren't you who told them?" Wu Bei nodded. "Yes, it's me, so don't worry, I have a lot of jokes." "So? Don't worry that he will run out of ammunition and food and have no jokes to tell." Fu Qingli. She smiled dryly and slowly pulled her arm out of Wu Bei's hand. "I suddenly feel much better." "Well, you don't have to speak." 2 consecutive targets hit the wall, and she gritted her teeth and looked at the last person. Xiao Lu was fanning himself with his hands. When he saw her looking at him, he laughed. "Don't count on me. I'm living a difficult life myself, and I don't have the heart to support another person." Having had a childhood shadow of his parents cheating on her, he could see through this girl's intentions at a glance. Fu Qingli, who failed 3 times in 3 attempts. What's going on with men this time? She just wants to find someone to hug her thighs and then stretch herself out. Why is it so difficult? He Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw her deflated. He deliberately said to Yuan Yang in a sinister manner, "What I hate the most is this kind of woman who wants to rely on a man when something goes wrong. When she sees someone powerful, she tries to pretend to be weak. Girls' reputations are ruined by such people. Fucking Listen couldn't seduce any of them, and she didn't think about putting on a face that men liked. She just frowned and turned to He Chen. Out. You're saying sour grapes because you can't eat them. What's wrong with me? I'm called a person who understands current affairs. I'm a hero. I thought, okay. What's wrong with living? If you don't have enough strength, so what if you dare to fight and charge? You still have to die, and you have to work so hard before you die." He Chen laughed sarcastically. "That's better than you begging for mercy." "Have I harmed others by begging for mercy? At least I rely on my ability to be raised by men. Unlike you, no one cares or helps, so you can only fight on your own. I don't laugh at you and you don't have anyone to support you, but you still laugh at me. Coming. I don't have anyone to support me? I don't have anyone to support me? Haha." He Chen directly brought Wu Bei over. "Wu Bei, tell her. Who are you fighting all the way for?" "Wu Bei, of course it's for my cousin." Before he finished speaking, he saw He Chen staring at him threateningly, and quickly added, "And Sister Chen, when we saw that the outside was really the same as the survival guide, it was the end of the world, Ji Chang's immediately said, we have to come to you. Then we went through thorns and dangers all the way, but thinking that Sister Chen, you are still waiting for us, no matter how difficult or dangerous we are, we will go on. And here we are." He Chen suddenly raised his chin high like a victorious general. "Did you hear that? This is our Yan Jiang's cousin. Blood is thicker than water, we grew up together. This." She pointed at Ji Chang's. "He is our Yan Jiang's boyfriend." Ji Chang's corrected, "Fiancé." A smile appeared on his face, and he touched Yuan Yang's belly with a fatherly expression. "Yang already has a baby, and we originally planned to get married. Right? They're getting married. And this?" He Chen pointed at Xiao Lu and suddenly realized that this person was just a roommate and had nothing to do with them. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Xiao Lu, who was led all the way by Ji Chang's, wants to survive? He wants to explode. I am their good brother's sister is my sister, and his girlfriend is my sister-in-law. Sister is good, sister-in-law is good." He Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fu Qingli proudly. "Did you see it? Who said we don't have a backer? We have a lot of backers, especially Yang. She doesn't lack protection at all." Ji Chang's nodded cooperatively and looked at Yuan Yang and smiled. Although he didn't say much, everything was said without saying anything. "Fu Qingli, are you here to see Yuan Yang? You are Yuan Yang's fiancé, and you are Yuan Yang's cousin. You are their good brother. The three big boys all nodded. Others who didn't know the inside story were immediately envious. They came out to fight on their own, but who wouldn't be happy if someone could protect them? In this world, the more people you have to protect you, the more hope you have to survive. And Yuan Yang, her cousin, and her boyfriend are also nervous about her. How can she not be envied? He Chen saw a thoughtful look on Fu Qingli's face after repeated confirmations, and became even more proud. You know now, right? If our Yang Yang wants to, she can be safe even if she doesn't fight, but look at how well she beat the zombies just now. Yes. Fu Qingli's voice suddenly became 8 degrees sweeter, and she quickly walked over to squeeze He Chen away and hold Yuan Yang's hand. Yang Yang, how good were you just now? Amazing. I saw it in the window. How are you? Handsome. No, how are you? Beautiful. I was stunned. He Chen. Tekebi, I don't know why the scene feels a bit familiar. Yuan Yang was also confused. What are you doing? I just suddenly remembered that you had helped me before. I dropped my meal card, and you picked it up and returned it to my dormitory. At that time, I knew you were a very good person. Hey. Yang Yang, your clothes are torn, let me sew them up for you. Under Yuan Yang's confused gaze, she took out the needle and thread from her pocket, sewed it, and sewed her clothes in a few strokes. Yuan Yang looked at the clothes that were almost tattered. After sewing the clothes, Fu Qingli acted coquettishly towards her. Yang Yang, I felt like I sprained my ankle just now. Can you help me go back to rest? I have a box of chocolates there, okay. Eat them. I'll give them to you. Yuan Yang. She really couldn't figure out what was going on now. This rough seduction technique, this natural way of showing off your appearance. Everything is so natural that you can't fault it? He Chen was furious. Fu Qingli. If you can't seduce a man, then you can seduce our Yang Yang. Take your hand off. Fu Qingli raised her chin towards her and hugged Yuan Yang tighter. I won't. Stop being jealous. I'm prettier than you, sweeter than you, and better than you at sewing. Yang Yang will like me more. He Chen was about to explode. You fart. I grew up with her. How could she like you? Yuan Yang. Can you please stop acting like you are my harem? Ji Chang's, who had been observing the other party, saw some clues. Are you a superpower? Fu Qingli hugged Yuan Yang's arm tightly and admitted confidently, yes. Ah. My special power is the accompanying flower. Can I find someone to attach myself to? Don't you think of driving me away? I'm already attached to Yang Yang. As long as she doesn't die, I won't die. She'll eat my belly. I'll be full too. Other people. Does this also have forced binding? Fu Qingli glanced at Yuan Yang and saw that she didn't show disgust because she was bound directly, so she continued with peace of mind. The accompanying flower can tell the strength of a person's abilities, so originally, I planned to choose among the three of you. She nodded to Ji Chang's, you are super strong. He nodded again, you are average. He nodded at Xiao Lu again, you didn't. Xiao Lu, who was lying on the gun again, if there is no, why bring him out? Yuan Yang understood, then what am I? Fu Qingli smiled brightly, it's just normal. But it doesn't matter. There is a super strong one and a normal one protecting you. You will be safe. I will follow you. She hugged Yuan Yang's arm tightly, and after finishing her sweet words, she didn't forget to reveal her ability. Although the accompanying flower has no abilities of its own, it can use flowers to raise puppets. You see. She waved her hand, and the girl who came out with her came forward. After the other party came closer, everyone discovered that this girl's facial features were almost exactly the same as Fu Qingli's, but because they were flatter, she was forced to leave. Only the next few minutes are similar. Fu Qingli said, "This is my puppet, it can also fight, but I can't control it, only you can do it. Although I can't fight zombies, I am also very useful. I'm good at cooking. I'm good at eating and making clothes. And as long as I have someone to depend on, I can turn into a plant. With me by my side, the air will well? A lot." Everyone understood. Fu Qingli has a puppet, but she can't use it herself. She can also turn into a plant, but she must have someone attached to her to change. So, in her situation, she must find someone to rely on. But she will also die if her master dies. Naturally, she can only find someone strong enough not to die. I can't blame her for being so crude in her way of seducing people. This young lady probably got in on her by relying on her own imaginary seduction methods. As a person involved, Yuan Yang was still a little confused. Ji Chang's raised the sole question, "How do you level up?" Fu Qingli spoke in a sweet voice to Yuan Yang, and spoke to Ji Chang's in a normal tone. "The more Yang Yang likes me, the easier it will be for me to bloom. Every flower that blooms can raise a puppet." Having said this, she leaned her head on Yuan Yang's shoulder. "So? You should like me more." He Chen. Ji Chang's boyfriend is okay, but she is already about to explode. As long as you're attached, you'll be attached. Can you please stop clinging to Yang Yang like a boneless person? I can't help it. I'm affected by the supernatural power, so I just want to lean on her. Fu Qingli snorted squeamishly and said, "You are too hard-bodied, and you envy me for teaching you by example. Your body is soft, and you feel comfortable being leaned against me, right?" He Chen was furious, "Don't think that I dare not beat you." Fu Qingli immediately shivered and leaned into Yuan Yang's arms. "Yang Yang, she is so fierce, and I am so scared." Yuan Yang. He Chen. Ji Chang's looked Fu Qingli up and down. He has some memories of this girl in his mind. It is true that she is a squeamish young lady, and she is also very kind, but her behavior like this, which makes her whole body cling to Yuan Yang, has never happened before. But since she is a companion, she likes to lean against people like a vine. It seems okay. Past. Superpowers are very diverse. People can influence abilities. For example, Wu Bei likes to tell jokes, so he created a joke nanny. Is it possible that supernatural powers can also affect people? Ji Chang's plan to do an experiment. Fu Qingli, since you are already attached to Yang Yang, can you turn into a plant? Although after binding Yuan Yang, in Fu Qingli's eyes, everyone except Yuan Yang was just a passerby, but Ji Chang's had high martial arts and was Yuan Yang's fiancée, so she was still a little afraid of him. He didn't dare to raise his chin when he spoke. "Yes, I can do it now." Ji Chang's, "Then you change into another one, and I'll see what it is." "A plant." Fu Qingli looked at Yuan Yang. Seeing Yuan Yang nodding, she slowly leaned her whole body against him and said in a coquettish voice, "Yang Yang, you have to catch me. Don't let He Chen harm me while I turn into a plant." He Chen, who was shot while lying down, said, "Bah." Perhaps because of the binding, Yuan Yang was. Fu Qingli naturally felt a little more close to her. Seeing that the other party was so scared, she made a serious promise. "I will catch you, don't be afraid." Seeing that she agreed, Fu Qingli felt relieved. She muttered and pressed harder on Yuan Yang. "This is my first time to change, and I don't know what kind of plant I am." Her body slowly faded as she muttered, turning into small points of light, and then condensed. Then, an oval-shaped white light slowly fell. Yuan Yang quickly reached out to catch it. The others held their breaths and looked curiously. I saw something lying quietly in Yuan Yang's palm. Green tea leaves. The author has something to say. There will be an update of nutrient solution today, so I'm going to update it in advance. There will be more updates before 12 o'clock in the evening. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 489. Fu Qingli, her plant form is actually a piece of green tea. And the strange thing is that after being shocked, everyone didn't feel strange at all. I even thought, well, this plant form is quite reasonable and logical. The only person at the scene who was not armed. Do you understand why the expressions on other people's faces became indescribable, and they were still tooting? It's just a piece of tea. Although it smells pretty good, it's not as good as a leaf. It can't carry out photosynthesis, right? I originally thought it was at least a whole potted plant, no. But since it is just a leaf, how can it bloom? Are there flowers on the leaves? Ji Chang's, who had verified his idea, was very satisfied with Fu Qingli's tea image. He was full of ideas for the future. The leaves are pretty good too. Zombies are not vegetarians. We can throw the leaves where the zombies are and let Fu Qingli tell the news. Wu Bei thought about it and thought it made sense. That's right. If she turns into a leaf, the zombies will no longer be interested in her. Hey, Fu Qingli, can your leaves grow legs? No. But you can bloom 2 flowers and walk on them. So you can use the leaf form to see what the zombies are doing, and then give us a tip. By the way, you can also use the leaf form to transport food back. The big green leaves shook slightly, and Wu Bei said happily, look. She also thinks what I said makes sense. The tea leaves suddenly shook even more violently. Then there were several more white lights, and Fu Qingli appeared in front of everyone, but this time her face was full of fright, and she leaned on Yuan Yang's shoulder and looked at Wu Bei with frightened eyes. I don't want to, Yang Yang, don't send me to see zombies, I'm just a weak plant. Chen Chen seized the opportunity and quickly spoke. Yang Yang, if she doesn't want to go, just go. I can climb trees. I can climb trees to see what's going on with the zombies and report the news. You little green tea leaf, just stay quiet and be a potted plant. When Fu Qingli heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows coldly. What did you say? You are a potted plant. Yes, I was wrong. You don't even count a potted plant, just a leaf. These two people had a grudge before the end of the world, and now they are fighting each other when they get together. Yuan Yang, who is caught in the middle, has a headache and quickly breaks up the fight. Okay, stop arguing. The two of them were arguing so fiercely that they didn't hear her words at all. Ji Chang's, stop arguing. What's the point? Are you arguing? Restore beauty. The child trembled, immediately shut up, glanced at Ji Chang's with a little fear, and hid behind Yuan Yang. At first she was excited when she saw the red light on Ji Chang's body, which represented a high level of force, and thought about attaching herself to him. After she attached herself to Yuan Yang and fully used her master's powers, she discovered that the red light on Ji Chang's body, which represented force, was so red that it turned black. Fu Qingli had never seen many people with powers, but that didn't stop her from instinctively fearing Ji Chang's. She suspected that Ji Chang's was a plant killer before the end of the world, the kind that killed every plant he raised. No. How come it's just the end of the world and he looks like a big boss? Ji Chang's didn't have any objections to Fu Qingli. He was very happy to have one more person to protect Yuan Yang. We have just cleared the zombies on the 5th and 6th floors now. Let's discuss what to do next. Everyone chose a dormitory, closed the door and started discussing. Although the upstairs is just a rooftop and no zombies will suddenly rush out, everyone's spirits are extremely tense after the end of the world. If we want to talk seriously, we still have to stay in a locked room. Just feel at ease. Ji Chang's prefers to leave school, and the reason is also very valid. Since the end of the world, not even an air raid siren has appeared in the sky, and mobile phone signals have completely disappeared. Everyone is from Lu University, so they should have basic safety awareness. It's almost dark now and there's no movement outside. At least the city's protective power must be paralyzed. In fact, there are other people who have no sense of security at all. Yuan Yang leaned on her boyfriend. But there are so many people in the whole city, and there are so many streets outside. Most of the houses on the street belong to other people's homes. It's like a blind box, right? Just like in school, you can go into the classroom and dormitory to hide. We can still escape in school because we know the terrain, but when we go out, we really have to rely on fighting. Wu Bei nodded, yes, yes. Ji Chang's also knew that what Yuan Yang said made sense. Most students in the school knew the terrain, and the locks on the classroom doors and dormitory doors were accessible to everyone. Unable to fight anymore, he hid in the room. As long as the distance is enough and people don't make a sound, the zombies won't crash into them. But things are different after leaving school. The only places to avoid outside are shopping malls or residential buildings. Houses need keys, and there are many zombies in shopping malls. The difficulty of escape suddenly increased hundreds of times. But we have to go home. These words. As soon as it came out, everyone present except Xiao Lu and Fu Qingli looked sour. At this age, they might have become parents in ancient times, but in modern times, college students are just children in the eyes of their parents. No. It is said that they usually reach out for food and open their mouths at home, but they are basically raised by their parents as if they are babies. They have been living in an ivory tower, and when they are suddenly pulled out, they have to face a pile of mosaics. They didn't even have time to feel sad and uncomfortable before. Now when I hear that I'm going home, I can't help but cry. For a moment, the small dormitory was filled with crying. Yuan Yang's eyes were also red. Ji Chang's hugged her and said, "It will be fine. We will definitely be able to go home." Yuan Yang leaned against her boyfriend, feeling more at ease. In any case, at least she is not alone. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Ji Chang's took the time to start making arrangements. It's still a familiar table, a familiar piece of paper, and a familiar campus map. We can't stay stuck in school all the time. There are only so many things in the school supermarket. It's the end of the month and the canteen is restocking at the beginning of the month. Even if we take down the supermarket and canteen, the food won't last long. We still have to go to school, but before that, we can practice fighting zombies in school. After we go out, there won't be such a good terrain for us to practice. After experiencing the previous poke battle, the girls on the 6th floor became more courageous. Although they still didn't want to go to school too much, they were still very willing to practice with zombies. Before dark, we decided what to do next. Everyone will go back to the dormitory to rest tonight. After dawn tomorrow, we will start clearing the zombies downstairs layer by layer. After ensuring safety in the dormitory building, the dormitory building can be used as a temporary base. After searching all the dormitories in the dormitory, you should be able to find a lot of food. Everyone practiced fighting zombies near the dormitory building. They will wait for half a month. Half a month is enough time for everyone to practice self-defense moves. If no rescue comes by then, they will leave the school. This plan was approved by all members. Ji Chang's and the others also knew that when the time came, only Yuan Yang, He Chen Chen and the twin sisters were willing to leave with them. However, it would be nice for everyone to cooperate in the short term. That night, Ji Chang's and Yuan Yang were in a room alone. Wu Bei Xiao Lu's room. Why? Chen Chen Fu Qingli and her twin sisters lived together. That night, we drew lots and took turns staying on duty in pairs, each for 2 hours. Everyone slept soundly when it was time to go to bed. Insomnia or something. It does exist. After fighting zombies all afternoon, everyone just wants to sleep quickly. It's best to wake up and find that all this is just a nightmare. When you open your eyes, it's still the peaceful and happy college time. Unfortunately, reality will always be reality. Early the next morning, everyone opened their eyes and began to check their weapons and find ways to put protection on their bodies. Their task today is to clean the 4th floor. Seeing Ji Chang's and the others leading several people from the 6th floor to beat them down, the girls on the 5th floor carefully observed and found that several boys moved swiftly and neatly, copying Ji Chang's. If any girls were almost caught, they would do the same. They used baseball bats to help fend them off, and a few people boldly joined in. The current situation is equivalent to being protected while playing a dungeon. There is a high probability that you will not die. You can also take the opportunity to level up. On the second day of the apocalypse, these students who usually watch novels and movies have already suppressed their fears and started to prepare for their future survival. Human beings' adaptability is much stronger than they think. After a few girls from the 5th floor joined in, the speed of clearing zombies suddenly became much faster. Everyone knows that Dao Ji Chang's is the best among the three. Of course, the main ones who can fight are Ji Chang's, Wu Bei, and Xiao Lu are the copying tools. But the girls on the other floors didn't know that. They only saw 3 uniform movements, doing the splits and raising their legs. Maybe that's what a real strong person is. 3 big boys, how can they do the splits so well? For a time, the 3 of them simply became role models for the surviving girls in the whole building. Ji Chang's and the others started the second step of their plan. Go explore outside the girls' dormitory building. I won't take the girls with me this time. After all, they have superpowers. Ji Chang's can only guarantee 1 for 2 at the moment, so it's better to be safe. The first step is the second canteen, the building closest to the dormitory building. As per the old rules, Ji Chang's draws pictures. However, because there are several roads from the dormitory to the second cafeteria, they can only clearly calculate every possibility of each road. Of course Ji Chang's is so lazy. Maybe he just makes up his own mind. We have 2 paths. After assigning this task, he go write and draw on paper. Wu Bei Xiao Lu. Fortunately, they were well prepared. In the afternoon, other girls came to call them to train together. As soon as they opened the door, they saw the 2 of them holding books and writing furiously while reading. Oh my God! They were shocked. What kind of spirit is this? It's the end of the world, and these 2 classmates are diligently practicing killing zombies. They are chased away by zombies every day, and they have to learn to press their muscles sooner or later. As a result, time was so tight that they actually didn't forget to study. Is this the world of the strong? They quietly kept this in mind and made their decision silently. The next day, Wu Bei and Xiao Lu came out yawning. They were shocked to find that almost all the girls had a book in their hands and were studying seriously. 2 people. It's over. The hardships of the last days finally drove everyone crazy. The author has something to say. More updates for nutrient solution reaching 80,000 yuan. Not tonight. Well, please ask for another wave of nutrient solution. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Mao. Chapter 490. Mathematics, the Eternal God. After successfully handing over the plans for the 2 routes, this sentence became the motto of Xiao Lu and Wu Bei. The two of them even spontaneously added an additional option to their plan to explore new roads: bring the book back if they see it. The teacher is right. Studying is very useful. Even in the end of the world, people with good academic performance will have more ways to survive than those with poor academic performance. In their more than 20 years of human life, they have never loved learning as much as they do now. Ji Chang's was very satisfied with the attitude of the two. And he took the initiative to start a part-time job tutoring them in their homework. The first question he asked was: assume that there are 52 zombies in the school library. The distance from the library to the third cafeteria is 1,200 meters. The distance inside the library, the speed of zombies, to verify how humans can safely get from the library to the third cafeteria canteen. The essence of this question is probably similar to Xiaoming pouring water into the swimming pool while filling it. The difference is that in reality, there are real zombies chasing people while attracting other zombies. After a girl saw the questions that Wu Bei and the others did, she mustered up the courage to ask Ji Chang's and the others if they could do the same. Ji Chang's naturally nodded in agreement. So, in addition to fighting zombies every day, the survivors in a building also read books, do questions, and practice various exercises. I believe that if you can take the exam again, the possibility of everyone failing is still very low. After everyone was immersed in studying and no one came to him for a part-time job, Ji Chang's proposed, I am also very good in chemistry. Do you want to study chemical? Fu Qingli, the only one who studied involuntarily, raised her head with a grimace. Mathematics is enough to give me a headache, so why not do chemistry? Mathematics can also calculate our escape time. What can we do with chemistry? Even if we learn it, we will have nothing in our hands, and it will be useless if we learn it. Yuan Yang admired her boyfriend wholeheartedly. She used to like Ji Chang's as a top student, but now that she discovered that he could use knowledge to help everyone escape in the apocalypse, the admiration in her eyes became even stronger. Nagasawa has always had a plan. If he said to study chemistry, then chemistry must be useful. Fu Qingli's tone when she spoke to Yuan Yang was not as normal as when she spoke to Ji Chang's. Her voice suddenly became 8 degrees, and she leaned against Yuan Yang coquettishly. Yang Yang, don't you want to learn? It's just a small plant. Even if you don't learn, it doesn't matter, right? I have to say that Fu Qingli is very good at acting coquettishly. When this little novel sincerely tried to please someone, even Yuan Yang, who was of the same sex, couldn't resist it. In just a few days, the tone he spoke to her became much softer. I know you have been working very hard these days, but it will be good for you to learn these things. Why don't you turn into a leaf first and come to sleep in my pocket for a while? Let's wait until you have a good rest and then come and see. The way to rejuvenate your energy is to turn it into green tea. It's not a metaphor, it's an adjective for the kind of green tea. Ever since Ji Chang started teaching everyone to learn knowledge to deal with zombies, Fu Qingli's favorite daily activity has changed from lazily leaning against the window to bask in the sun, to sleeping with tea leaves in Yuan Yang's pocket. You just want to be attached to others and don't want to work hard. Logically speaking, this kind of behavior that does not want to do dirty work at all should be very annoying. However, she is beautiful and sweet-tongued, and she is also very good at making clothes. Even if she cooks delicious food in the small pot in Yuan Yang's dormitory, it doesn't matter if she doesn't contribute at all. In addition to fighting zombies and studying, 2 things that Qingli refused to do, she did a good job in other logistical tasks. Take good care of the group of 7, mainly Yuan Yang. People's hearts are made of flesh, and Yuan Yang naturally became close to her as he looked at Fu Qingli like a hard-working little bee every day, trying to collect fabrics and tools to sew protective gear for her. But perhaps because of the influence of attachment, she always felt that her feelings for Fu Qingli were not like a friend, but like a daughter. Seeing Fu Qingli nod and yawn, turning into green leaves, Yuan Yang caught her familiarly and put her in his pocket. This pocket was sewn on by Fu Qingli. She was afraid that Yuan Yang would drop it while she was working, so the pocket was sewn tightly. He Chen, who was also reading with a grimace, was almost turned into a lemon when he saw Fu Qingli sneaking away to sleep. I want to rest too. Yuan Yang advised her, don't think about it and read the book quickly. You can rest after reading a few pages. He Chen just shouted. She couldn't be like Fu Qingli, an upright plant. The biggest reason why Fu Qingli's lazy behavior didn't make everyone feel rejected was that she didn't need to eat or drink at all. As long as Yuan Yang is full, she will not be hungry. Even as a plant, she doesn't even need to water. Although she likes to bask in the sun, that's just because the sun makes her feel comfortable. It's okay if she doesn't. Since Fu Qingli has never used any resources, if she doesn't work, others will naturally not say anything. Even Ji Chang's ignored Fu Qingli's lazy behavior. Of course, the main reason is that Fu Qingli is really good at sizing up situations. After she found out that she couldn't offend Ji Chang's, she had to be as cowardly as possible in front of him. She even placed Ji Chang's next in line after finishing Yuan Yang's protective gear. However, compared to Yuan Yang, who worked overtime and carefully sewed, Ji Chang's was much more perfunctory. It took 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying to finish the work, but the quality was absolutely nothing to say. After Ji Chang's put on the protective gear, he reciprocated the kindness and brought her back some soil when he went out to explore the dormitory building. Fu Qingli's expression at that time was hard to describe. Because she didn't speak, Ji Chang's directly defined this expression as like, and told the other party that although she was a leaf, maybe it would be good to stick it in the soil, so that she could rest well in the soil every day. As a result, Fu Qingli's expression became even more difficult to describe. But she didn't dare to disobey Ji Chang's. These days, she could only sleep in the soil. Ji Chang's accidentally saw a green leaf lying head down in the soil. He specially sewed a small pink underpants for himself and put it on the middle of the leaf. From time to time, the leaf would tremble while sleeping, looking silly, and he would be ready when he came back. Zhu Yuanyang said. You'd better not treat her as your daughter. With such a daughter, people will doubt our IQ. He Chen also went to see it once. When she came back after watching it, she never quarreled with Fu Qingli again. She felt that Fu Qingli had been affected by supernatural powers and her IQ had degraded to the level of a 5-year-old child. He Chen was not so shameless as to quarrel with the children. After a few acts, she continued to read the book honestly. Ji Chang's pointed at her twice and said quietly to Yuan Yang. Do you think she is under a bit of pressure? Yuan Yang nodded and lowered his voice, including Qingli. All 8 of us have special powers, except Chen. It's normal for her to be stressed. Xiao Lu, who was writing furiously next to him, said. I said you can just whisper if you whisper, don't you? Leave me alone, okay? You can call me anything, me. I don't have it either. Yuan Yang was startled by his voice and subconsciously asked, when will you? Coming. Xiao Lu, I'm always here, okay? Aren't all people in love like you, who don't care at all about who is next to you? You simply treat me as an invisible person. It's too much. Sorry. Yuan Yang quickly apologized, I really didn't pay attention just now. Xiao Lu waved his hand, and then lowered his head and wrote, forget it, I'm used to it. How did that song come about? I should be under the car, not in the car. Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother, I haven't forgotten you. Before Xiao Lu could be happy, he added, I always remember to ask you to go out with me. Xiao Lu. He muttered, this kind of thing reminds you of me. Complaints were complaints, but he still made preparations honestly. This time when I went to the second canteen, In addition to checking out the supplies there, I also had another important goal, which was to ensure that they could really fight their way out. The second cafeteria is closest to the girls' dormitory building. There are not many zombies there, but because there are many routes, they may encounter zombies from other places on their way there. Therefore, their movements can only be kept to a minimum. For example, they cannot do things like telling jokes while fighting. And because this requires fast running, the twin sisters can't chase away corpses by dancing. This time it was a real three-person trip, with Ji Chang's taking 1 to 2. Although Wu Bei and Xiao Lu have been practicing various moves these days, after clearing the zombies in the building, they often attract the zombies outside to practice without being chased away. The two of them are still very confident. Do not worry. Xiao Lu put on all kinds of weird armors and held the steel pipe that he had removed from the bed and polished for several days, full of confidence. Although Wu Bei and I are still not as high as your martial arts, we are still half as good as you. With our 3 swords combined, we are invincible in the world. Yes. Invincible. Ji Chang's looked at the 2 people making sure everything was done, silently took out his notebook and started writing and drawing. Huh? Alternative life-saving plans. Haven't you written so many plans? Why do you still need them? Write life-saving plans. Faced with the issue of armaments, Ji Chang said, just to be on the safe side. After all, there is always a law in the world. When a soldier goes to the battlefield and talks about his family to his comrades, similar lines are probably waiting until the war is over. No matter what happens, 99% of the soldier will be defeated. And when the teammates are all unprecedentedly confident and feel that there must be no problem, 70% of the time, something will happen. Ji Chang's put down his notebook and sighed. It's all life experience. The 3 of them specifically chose early morning because if they started early in the morning, they would have a full day. After strapping on their armor, Xiao and Lu were armed with sharpened steel pipes, while Ji Chang's, who was stronger, still used a baseball bat. They opened the locked dormitory door, and in the distance they could vaguely see several zombies wandering across the dormitory building. As for the only dead zombies lying on the ground around the dormitory, the saying rabbits don't eat grass from the edge of their nest does not apply to students. After clearing the dormitory, everyone's pressure dropped sharply. For practice, they often fished to enforce the zombies outside. Yuan Yang's belly is already slightly bulging. Before the apocalypse, she would still walk slowly. Since the apocalypse, apart from fighting zombies, she can only walk slowly in the corridor at other times. After Ji Chang's arrived, she naturally no longer had to work hard. When she had time, Yuan Yang tried to improve her power level through meditation. After all, no one knows where the superpowers come from. Most superpower users don't know how to improve their superpowers. They only have relatively rare superpowers, such as Fu Qingli. After she got the superpower, she naturally knew how to improve it. Yuan Yang's power is group chat. When using it, you need to close your eyes and concentrate, so she thought of meditation. I didn't expect it to actually work. At least they have done experiments. One person is on the far left on the first floor, and the other is on the far right on the top floor. Yuan Yang can still pull people into the group chat. Because this special ability allows her to know the dynamics of her teammates even when they are far away, Yuan Yang feels a little more at ease in her heart. Before sending Ji Chang's and the others off, he repeatedly warned, I will start a group chat from time to time. Remember to enter the group chat when it is safe. Do not worry. Ji Chang's touched her belly lightly, and ran toward the second cafeteria with Wu Bei Xiaolu. They must run, after all, if they move here, nearby zombies will come immediately. Once the zombies run away, they will still attract other zombies. In this case, they might as well run away themselves. Sure enough, A few scattered zombies nearby immediately ran over with their mouths open as if they were waiting for dinner. However, the meal was not close to him, so he was shot in the head first. Ji Chang's and others. Without wasting time, they ran forward while shooting zombies in the head. The route they had taken before worked well. The shortest route they chose could not only avoid the zombies chasing them, but also reach the canteen as quickly as possible. The entrance to the second canteen is already looming. The three of them moved neatly. After getting rid of a few zombies, they squatted neatly in the green flower bed. The road map looks like this. There are 5 dormitory buildings, the second canteen, the stadium. Unfortunately, many people skip their lunch break and come to the stadium to play football or badminton. There are even some people who don't play themselves but come to watch others play. The stadium is open air, and there are nets surrounding each event, but at this moment, blood can be seen across the nets. 1, 2. After Wu Bei finished counting, he lowered his head again, 32 zombies. So much. Xiao Lu looked carefully through the green leaves. Everyone loves sports too much. There are so many people during lunch break. Fine. Ji Chang's took out a pen and paper from the bag he was carrying on his back. The distance from the second canteen to the stadium is, counting the zombie running speed, our speed is enough to run into the second canteen in one breath. The door of the second cafeteria is easy to close, and there is only one gate. After entering, just close the door. The zombies in the stadium will come over in 2 minutes. They can't get in. After finishing speaking, a whole piece of paper was filled with various numbers. Wu Bei was silent for a few seconds, and his thousands of words of admiration were condensed into one sentence. Let's go to the small supermarket next time. It's time to restock paper and pens. Okay. Ji Chang's agreed, thinking of the escape options he had prepared before, and grabbed the 2 people who were about to rush out. If something unexpected happens in the second canteen, step on the table next to the door as soon as possible. I remember the topography of the second canteen. After the tables on both sides of the door are up, you can reach the big window of the second canteen. Grab the window, step on the table and click on the side of the table, and you can sit on the window. The windows in Lu Da's cafeteria are very strange in shape, because there is a layer of glass blocking the outside. These windows are wide and large but have no glass blocking. Someone used to tease me that it was like a prison. The reason why there was no glass was because it was too high and impossible to reach. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu didn't understand why Ji Chang's was still so cautious. Take, there will be no one in the cafeteria during lunch break. Yes. Xiao Lu said with a smile, it can't be such a coincidence that everyone is rehearsing the show in the cafeteria on the day of the apocalypse, right? The school cafeteria is not like those shops outside. At about the same time, they start to put away the food, wash the dishes and wash the pots, and then prepare for the evening meal. So before they left the dormitory, they had speculated that even if they included all the employees in the second canteen, they would only be in their early teens at most. It's more than enough for 3 people to fight. Ji Chang's, it's better to be careful. I encountered similar things a lot when I was working part-time. He never missed a word. Therefore, although they didn't take it seriously, the 2 of them still took note of Ji Chang's words. 3, 2, 1, charge. The 3 of them rushed out. As they ran, there were zombies on the stadium in the distance who noticed the movement here and immediately ran towards the side excitedly. However, the stadium net blocked the progress of most zombies, and only those who happened to be near the door were able to happily fly over. The net was just an ordinary green net, and it had not been replaced for many years. It had become brittle due to the weather and the sun. It was pressed so hard by a bunch of zombies that it was broken in a few strokes. As a result, the large army followed closely behind the charge team, roaring and rushing over. The 3 of them ran so fast that they had no time to speak. They rushed into the second cafeteria door in one breath and closed the door neatly. As a result, he turned his face and looked at the zombies in the cafeteria. The zombies reacted quickly, running towards this while opening their mouths wide. As if to say, "Here comes my brother." The brothers were shocked. This? He asterisk. The three of them didn't have time to think of anything else. They only had time to curse instinctively, and like rabbits, they ran up to the table, pulled the window open and turned on the fan, sitting on the window with great effort. Ji Chang sat on the left. Wu Bei Xiaolu sits on the right, half of each person. Below them, countless zombies stretched out their arms and opened their mouths, holding a warm welcome ceremony for humans. They were all wearing beautiful and handsome clothes, and it was vaguely visible that they were wearing makeup. In the center of the canteen were the tables and chairs that had been moved away, and a large red carpet was laid out in the vacant space, as well as a thigh-high stereo. The speaker is not plugged in, it should be rechargeable or battery-powered. Obviously, these people are rehearsing the show here when the end of the world comes. Ji Chang's looked at Xiaolu, who was in shock. "What did you say before? Coming?" "Xiaolu, I just said that casually. In the past, everyone rehearsed programs in the auditorium, but the auditorium has been under repair recently for the school anniversary. Those who have programs will naturally find ways to find a place to rehearse. But who knew, they actually rehearsed in the cafeteria. 4015, 4016. Wu Bei finished counting, "Just what I can see, 63. Xiaolu. Of course there is no problem with 3 against 10. But 3 dozen? 63. He looked back at the stadium zombies who had run outside the cafeteria and bared their teeth at them. 63, 32. They all seem pretty bad. What should we do? We seem to be making dumplings." Ji Chang's was not as panicked as they were. He just sat quietly on the window, thinking. Wu Bei asked carefully, "Ji Chang's?" "Ji Chang's." Xiaolu looked desperate. "Stop calling him. No matter how powerful he is, there is nothing he can do about this situation. In our terrain, we can't reach the zombies from above. If we go down, we will be immediately surrounded by zombies. Unless we climb up, it is useless to climb up. There is no ladder to let us down. The height of the second cafeteria is still very high, and it would be easy for someone to jump and break his leg. And there must be zombies near the cafeteria. If they fell down, they would be cut off from their meal." Xiaolu sighed. "I have a way. I'll go down first, and then attract firepower to lure the zombies outside to a farther place. If you go down again, every one of you can escape." "Damn it! Are you so sacrificial?" Wu Bei was shocked. "You actually plan to sacrifice yourself to save us too, Lao Xiao. I underestimated you before." Xiaolu shook his head. "No, what I actually want to say is that when I came up, I seemed to have sprained my foot." He pointed to his left foot, which was already red and swollen, with a wry smile on his face. "I can't run away anyway. In fact, the last few days since the end of the world have actually been the warmest days in my life." Xiaolu began to talk endlessly about his mental journey. "Although there are dangers everywhere, you have always taken me with you. You are stronger than me in martial arts and have greater abilities than me. Only I can't fight if I run too slowly. I don't even have the knowledge to seek business. I can't keep up with you, but you have never disliked me, except for always dissing that I am single. This is slightly lacking and needs to be improved. Others, you are worthy of me. Of course, you are still sorry for what happened yesterday when you snatched my ham, and I see that you are working so hard just to go home early, but I don't have a home, and no one is waiting for me to come back alive anyway. If you die, just die. The wind is rustling and the water is cold, a strong man." Ji Chang's, who had been deep in thought, suddenly said, "I have an idea. Xiao Lu, who was immersed in the emotion of who should I sacrifice, couldn't extricate himself and choked, "What did you think of? A way to survive?" Ji Chang stood up holding onto the window wall, carefully stretched out his head and looked above. "Come on, let's climb up." Wu Bei didn't even ask what kind of survival method Ji Chang's had thought of, and his face already showed happiness. "I knew you had a way. Lao Xiao, come on, get up, let's climb up. Ji Chang's is so powerful, he can definitely lead us out." Xiao Lu hesitantly put his hand on the wall and said, "But my ankle is sprained and I can't use any strength." Ji Chang's glanced at his feet. "It's okay, we will take you with us when we escape. The three of us will go back the same way we came out. No one is missing." Xiao Lu immediately imagined such a scene in his mind. The zombies were chasing after him, and he was being carried by Ji Chang's. Wu Bei couldn't carry him. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, he asked Ji Chang's to put him down and run for his life, but Ji Chang's gritted his teeth. "No, I absolutely won't. Would give up on my brother. Oh my God. What kind of peerless good brother is this? Even if he is a scumbag and a central air conditioner, Xiao Lu and Ji Changziren are extremely loyal to him." Xiao Lu was so moved by the images in his head that he almost burst into tears. Neither Ji Chang's nor Wu Bei gave up on him. He will also persevere. Thinking like this, Xiao Lu stood up slowly while holding onto the wall. Ji Chang's had already stretched out his upper body, tentatively grabbed the pipe outside, stepped on the bottom of the window to use force, and climbed onto the pipe with his whole body. Fortunately, there was a cover to keep out wind and rain in the second cafeteria. It didn't take much effort for him to stand on the cover and reach out to pull the weapon under it. Wu Bei came up first, and then they worked together to pull down Xiao Lu, who was unable to use his strength. Just pulling them one by one, it took more than half an hour to reach the roof of the second cafeteria. When the second canteen was first built, in order to have a good appearance, the roof was made into a semicircle, shaped like a turtle shell. Is that what the three of us were doing? Lying on the turtle shell? Breathing heavily? After Wu Bei told a cold joke, he was not tired anymore, but Xiao Lu's foot was injured and the nanny couldn't save it. After another minute of rest, the three of them crawled forward. Ji Chang's climbed at the front, heading in one direction with a clear goal. "What are we doing here? Don't you think of a way to get out? Jump from the roof. Do you want to fall to death?" "Ah." Ji Chang stopped at a certain position, leaned to the side, took the steel pipe from Wu Bei's waist, and smashed it towards that position with all his strength. He was very strong, and after a few hits, he actually made a hole. The picture below appeared in front of the three people. This is the kitchen, and there are 5 or 6 zombies wandering around inside because they can't get out because the door is closed. When they hear any movement, they look up. When they see it's a person, they immediately feel like they've been drunk with chicken blood. Stretching out his arms trying to reach them. Of course, it's so high that they can't reach it. Ji Chang's ignored him. "Those zombies just pointed to the far right. Did you see the back door for transporting vegetables? After getting rid of these zombies, we can go out through the back door." Wu Bei Xiao Lu suddenly understood and his face showed joy. "Wait, how do we get down? This height is at least 6 meters, right?" Ji Chang's nodded. "This is indeed a problem. But it's not a big problem." 2 minutes later, Ji Chang's hung his hands on the crossbar and slowly moved to the right. This is a very physically demanding move, especially since the beam is not small. Putting your hands on it to support your whole body weight requires a lot of strength. Fortunately, he has a wet nurse. Xiao Ming has a friend named Ha Ha Ha. After the onions are peeled off, Wu Bei didn't dare to stop for a second. He told a cold joke and forced him to talk about the atmosphere of Star Wars. Xiao Lu next to him was also nervous and his spirit collapsed to the extreme. Seeing Ji Chang's move a little bit and reaching the edge, Xiao Lu suddenly shrank his pupils. Wait, don't touch the stick at the bottom. When Ji Chang's heard this, he didn't move his hand on it, but kicked it with his foot. Just a gentle kick and it fell off. He looked up at Xiao Lu in surprise. How did you know? Xiao Lu was also a little confused. I don't know, I just think it will fall off. Because of this unexpected situation, Ji Chang's wandered forward, planning to borrow money. With a swaying force, he fell onto the kitchen stove in one breath, but Xiao Lu immediately stopped him nervously. He changed his strategy and chose to swing back. His whole body landed on the stacked bags in a strange posture. The bag should be filled with powdery objects that are very soft, so even though Ji Chang's fell too high when he fell, he was not injured. This thing can be used as a safety pad. He waved his hand upwards, and Wu Bei quickly threw Ji Chang's baseball bat in his direction. When he reached out to catch the baseball bat accurately, the situation began to reverse. It only took him 5 minutes to slide down from the top of the bag to finish off the 5 or 6 zombies. When he was the only humanoid standing in the audience, Ji Chang's freed his hands and ran to the stove where he was going to jump to take a closer look. There is actually a durian on top of this. I don't know if it was originally intended for cooking, or if someone in the kitchen bought it and just put it here temporarily. Considering the price of durian, Ji Chang's thinks it is the latter. He dragged the bags to the top and under the big hole. Logically, it would be replenished at the beginning of next month, but looking at these bags, it should be replenished in advance. After all the bags were laid out, the ground was already half as high as a person, and the length of the bags was more than enough for 2 people. He patted the bag and said, "Okay, jump down." Wu Bei was a little scared. Is this okay? It's so high. Xiao Lu took a closer look. I don't feel there is any danger. Then he gritted his teeth and rolled down. Pu. Because the bag was soft, he only made a dull sound when he landed on it, stirring up a pile of white. Cough 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 cough. Xiao Lu got up from the sunken bag, his face and body covered in white. He coughed and rubbed his eyes. This is flour, cough cough cough, it got into my nose. He turned over and came down. Seeing that he was fine, Wu Bei gathered up his courage and jumped down too. Then I also got a white face and whole body. Among the 3, only Ji Chang's had the least white on his body. He had swung there by himself and did not jump down so vigorously. In addition, the bag was not spread out at the time and was only on the front of his clothes. Dipped in some flour. Wu Bei came out of the flour pile while coughing. The school did this? What are you doing with so much flour? Cough cough cough. It's probably for the school anniversary, ahem. Choked to death? I'm going to die. You come down first. Flour. Ji Chang stretched out his hand in the white and touched a handful of flour bags. You're not planning to take all this flour back, are you? Don't think about it, it's impossible. It would be great if we can bring 1 bag each time. Wu Bei also nodded. Yes, yes, there are so many zombies in the school. Besides, even if we get the flour back, we don't have enough water. We can't eat the flour directly. We still have to find a way to connect other roads in the school. It's really difficult to just get through. Duona, a student of Lu University, is famous. They are almost besieged by dozens of zombies just wandering around in an area where there are no people around. If they take another route, the zombie C tactics will be used. Even if they can fight again, also have to stop eating. Ji Chang's nodded. Yes, we still have to deal with the zombies on other roads in the school. He looked at the various tools in the kitchen and found a hemp rope. I have to go back to the window again. 2 people. You finally ran out, why did you go back? Of course Ji Chang's went back to cause trouble. Fortunately, there were many tools in the kitchen. He made a simple wall climbing tool and managed to climb up. After returning to the window, he aimed at the speaker and opened the slingshot. In the kitchen, Wu Bei and Xiao Lu were strolling around putting their favorite things on the trolley when they suddenly heard loud music. The sound was so loud that it startled the two of them from such a distance. The vast horizon is my love. The two looked at each other. Is this school anniversary program serious? Ji Chang's climbed back again, threw down the hemp rope, and asked them to tie a bag of flour to it, and he pulled it up again. One bag after another. Fortunately, the roof of the second canteen was opened by the explosion, but it was still able to bear the load. 5 dormitory buildings. Yuan Yang had been standing by the window watching the activities in the second canteen, but from this angle he could only see one gate of the second canteen. She felt something was wrong as soon as she heard the sound. Sure enough, she saw countless zombies running from all directions with the second canteen as a dot. The sound of this standard square dance-specific speaker is really astonishingly loud, and the effect is even better than the previous campus radio. The zombies are not afraid of distance after hearing it, and they run faster than the other one. For those who didn't know, I thought the food in the cafeteria was delicious. There are so many zombies, and Nagasawa and the others haven't come out yet. Yuan Yang watched the zombies getting more and more. There were more and more zombies coming, as if they were hitting the door. When the door opened, a large number of zombies filed in, and she almost burst into tears. He Chen stood beside her, also looking anxious. Fu Qingli was very confident in Ji Chang's. Yang, don't worry, Ji Chang's is very powerful. I think he is very tired. If there is so much movement and silence now, he must be planning something big. Although Yuan Yang felt that Fu Qingli's wording was slightly inaccurate, he thought it was true after thinking about it carefully. Music must be played by people. Since they were playing such loud music, Nagasawa and the others must be doing something right. She closed her eyes and tried hard to start a group chat. Ji Chang's did not receive the group chat. He was working hard to dig a hole in the roof and pour flour into it. As bags of flour came in, the canteen gradually turned into a vast expanse of white. The zombies that had filled the entire second cafeteria were not affected and were still crowded around amid the loud music, causing flour to fly. After pouring out all the flour, he returned to the kitchen, found a roll of toilet paper, and tore it into small pieces. Then he took out a pencil from his skull bag and threw it to Wu Bei, which the lead for me. Then I picked up the tool that I had been looking forward to and started tapping it quickly. Xiao Lu came over curiously. What? Do you want me to help? A delay device, can you come over and help me take a look at this? Is the track correct? Yes, it uses dripping water to create a delay effect. Isn't there water in the pot? Ji Chang sprinkled the remaining flour all over the kitchen and placed the prepared things in a carefully arranged direction. The two people who didn't understand what he was doing at all said, "Okay, retreat." Ji Chang's directly helped Xiao Lu up. Xiao Lu felt warm in his heart. Is it really okay to carry me on your back? I'm quite heavy. Bang. He was helped by Ji Chang's and sat on the cart. Xiao Lu. Ji Chang's, remember to hold onto the handrails on both sides to prevent them from falling, and also press hard on the things underneath to prevent them from falling. Xiao Lu. He didn't realize it until Ji Chang's opened the back kitchen door and dragged him along with the trolley, and he had to hold onto the handrails with both hands to hold down the things underneath in order not to fall. It seems that I have completed my mission as a truck cover. This is completely different from the script he imagined. Ah! I'm coming. Several female classmates who had been guarding the door of the dormitory saw. They rushed towards the side and quickly opened the door. Come on in. After Ji Chang's and the others ran in quickly, they quickly locked the door again. Upstairs, Yuan Yang and others who saw them coming back quickly came down. You guys are back. We saw a lot of zombies going to the second cafeteria. I'm afraid half of the school went there. It's so scary. Wu Bei, huh, it's too thrilling. Let me tell you a joke first and give it a shot. Wait a moment. Ji Chang's looked at the pink and white watch on his wrist, which he found from the girls' dormitory, and stretched out his hand to cover Yuan Yang's ears. Yuan Yang was stunned and looked up at her boyfriend, covering her ears. What's wrong? The next second. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and even the ground was shaking. From the crowd's perspective, one could see that the entire second canteen was bursting with flames, and countless zombies were blown out, lying on the ground without any fighting ability. Only then did Ji Chang slowly put down his hand covering Yuan Yang's ears. Everyone else was dumbfounded. You blew up the second canteen. Damn it. No wonder I attracted half the zombies in the school and killed so many zombies in one go. How did you do it? Did you make explosives? Where did you get the raw materials? Xiao Luobei was confused. We didn't do anything. Damn it. They talked and went to see Ji Chang's. That flower. Ji Chang's showed an expression that said, you finally thought of it? Wu Bei's face was in a daze. If flour is spread all over the space, it will explode if exposed to an open flame, but where did you get the open flame? Let you have more. Read some books. Ji Chang's Baba. If the positive and negative terminals of the battery are connected to both sides of the pencil lead, the pencil lead will burn red. At this time, the delay device we made will drop the easily ignited shredded paper, and when it catches fire, of course it will, bang. Others looked confused. Under the firelight reflected behind him, Ji Chang's smile looked particularly devilish. Is there anything else you want to ask? When these words are heard by everyone, they automatically turn into, what else do you still need to learn? Wu Bei, I'm going to read a book. Xiao Lu, I'll read a book too. Clothes. They are really convinced. As expected, if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you will not be afraid of traveling all over the world. In these last days, learning is really inseparable. The author has something to say. The method of making fire was invented by Beidou. If you are interested, you can give it a try. Please be safe and tweet. New month. New nutritional solution. Isn't it a surprise that today's update is so early? I want to try to update at 6 p.m. this month. Let's try it first. If it fails, just pretend I didn't say anything. Beihai free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 491. There were many people hiding in the school. When the explosion sounded, all the students who were in good spirits tried to look outside. Some people saw that the explosion occurred in the second canteen, and they all speculated that the explosion might have been caused by the fire in the second canteen not being turned off. Naturally, they also noticed that countless zombies were blown out, and nearby zombies were attracted by the explosion and walked into the fire. With such a huge scene, other people who didn't know the inside story naturally subconsciously felt that it couldn't be artificially created. And Ji Chang's, who created such a big scene, is studying Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, I think you have special powers. His tone was serious, and it looked like he was doing serious business. When Xiao Lu heard this, his face was filled with joy. Really? Do you really think I have powers? Wu Bei next to him also looked serious. Yes, Xiao Lu, I also think you have special powers. Xiao Lu suddenly became even more happy. He went to see Yuan Yang and the others. Is it so easy to see my strong ability? What about you? Do you also think I have special powers? Yuan Yang and He Chen replied to King Gli's twin sisters, obviously, you have 100% superpowers. Xiao Lu suddenly became even more excited. Great. I also have superpowers. I cried with joy. Have you seen my tears? Cough. Ji Chang's coughed dryly. We also want to see it. But first, can you stop being invisible? Xiao Lu was very excited. Only then did he realize that although everyone had spoken to him, it seemed that no one was looking at the direction where he was standing. What did he finally realize? My superpower is invisibility. Why? I always feel that this ability is a bit sad. Although he immediately felt that the power of invisibility was in contrast to the first half of his life, it was still very satisfying to have the power. The only problem is that Xiao Lu doesn't know how to remove his invisibility. He hurriedly asked for help from his seniors who had powers before him. Yuan Yang, you try meditation. Fu Qingli, get some sunshine. Twin sisters, we will give you a soundtrack, will you do a part? Wu Bei was very interested. How about I tell you a joke? Ji Chang's, don't ask me, I don't have a part-time job in this field. Xiao Lu. Why do you always feel that your teammates are not very reliable? Manage. In the end, he successfully released his invisibility. It wasn't something I had experimented with, but it was automatically released after the power was exhausted, and I was sweating profusely and feeling weak. Ji Chang suddenly realized. So it turns out that your invisibility can only be released after you have exhausted it. Yuan Yang looked at the pink and white watch on Ji Chang's wrist. It's been 4 minutes since we couldn't see you. In other words, Xiao Lu's invisibility ability can be used for 4 minutes. This time can be described in 4 words, extremely short. This is different from Yuan Yang's group chat. After the end of the world, basically all technological equipment will fail, and mobile phones can only be used to check the time. Even if everyone saves time during this period, everyone's mobile phones will still be turned off. At this time, Yuan Yang's group chat replaced the function of the mobile phone. Since she began to consciously study the power of disconnecting herself, although the group chat time did not last long, the scope of the group chat has been expanding. Just like when Ji Chang's and the others went to the second cafeteria before, if the 3 of them hadn't been greeted with a zombie gift package as soon as they opened the door, and then they had been in the ultimate escape and had no time to close their eyes and were pulled into the group chat, Yuan Yang could have pulled them into the group chat. Go in. This is an amazing power in the end of the world when communication equipment is ineffective. Compared with the scope, it doesn't matter if the group chat time is short. But Xiao Lu's superpower is different. Think about it, he went to do something invisibly, and he kept doing it. 4 minutes later, the invisibility state was lifted. Just say it's embarrassing or not. Xiao Lu, who was vividly described by Ji Chang's, said. I think what we should be worrying about right now is, what do I do? Make myself invisible. After hearing several of Wu Bei's jokes, he managed to recover, but he was not as good as Ji Chang's and others who knew what to do as soon as they got their powers. Xiao Lu didn't know what he was going to do. Turn on his powers. Seeing that he had been struggling for a long time, but could not successfully make himself invisible, and then looked frustrated, Ji Chang's comforted him. It doesn't matter if you can't find the trick. When I was in the second cafeteria, I discovered that you still have the ability to predict danger. This ability should appear whenever there is danger, so your ability is still very good. After coming out of the second cafeteria, Xiao Lu also had some guesses in his heart. But I didn't expect that the first power to appear was actually invisible. Physical ability. But there's one more thing. He asked curiously, are you sure that my ability to foresee will come out whenever there is danger? It just happened a few times in the second canteen. How could Ji Chang's be so sure? Under his gaze, Ji Chang smiled confidently, actually, I'm not sure, but I'll be sure after a while. Xiao Lu looked confused, why? After a while. Before he finished speaking, his hair suddenly stood on end and he squatted down subconsciously. I'll fight. Along with the sound of weapons being prepared, a baseball bat was swung over his head. Seeing Xiao Luhan dodge, he excitedly walked to Ji Chang's carrying a baseball bat. "It's exactly what you said, I can dodge this." Ji Chang's clapped his hands. "Congratulations, Xiao Lu, you really have the ability to predict danger." The client's squatting on the ground. "Although, your method of detecting abilities is too outrageous." In this regard, Ji Chang said that he had been prepared. "Don't worry, I'll be watching at any time. If you can't dodge, I'll kick you away." "Yes, yes." Wu Bei echoed with confidence, "Don't you know whether we are reliable or not?" Looking at Wu Bei, who was almost kicked away, Xiao Lu said, "What to do? It feels even more unreliable." Xiao Lu also has a superpower, and he has a very powerful ability to predict the superpower. This news is definitely a good thing for the entire 5 dormitories. Except He Chen Chen. She's a little down. Now in their small group, she is really the only one left without superpowers. He Chen Chen had a lively temper and was a bully when he was a child, you can tell by looking at his military equipment. When he grew up, it was because girls were less powerful than men, so he practiced taekwondo and sanda a lot. As a result, once the world came to an end, her combat effectiveness suddenly became the weakest in the team. How can this prevent her from falling behind? She was so disappointed that she was no longer interested in watching Fu Qingli's green tea form, wearing small pants and basking in the sun. This made Fu Qingli feel a little uncomfortable. She quietly made a knee pad for He Chen Chen and threw her on the bed in the dark and windy night, trying to cheer her up. The next day, He Chen Chen saw the knee pads embroidered with a frog. He was silent for a few seconds and said to Fu Qingli, "Tell me you didn't mean it." Fu Qingli raised her chin proudly. "Yes, it means the toad wants to eat swan meat." "Look. You are not gentle at all. You still have muscles on your body. Why should you be my best friend? I am her best friend." He Chen Chen smiled for the first time in these days. The smile is also nice, he. After laughing, she took Fu Qingli to practice for 5 hours. After taking a breath and practicing until night, Fu Qingli came back with her eyes flashing with stars and her whole body was dizzy from exhaustion. Looking at her, she couldn't wait to turn into a leaf and get into the soil to sleep. She never looked back. "I'm confused about superpowers. Even without superpowers, she can still kill zombies." With this belief, He Chen Chen used the same spirit he had to set the alarm clock in the middle of the night to steal food, and approached Wu Bei and the others one by one to practice. She didn't find Ji Chang's. After all, everyone knows Ji Chang's strength. If you go to him, it's not called training, it's called torture. He Chen Chen, who is full of chicken blood, is simply unstoppable. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu were drawn out as the key targets for sparring. At the end of each day, they looked like they were in a daze and were about to go to heaven. What happened to them? After they refused to accompany He Chen Chen to practice, the other girls in the 5th building suffered. Initially, after Ji Chang's and the others cleaned up the zombies in the entire building, some timid people were unwilling to come out to fight the zombies. But if they don't come out to fight zombies, they will naturally miss the search of a floor after each zombie fight. Without the supplies found on the floor after fighting the zombies, these people would soon have to come out of the house. At first, some people tried to borrow food and drink from Ji Chang's and the others. After learning that Ji Chang's food and drink could only be paid back by killing zombies, some people took up weapons, while others tried to find other people to beg. It's just that it's almost 10 days since the end of the world. Although there is a lot of food for everyone, it is impossible to eat it all in a lifetime. Those girls who are easy to talk to and willing to lend out their own rations are not so generous anymore. That small group of people had no choice but to follow them in fear and fear to fight the zombies. You must have been very scared at first. After all, zombies are not only scary, But now 10 days have passed, most of the zombies have lost their dignity. They are the kind that can give people nightmares just by looking at them. If you are afraid, you will get used to it. There are really no people in this building who would rather starve to death than come out to fight zombies. It may be because no matter how timid a person is, watching Ji Changs and the others deal with zombies more and more easily every day, they will feel a little confident in their hearts. Of course, the main reason is that with Ji Chang's blessing, only a few of the girls in the 5 buildings survived 10 days ago, and only a few are alive now. He Chen wanted to find someone to coach him. At first, some girls came forward. But after a few people cried after being coached, no one came to her anymore. She didn't abandon or give up, and dug out a girl who was the most timid in the whole building. The girl was fair, short, and had a baby face. If she wore a school uniform, she might be able to pretend to be a junior high school student. When He Chen took her back to the 6th floor, she looked like a girl. To be scared out of your wits. Wu Bei and Xiao Lu, the two who had fought most against He Chen, immediately concluded that the girl would run away crying within 3 days. As a result, 3 days later, the girl still cried every time she practiced, but she persisted. He Chen found a dormitory for her on the 6th floor, and she just moved in. Early every morning, everyone is woken up not by the chirping of birds outside, but by the girl's soft sobbing. While crying, she also practiced. Even if He Chen wasn't watching, she could finish the squats in tears. From then on, in the eyes of Wu Bei and Xiao Lu, there was another ruthless person on the 6th floor. Even if this girl looked weak and timid, they were still trembling with fear in front of her. Nowadays, there are more than 50 women's troops in the whole building, Xiao Lu, Wu Bei, all of whom assume that Ji Chang's is the leader, and they have gradually become accustomed to opening the door carefully every day to attract zombies, and then use the zombies to practice their skills. Although no one said it on their lips, they understood it in their hearts. Ji Chang's explained from the beginning that he was leaving school and going home. At that time, no one wanted to leave the school, not even the building. After 10 days of hard work, their ideas changed. Who wouldn't want to go home if they could? Before the end of the world, everyone was their parents' little baby. Except for some who were still unwilling to leave school after careful consideration, most of the girls secretly decided to leave school with Ji Chang's. Nowadays, they all know how to fight zombies, and they are pretty good at it, and almost half of them have superpowers, although these superpowers don't look very reliable. What? Squatting on the ground, shouting 3 times to the powerful Tianlong, you can hold more water in your hand, when you look in the mirror, touch the right side of your face, and a flower will grow, do yoga, a dog will appear in the dog pose. These weird superpowers break the fantasy of beautiful girls about superpowers. Think. At first, others were excited when they heard that so-and-so had powers. But now when they heard that so-and-so had powers, their first reaction was, really? How weird is this time, is there? That weirdo whose tears turn into gasoline when he cries? Maybe it's because of the strange abilities, maybe it's because Ji Chang's is so powerful, maybe it's because although the 3 boys are usually unreliable, for example, when they cook rice, they can't cook it until it's mushy, and I hear them yelling and screaming every day. The reason is that I can't find my own clothes, but I have a very good attitude towards the girls. This kind of kindness does not mean how much they take care of them, but their attitude is as natural as before the apocalypse. Many girls even secretly felt that the 3 of them regarded them as brothers. Of course, they don't mind, after all, they regard them as sisters. Except Ji Chang's. This person's strength and reliability make it really hard for people to dare to use the word sisters for fun. All in all, everyone is used to listening to Ji Chang's, the leader. He trains as long as he wants, and fights zombies as long as he wants. When he raised his arms and wanted to leave the school, and he would probably be followed by a large group of girls. After all, this is a top student who has mastered mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Ji Chang's is also considering leaving school. If he were alone, he would have gone out long ago. The key point is that there is a whole building full of girls. Of course, if he wanted to, he could naturally protect them all. But now that we are sheltered, what will happen in the future? In the end of the world, everyone still has to be capable. Take Yuan Yang for example, she still has a baby in her belly, and her fiancé has the highest strength in the whole building. She is worried about the baby and doesn't dare to exercise too strenuously, but she doesn't miss a single moment of her daily power meditation. How many hours does one meditation last? Although my body was not tired, I knew it would not be very comfortable to stay awake with my eyes closed for several hours without moving. Ji Chang's also mentioned that she didn't have to work so hard, but Yuan Yang just smiled and continued to follow his own plan. The wider the scope of her group chat, the safer it is for the entire group. After all, this is everyone's only method of communication. After the end of the world, all the resources they have access to are non-renewable. At least in this school, no one can regenerate them. The fewer resources there are, the harder those who are allocated the resources have to work. Yuan Yang doesn't want to really rely on her boyfriend all the time. Although I like Nagasawa, I don't want to rely on him all the time. If she keeps leaning on him, then who can he lean on when he is tired? Yuan Yang, who was thinking about this secretly, had the fastest improvement in abilities among all the people. At the beginning, she could only hold group chats on one floor. Now, even when Ji Chang's ran to the stadium, he was pulled in. Recently, girls have also developed a lot of tactics to fight zombies. Most people stood guard at the door, using wires to stretch wire roads to the left and right of the trees, and then some fast runners deliberately went out to lure zombies. When they were chased by zombies, Yuan Yang and the girl with good eyesight stood on a high place. Yuan Yang entered the group chat, and the girl outside reported the direction of the zombies' pursuit in real time. The thinnest girl was carried on her back. She closed her eyes to receive the message conveyed by Yuan Yang in the group chat, and then read it out. Once this move is used, the zombies' most difficult task of being surrounded from all directions is no longer a problem. When everyone successfully ran to the door of the 5th dormitory building, they carefully climbed in from underneath. The wires outside would naturally block the zombies running towards them. At this time, it's time for everyone to come together. They relied on this method to attract zombies from all over the place to kill, and there was no room for corpses next to the 5 dormitories they killed, so they had to dig holes diligently. There were a lot of weird things in the girls' dormitory, and they actually found some shovels. They are just small shovels used to grow flowers, but they are better than digging soil with sticks. Attract zombies, kill zombies, bury zombies. Simply one-stop service. Xiaolu and Wu Bei, who were not involved, were dumbfounded. They realized that if a girl is so powerful, she is really more powerful than anyone else. Seeing that everyone has become more experienced, with the 5th building as the dot, basically all the zombies from all directions have been attracted and killed, and leaving the school has naturally been put on the agenda. I wanted to mention it before, isn't it because there are too many people and I'm worried that I won't survive if I go out? It's different now. Any zombies around that could be attracted were lured over and killed by the girls. After the fire in the 2nd cafeteria was extinguished, a small number of them were burned to char but still able to move. Zombies. At first, everyone was shocked, thinking that these zombies had evolved just like in the movie. However, when we started fighting, we discovered that they only had their heads not burned off, so they could barely move around. There is no need for Ji Chang's to take action. He Chen. One person killed those zombies. Of course, no matter how strong she is, she can't be beaten. She used iron wire to create a wall that hindered the speed of the zombies, and then she knocked on their heads one by one inside. Wu Bei originally planned to tell a joke and give He Chen Chen some milk. When I ran over and took a look, I found that He Chen Chen knocked on one key after another, and then ran back silently. He sighed. When the three of them came, those dozens of weak and pitiful girls who were so frightened to tears were a thing of the past. Ji Chang's was quite satisfied with this situation. He hasn't left school for a long time. Firstly, he couldn't take so many people with him, and secondly, he was still thinking about the dozen girls in the original timeline. According to the memory of the original owner, they should be on the West Campus. Liuda is quite big, and there are all kinds of roads going around it. When they cleaned up the surrounding area, they only cleaned up the campus here. Now that everyone is fighting hard and there are no zombies in this campus, Ji Chang's is still very confident about going to the West Campus next door. There is one thing about the West Campus that is different from other campuses. Behind it is the Agricultural University. To be precise, it is the place rented by the Agricultural University. There is not much land on the campus of Agricultural University. Although everyone makes fun of Agricultural University students who enter the university to farm, this ridicule is not accurate, but they do have land. If Ji Chang's remembers correctly, there are rows of towering trees next to the wall of the West Campus. Another feature of Agricultural University is that it has a lot of land. Oh no, that's called a test field. In the memory of the original owner, the reason why those girls were able to survive without any apocalyptic experience and even raise the original owner was because they smashed the wall between Agricultural University and Lu University. Mouth. Zi. There are not many people in the area between Agricultural University and Lu University, and naturally there are not many zombies. In addition, this area is full of fields, so they can pick some vegetables from time to time. Why? Does Luton know that there are vegetables in the fields of Agricultural University? Of course it wasn't what they saw. In the eyes of teachers, college students are just a bunch of young kids. Everyone is full of energy every day, looking for trouble in different ways like a husky. In the past, there was an incident where a student climbed the wall to steal food from the Agricultural University next door. That is not an ordinary vegetable, but an experimental vegetable, and the price is absolutely terrifying. Although most Ho Agricultural University did not pursue the matter, but Lu University still took it as a warning. Not only did it punish the students, it also regarded this incident as a typical example. Every time a new student enters the school, he must mention it. Of course, in order to scare people, the truth is naturally mixed with lies. Roughly. You must not miss the food of Agricultural University. Their dishes are all experimental dishes, not to mention expensive, and they may even eat dead people. Didn't you see that they also raised animals? That's for testing poison. Ji Chang's didn't know whether what Counselor Luda said was true, but he felt that the teachers at Agricultural University must be speechless after hearing these words. No one can tell whether the students believe it or not. I'm sure, but after the end of the world, no one will care whether those vegetables can kill people. The original owner did not have a deep memory of this period of being raised by others. Ji Chang's could only vaguely pick out a few words. When the girls were chatting about it, it seemed that many survivors on the West Campus would go there. Are you looking for food? It's just that they have never seen students from Agricultural University, maybe because the experimental field is too far away from the main campus of Agricultural University. After all, this experimental field was specially rented by Agricultural University. It is said that it did not exist 5 years ago. Time has changed in the last days, and I don't know if those girls are still in the same place in the original owner's memory. Have to check it out tomorrow. Ji Chang started drawing pictures of the campus in his memory again. After finishing the detailed drawing, he read the drawing in his hand and handed it to the people who were called to the meeting for them to take turns to look at it. Of course, there are more than 50 people, and they cannot all come to the meeting, otherwise they will not be able to speak clearly. So every time there is a meeting in the 5 buildings, there will be one representative from each floor. Yang Yang and the others have already discussed it, and we are sure to leave the school. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of several representatives changed. Everyone knew that Ji Chang's and the others would leave, but they didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. A girl asked cautiously, "Can you take us with you? We will kill zombies and find supplies on the way." Ji Chang's nodded, "As long as you are willing to follow and participate in the battle, of course we are happy." The girl breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression became visibly relaxed. On the contrary, a girl on the 2nd floor looked worried. "I don't really want to leave the school. It's hard to find a safe situation here in the school. After I get out." Ji Chang's also expressed his understanding. "We can't walk on 2 legs anymore after we leave school, so Ken, you must first find transportation tools and food suitable for eating on the road. If anyone wants to stay, you can come with us to find these supplies. First, you can check out the school, and secondly, you can store more rations." The girl on the 2nd floor nodded, her eyes showing gratitude. "Thank you." "Why are you thanking me? It's not like you didn't do your best." After briefly talking about this matter, Ji Chang started to get down to business. "There's no problem with the car. Everyone used to collect car keys after fighting zombies. We can just take these keys and press them in the garage. As for rations, no matter how much we take, we will eventually finish them sooner or later. Next door to the West Campus is the experimental field of the Agricultural University. We can move some vegetables from there. If possible, it would be better to bring seeds. As for what to do with these seeds after getting them, no one asked at all. Planting things. It can be said that it is an innate skill of Chinese people. Who has never planted flowers or grass since childhood? Yuan Yang suddenly remembered, "I remember that the Agricultural University has aquaculture and animal science. If we can get these books, we can find a place to raise fish and animals when it is safe in the future. Self-production and self-sufficiency are just around the corner." As soon as these words came out, the other girls also became excited. Yes, I remember they raised cows before, but I heard that the cow was a professor's pet. I don't know if the cow is still there. They also have chickens. Agricultural University is really not about farming and raising animals as many people imagine. But I can't help the senior brothers and sisters who are busy in the experimental fields every day to raise them by themselves. Previously, 2 senior brothers from the Agricultural University raised 2 small yellow chickens. They updated the growth status of the chickens in the post bar every day, and the lively onlookers piled them into a tall building. Lu University also joined in the fun, and someone moved the post to the Lu University post bar. So many Lu University students had the impression that Agricultural University raises chickens. On the 10th day after the apocalypse, after 10 days of eating messy food, the students at Liu's University, who could only eat a piece of rice at most, talked about the 2 little yellow chickens with a tone of love and love. "When I was little, I was cute and cute. But when I grew up, I turned into a reed chicken and even looked for bugs by myself. I heard. It's said that because it has been kept free range, it has grown very strong. You still lay eggs every day. Are you old at laying eggs?" "A hen." Everyone swallowed their saliva. Although I didn't answer. As we continue to talk, everyone's face clearly says it must taste delicious. Because there were old hens hanging in front, everyone was very positive when they talked about going to the Agricultural University experimental field. One by one, they made suggestions and planned carefully. "I wish I could break down the wall and catch the old hen to make soup tomorrow after finishing the plan today." The meeting lasted until the sun set, and it wasn't until it got dark that everyone dispersed. When we left, Everyone had a look of greed on their faces that made them drool. Don't blame them for drooling. It's been 10 days. I've been fighting zombies every day. I've sweated so much, and I'm even more hungry for meat. But there are biltong in the girls' dormitory, but fresh meat is impossible. Even if there is one, it will be broken within 10 days. When Ji Changs and the others went to the second canteen, the meat in the large refrigerator had already started to spoil. Without electricity for storage, people who want to eat meat cannot rely on frozen goods. The two reed chickens from the agricultural university, which everyone watched grow up and were particularly good at laying eggs, were just missed by dozens of people. And they still don't know it. It was getting dark, and the chickens couldn't see anything in the dark, so the old man nestled in his nest and quietly prepared to sleep. Directly in front of them, a hole was opened in the wall next to the farmland. 7 or 8 beautiful girls got out of the hole and carefully began to pick vegetables. They also saw the Luhua chicken, but they had no intention of attacking each other. If they catch a chicken, the chicken will definitely crow. If they make a noise and attract zombies from afar, their lives will be in danger. Pick up the dish gently and then move it back gently. They had wanted to bring some extra vegetables back to plant, but due to lack of water, they couldn't plant them at all. And if you bring a little more, the zombies won't be able to run away when you go out. Because everyone didn't realize this before, 2 seniors took extra food. When they ran back, the zombies chased them, and they couldn't bear to drop the food in their hands. CAI was finally caught by zombies. Although they were not familiar with the senior sister, they still felt sad after witnessing the scene with their own eyes. From then on, they did not dare to bring more food even if they made a few more trips. It's just that eating vegetables all the time is not the answer. After 10 days of eating, everyone has eaten the food. They have no salt or water, and some of the instant noodles they had before are almost gone now. If it weren't for the water in the vegetables, they would have been dehydrated. We can only try to move forward more. I heard about the experimental field. I cook here occasionally, so I should be able to find some food. The one who made the suggestion was the one with the best skills among them. Because she was from the baseball club, her strength was better than that of the other girls. She was also the one who killed the most zombies. The other girls listened and nodded with no opinions. They really can no longer just rely on food. Recently, everyone can feel that the strength in their bodies is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, let alone fighting zombies, you may not be able to win even if you run. A group of girls tiptoed back. If they encountered zombies on the way, they would deal with them silently and never make a sound. Experience tells them that if the movement is a little louder, the number of zombies attracted will not be just 2 or 3. After running all the way back to the hiding place, the few people guarding inside quickly opened the door and let them in. There are 11 of them in total, and they were all originally scheduled to perform on stage at the school anniversary. The auditorium was being repaired, and everyone who was going to perform was trying to find a place to rehearse. This is where these 15 people are looking. As a result, as soon as the music started, the end of the world came. The one thing they were luckier than others was that although 2 people turned into zombies, they were just about to pounce on the people standing at the door. At that time, there was a mess, and everyone closed the door at will, leaving them behind. The 2 zombies were locked outside. The door was a glass door, and then they witnessed the 2 zombies joining the zombie carnival. The entire campus seemed to have turned into hell, with countless zombies chasing humans. The girls in the house were so frightened that when they saw the zombies discovering them and rushing towards them, they quickly pulled down the curtain to block the sight of the zombies. After that, it's time to boldly look for food. Although they found the food source of the agricultural university experimental field, they did not dare to approach it and could only take the vegetables on the edge. Now they are eating here and there, and some of the snacks they had before have been finished. There is nothing to replenish salt, and their fighting ability is getting worse and worse. Everyone, have a good rest. We still have a tough battle to fight tomorrow. The senior with the highest force value finished her instructions and finished eating twice as much food as the others. Until her stomach was full, she walked to a bucket, stretched out her index finger, and watched as oil began to flow out of her index finger. The speed of oil flow is not very fast, it can be called a small stalk. But it is this small flow of oil that prevents everyone from eating boiled vegetables every day. This senior's special ability is that after eating a full stomach, the index finger may feel oily. Although it wasn't much, it tasted like a serious vegetable oil, so when she came back every day, she would sit next to the small bucket after eating and the oil would start to flow. While it was flowing, there was suddenly the sound of a car driving outside. All the girls were startled for a moment, then stood up in surprise, carefully opened the curtains and looked outside. A car. It's really a car. It came in from outside. Are people from the country coming? Everyone cheered, and the senior sister who was leaking oil paused her powers and walked to the door to observe. Seeing the car passing in front of them, she became alert. That car? There's blood. Others don't understand. It's the end of the world. Isn't it normal to have blood? The blood of today's zombies has long since solidified. The blood stains are so fresh. They are not even dried. It looks like they are from a living person. Moreover, the blood stain was a bloody fingerprint. It seemed that the owner of the fingerprint wanted to open the car door, but it turned into a long blood stain behind it. She recalled the bloody handprint, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Under what circumstances would it be possible to leave such a bloody handprint? Everyone, please be careful these days. If you see a stranger, stay away. Although the other girls were not as thoughtful as she thought, they all nodded. While Ji Chang's and the others were flexing their muscles and planning to go to the agricultural university next door to the West Campus early the next morning, He Chen opened the door excitedly and ran in. I have superpowers. I have superpowers. She was holding a handful of juicy vegetables in her hand. Although the vegetables looked strange and had a smiling face, they were indeed fresh vegetables. Yuan Yang was meditating. When he saw it, he was surprised at first, and then became happy. Chen. You also have superpowers. What is it? He Chen is so happy that he is about to go to heaven. Stealing food. Stealing food. Other people. Yuan Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. Isn't he the one who stole food as I thought? That's the food stealer you think of. He Chen was very happy. I don't know what happened just now. Suddenly I saw a place like Fitian's vegetable garden, with various vegetables growing in it. My conditioned reflex was to steal it. Just stole it. She was as proud as if she had defeated 3,000 zombies. Ji Chang's nodded. That's great. You have this superpower. This way we won't be short of vegetables. Can you grow vegetables in it? Speaking of this, He Chen's pride was somewhat compromised. The expression on his face also became a little difficult. I was about to tell you that although I could get the vegetables inside, I couldn't plant them. I could only water them or something. After staying there for a while, I could fertilize them, but I couldn't move the seeds. That page don't listen? I'll take care of you. Yuan Yang listened, thoughtfully. What you said sounds a bit familiar. Ji Chang's, isn't this Kaiwen's page for stealing vegetables? You can only water, fertilize, and steal vegetables, but you can't sow seeds, because the vegetable garden does not belong to those who steal vegetables at all. He Chen thought about it and thought, yeah, that page is the same as the page where you go to your friend's house to steal food. The problem was solved and she was happy again. Anyway, I will also be a person with superpowers from now on. But it's so strange, whose vegetable garden did I steal? In the canteen of the West Campus, the elementary school girl woke up, took a mouthful of noodles, drank it with Coca-Cola, and subconsciously opened the vegetable garden to take a look. Although she doesn't know why, she can't pick vegetables from her own garden at all, but if her powers are upgraded, she can pick them. She squatted at the canteen and ate junk food every day. She couldn't stop salivating when she looked at the juicy vegetables in the vegetable garden. She hoped that she would quickly figure out how to use this power and pick vegetables to eat. Even if there is no fire, it will be fine to eat it raw. After clicking on the vegetable garden, she was stunned. A prompt popped up directly in front of her eyes. Fitian Kiwanza prompt, your friend He Chen Chen, the scumbag, entered the vegetable garden, and He Chen Chen, the scumbag, secretly picked your smiling vegetables. Elementary school girl. Her hand holding the Coke was trembling slightly. What? Morning. Morning. All this. It's the end of the world. You actually didn't forget to steal my food. The author has something to say, the catalog has been extracted and reissued. 9008. 9009 yesterday, 9008 today. And it was updated on time. I am indeed great. Ha 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 ha. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.